down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
It's management of more money and wealth. That's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's like it's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like how old is it? Within the last 10 years, people are like billionaires. We haven't seen this before. How are we going to deal with that? We have to.
We've seen it in France. In France, they did it, and the millionaires and billionaires just left France. That's all that happened.
Yeah, and like I don't know what people aren't living in reality. Someone just said that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. If you believe, the reason why my name is NPC is for people like you. If you believe that Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet, the richest person on the planet doesn't even report their income, and they're probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I say these like really, really extreme things, that's what y'all are saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was like fucking like a Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a nickel to the poor person, and then the 95 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you guys speak as if like, and then you guys speak as if a person wants low taxes, they just are helping the rich. But you're gonna make poor people poor and rich people.
I mean, like,
would you rather be taxing poor people and then giving it back to Elon in the form of subsidies? Because that's what's happening. You're saying, why would we tax rich people? The government's not going to use it efficiently to give it back to poor people. Well, why the fuck would we tax poor people and give it back to rich people inefficiently?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
What stupid fucking logic is that?
Poor people don't pay taxes.
Everybody pays some form of taxes.
Did you know that Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money?
He got rich way before he got any subsidies. Way before.
He's stop taxing
people pay to have no problem.
To give the money to rich people.
Poor people in California absolutely do pay taxes, by the way.
Because poor people definitely pay taxes. I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. Like, I'm a poor person and I pay taxes, and
like when you buy liquor or cigarettes.
No, I have income taxes. I have no idea why I have income taxes, but there's something that
you have a bad account.
So y'all, he's not Nor, he's not a Jew, so pretty bad account. He's not Jewish. So y'all.
We used to have a hierarchy structure that worked. And it worked because it was based on something. The whites created it, and it worked. And those were like the old type of white people, mainly European, with some aristocratic background, but like a pedigree. And then suddenly Americans, like idiots like Bill Gates and Elon Musk, they come into the picture, and then they become like the new types of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from. Is like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished where it actually worked and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He copies
you calling a monkey?
fucking time.
That's racist.
He does like what?
Wait, you calling a monkey? You guys are complaining about that. Just because Musk is African American, you don't.
Yeah, that is filthy. We don't allow.
No, but she's not even coherent.
This it's a mismanagement of your minorities.
We need to make the whites great again in America.
Wait, can you all? All right, so Bibi, you
statement, bro?
No, she interrupted. She literally interrupted me, to be retarded.
Can I get in the key?
Like literally, nothing. She said, and I let her say it because I wanted to see where she'd go, but she's completely coherent. Like she's interrupting all this monkey said. Nothing that she said was anything. So why can't I land? She's incoherent. Cannot interrupt me.
She's not being incoherent, by the way.
So at the end of the day, if giving governments more money solves problems, the only thing I'm saying is this. The way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, is the biggest lie that they do. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes.
That's
We're going to end up with
insanity.
is
Doing
people
the same thing over and over again.
exactly.
The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man knows how to play the taxes. They just read, and like Mr. Normo said to you, if you want counseling, talk to him. You know, freaking a simple Edwards jug or even a money guy or gal will sit there and talk to a company worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help you out.
That's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, boss, is, you know, I want to say this. Orange Man said this in 2016 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax write-offs. Why? Because they put it in place. That you don't have to be a billionaire or millionaire to get the same subsidies like Mr. John was complaining about. You just gotta be smart and learn how to read a little bit and learn where your state politicians that are trying to be crooked on the back end. You just gotta learn how they put them out there in plain sight, because that's how they gotta learn how to play the game.
Yeah.
You just gotta learn how to play the game. Just gotta learn how to play the game.
Put to rest this idea that Elon Musk got all of these subsidies from the government. Yes, he got money from the government. You know what he got it for? He got it first for SpaceX because he was doing something the government couldn't do. Now, the left likes to talk about all their NGOs and all of these organizations that get billions of dollars of government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when it's doing something like helping feed poor people in East Mongolia who need education on the difference between leftist and right, and leftists, need to be educated on leftist queer artwork in New York City as it developed in the 1950s. They're happy to fund governments like that. But when it comes to Elon Musk,
I want to see pictures of lesbians doing scissors. Why not?
They funded him because of SpaceX and all of the satellites and everything else and the advancement in space technology that he was provided. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So yes, he got money to do those things. And
That's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I think, forgive me for my extreme example, but I think those things are more beneficial to us as Americans than, say, trying to teach a mother in East Mongolia about the history of leftist.
They're drag queens. Drag queens.
Thank you.
Drag queen story order in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, so the U.S. government funding the U.S. government funding like transgender clinics in Brazil.
Well, I mean, that just
really
comes
comes
from a
more
different
from
part of
CIA.
the budget.
It's still
But really have no
But
overlap.
it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is, what do you think about? So
Is it?
it's not. So no. So if it's not taxpayer money, what is it?
What do I think about?
But this has been outlined in the budgets. So in Congress, this has been outlined in the budgets. That all of this weird spending for shit like that. It's been pointed out a million times.
It goes abroad. It doesn't mean that it should go to stuff like
Sure.
be to better things.
No, wait. So this is I like to have real conversations. So given what everyone has said, let's assume that let's assume for the sake of conversation that increasing the amount that we tax rich people is indication. But let's assume for the sake of argument.
Can you let him ask the question?
So my question is, if we are looking to tackle these problems without raising taxes, where would you start? Or do you even think it's possible?
Reallocate funds from the police.
Police?
Number one. Yeah, this is not. Well, this is not like
never mind.
This is not like a defund kind of situation, but I do know that there's like an immense amount of like unnecessary pensions. Excuse me, no, this is not. If you guys are gonna ask me a question, please at least let me answer. Okay.
Why would you take money away from the police?
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Let her explain.
Yeah.
So I know that
working men and women.
No, I'm taking money away from things. So like extra. No, oh my God! Do you guys do this all the time?
Look at these black women. Do they not bleed?
I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like you're not. Can you shut up, David? Can you shut up?
They took it away.
Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you.
Your judgment that
and just taking
cars?
Nah, just taking like, shaving off a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else, to lots of other places.
Where?
No, but okay, so
to schools primarily.
So built into the question is the premise that money can't solve the problem.
Yeah.
So
No, money
can't solve the problem.
No, I made the hypothetical. How are you going to solve? The hypothetical is that adding money won't solve the problem. So taking away money from a police officer's new Tesla, or making sure that the sheriff office of Bay County doesn't get a new tank, like taking away making sure that they don't have any access to nukes and taking away their money, like the police making sure that they're gutted. No, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people is not going to do anything because why highlight the motive for the worst people in the world? No, my question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you add,
and risking their lives every day for like people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
So long story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
Nothing moves without money, dude. Sorry.
Well, volunteering.
that might work somewhere else, but nothing moves without
money.
Money
Doesn't help. I mean, like, for example, improving spending. The more you spend on a school doesn't mean it's going to do better. In fact, there's like a minimal amount you need to spend. But Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago, and they ended up realizing, well, it's you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference. And often
Like what?
that could be well. It's so there's so many things. What control can you have? Like, for example, how were you raised? What kind of parents do you have? Are they even around? Do you have what kind of environment do you have? Money can't even change that.
It can.
No, it can't actually. I mean, for example, I work. No, it can't. I'll tell you why. When I was working with the mentally ill population here in my county, you had the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, which has very large casinos and spring training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets a per cap check every 3 months. Mm-hmm. They make a lot of money. Now, they had a lot of issues. This is intergenerational. What they ended up having to do is once the per cap checks were coming in, they're like, oh shit, they're partying. There goes the domestic assaults, the drunk driving incidents, everything. But they're still not doing any better. The kids are still fucking up. They ended up having to put a whole bunch of these people on forced payees to make sure that they don't go out doing drugs with their money. They had to get a bunch of services basically to help the kids and to do a lot of foster parenting, honestly. And so we don't have the ability to do this for everybody in America. So it's kind of silly.
No, I'm not talking about everybody in America. I'm talking about California. What everybody else in America wants to do is fine.
You have a vision of going somewhere.
Yeah. So when I say like putting things into schools, this means like reintroducing like post-elementary after-school programs, something that I think actually disincentivizes young people to continue their education, to stay engaged. They don't have places to go, so they run the streets. Like things that like people like Alan and Alan and Normo kind of, had these structures. It's not about what the school's job is. They asked me how else could it help, right? So like when I say school, so when I say school, I'm sorry, Normo, I didn't hear what you said.
What structure do I have? I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, so like back in the before times in the 1900s, like you guys had like social programs. Right?
I don't think no one was alive.
No, there were none.
There were none.
We had way less social. We had a lot less social programs in the first half of the 20th century than we did in the latter half. And a lot of people don't really realize this too. A lot of those immigrants that you saw come here from Europe, a big chunk of them ended up having to go home because there was zero safety nets for them. And so poor people were a lot poorer back then. But even then, you can save money in all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why do they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty line. They do better than every group.
I don't know, dude.
It's because the Chinese control the media.
It's cultural. I mean, they have that whole party.
Yeah, there might be cultural pressures from the parent to achieve.
Well, then maybe there's culture that needs to change in America too, because it seems like it's not money; it's got culture.
Do you just say the oppression to achieve?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people.
Yeah, you're right. But my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on what to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped on.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good.
You can go ahead. I didn't know you were
like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like if the world's gonna be STEM, let it be STEM. If the world's gonna be politics, let it be politics. Definitely increase civics classes and make like that compulsory learning, like up and down off of free classes.
Like an electrician or something.
Okay, yeah, and that's cool. So make sure that the opportunities for apprenticeship.
This doesn't improve.
Well, what about the current homeless? No. What about because like?
You don't want to know my thoughts on homelessness. This is probably going to make me the worst person in the world.
No, I mean the current homelessness, like the current homelessness. How are you?
Okay, Othello. Did you hold on, NPC? Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being spoken over.
I'm just curious though, because if you were to look at you know the people that you see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California. Like, once again, with that job that I had, this is something that was always talked about. And California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. The vast majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. These are almost all people that are seriously mentally ill, drug addicted, but oftentimes both. And that is a population that is incredibly hard to deal with. So, like, I can give you an example. You can put the seriously mentally ill here, like in my county, you can find a place for them to live. We have funding for that. Now, if that seriously mentally ill person wants to do drugs, they can't do drugs where they live. Staff aren't going to, they'll get kicked out. They can't have drugs at a federally or state funded program. And so where do they go? On the fucking street. And it's this very sad situation, but a lot of this is, it's not as simple as it looks, but when you look at California, they waste so much fucking money. It is, I mean, taxes is robbery in California.
So I have a question.
Anything.
In this case, is it okay for the government to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else and not let them fucking shit all over your streets, bring the fucking property values down, and it's like almost like they're doing some political parties bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things? Because to be honest, they probably could, if they wanted to. If they really wanted to, they could be rehabilitated, but sometimes these people don't want to be rehabilitated.
There's usually, the relapse.
But if they don't,
it usually takes multiple attempts if they ever get clean. That's the reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking prime location and shit on everybody else's parades?
Michael Jordan.
Okay, so Pepe, I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Homelessness for me is like a different type of issue. As a person who was homeless during the pandemic, I learned a lot about homelessness. I learned how invisible you feel and how people treat you. And I wasn't mentally ill or drug addicted. I definitely lost both my parents during this time and 5 of my family members. And so, if I weren't built of tougher stuff, I think I would have easily sunken into the place that's claimed, more than 260,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before, right? So like for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing. Create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than asking for money and then being like poof, it's gone. I understand what everybody's been saying about missing money and promise projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways. Like homeless prevention is a way to prevent not just families but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness because it offers you a pathway to freedom as opposed to being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules. And that's not something that you've been used to for the, X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of get what you're saying, but I just want to make one little point. That's when I say mental illness, you're almost always referring to the SMI, so seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which always precedes the homelessness. And the drug addiction, they usually end up I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often, and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep,
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard to battle back from that, for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population has like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, it would be easy just to put people away in like these asylums. They were like almost like, like 4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so
weren't that
many
nice.
No, they really weren't. I don't know
what I mean.
Maybe that's on the East Coast.
There's so many of us. So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we going to find funding for that? Where are we going to put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis.
Well, no, she's like,
put on this instead of like, maybe we have to come to that.
What she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the homeless and seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is gonna, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are gonna fucking hound all of the politicians to get, favors and, spending on things that will benefit them and help make them more money. The homeless they have nothing.
I mean, yeah, unless, and it's hard, unless you are a person who is like, was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly energized to speak on other people's behalf. But yeah, I mean, like it's a grueling process, and like, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it up for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio, Kentucky.
I would much rather be in Southern California than.
Of course, because it is actually climatically more lucrative for people to be. You literally will. I mean, like, weather-wise, you are less likely to die. Other people, good luck to you, but at least you won't die in the snow and nobody will find your body until it does. Okay, so like, I understand that part, but it can't continue to be like that with just no services for those people to actually actively engage in, right? And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle. Shout out independents and fucking libertarians who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs. Right, and their families, and like the intents of their, of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, not work together, but just be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So. There are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is it any of that shit going to happen? No. People only respond to suffering, so may the best man win.
And sometimes I remember, so I have this one coworker. She doesn't eat any processed food, okay? Our office is on the 13th floor. Okay, we have elevators, really, really high-tech elevators. Every single morning, she elects to use the stairs, okay? She's rich as hell. Like, she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods. And it's not because she's diabetic. She's just super, super healthy for some reason. And she saw me eating a Pop-Tart, right? And when she saw me eating the Pop-Tart, it was like I was eating sewage. Like, she was like, oh my God, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet. To me, it was heaven. When you look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself, like that's what addiction is, a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems that are much bigger than writing a check away. And the homelessness is one of those problems. They actually have access to services. A lot of them don't want to live within the perimeter to receive those services. You can't force them to. You can't put a gun to their head. The other problems we're talking about, the home issue. The reason why the homes are expensive in California is because the people who are upper middle class who own the homes are really, the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning homes. It's not even the rich. It's not even BlackRock. It's middle class people wanting to have their homes appreciate, so they're just against multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is an issue. That's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away, because it's not rich people who are doing it. It's middle-class Americans who are fucking doing this. So there's so many problems that are just bigger than you just point money at it and then it goes away. These are humans with different interests and free will.
But that's why, again, it's the minimizing of just pointing money at it. Like, this isn't just, when I say reallocate funds or when I say tax whoever, right? It's not just like suck up the money and then like.
So we talk about money, then that's when you say reallocate,
I'm saying,
and when you're saying
please
tax,
listen to what I'm saying.
I'm saying this discussion's over. Hi, Monica. You can go anytime.
Yeah. When I say that, I mean like there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different places here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And, there has to be a set of checks and balances and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out, not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all that money. Yes, Sam Altman, right? So this is what makes me uncomfortable.
You're saying Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried, that dude. So what makes me uncomfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, and the same things happen within government. At least in the private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
NPC, can I just do something? I just think
no, baby. Why ask a question in that? No, you can't. You can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the only thing I'm saying is that
it was her before you. But
actually, did she go now? Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
Yeah. Hey guys. Scotty, is this your room? It's a great title. Very interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California though, so I do want to talk about the topics. Are y'all ready for us to circle back, or you need me to wait a little longer?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Your incentive, Monica.
All right, so I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about ibogaine, which has an effective mitigation rate for addiction at the first dose, 80%, allegedly. We should investigate that. It also might be effective in depression, and we know that liberals, strong leftist liberals, have the illness in our society. So that will be great. Yeah, I think it'd be dumb for him to resign. I'm ready to see what's next in store for us.
So, okay.
I mean, like, liberal-minded people have a higher rate of mental illness because they're diagnosed?
No, so my sort of my 2 cents to this would be like, well,
I think it's because they're crazy. That's what they're saying.
No, but it's like,
well, I don't think that's an unsubstantiated claim.
I don't say crazy anymore.
I don't do
What do we say, Dave?
unsubstantiated claims, Cecil.
Even if you prove it, it's going to move on to something else. People on the left have, she's just going to say that together. But my thing is this. It seems, I just rather prefer it if people were just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $25 billion.
Against big money. That's what makes your country.
Wait, you just said you went. Why are you interrupting me? It drives me crazy. You do it. Like, it actually drives me crazy. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic. It makes me schizophrenic. You're the person I hate when they interrupt me. Because you're incoherent. I don't know if that's not like, can you stop interrupting me, please? Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. We can only account for $25 billion. So let me put this into communist language for you.
Almost population went up.
$5 billion.
Population went up during that period.
$25 billion. Imagine if there's 25, if we took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire white, 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about liquid. We're talking about now control. We're talking about liquid. And every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart, and it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever, how do you lose $25 billion in the private market? If you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about it for the next 100 years. How do you lose $25 billion? We're talking about liquid money. We're not talking about, oh, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion liquid.
Isn't that billion with a B?
These billion. And these are the same people who are like, just give them more money. They'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion on homeless niggas. And it didn't even go to them. So my question to you is like, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public corruption? How are you talking to me? Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I'm hella critical on all politicians, whether they're on my side or not, whether they speak to things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I mean, like, I grew up in a politically subversive household. My mom was a Black Panther. My dad fought in Vietnam. I've been reading Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust any of them.
The government can save you. You're for revolutionaries and you don't trust the government a bit. Because what I've learned in my history of activism is that there are many places for many people to fight, right? There are public places for people to fight, and there are inside places for people to fight. And I prefer to break things from the inside using their own tools. So I will do that. And I do that. And I encourage people to do that, right? So I believe, despite, I don't know who else is like Black, but NPC, if you've ever heard like other Black people say like, I don't vote because our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah, 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 XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just... Yeah. So okay. I fuck with your ideology.
I'm the person who's like, No, dude, this is what they want you to believe. The more you believe this and the more you proselytize this, the worse things get, not just for you, but for every person, okay? And I take it further, and I
say this on the chat. Say that on the chat.
Yeah, so I take it further and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets, tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living, but I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a state who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that. I love that you created a door knock.
No, but I like your history, but I don't think that. What about government? Because when it comes to the lack of trust for private actors, we understand that people can be greedy in the private market. But what about?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all their problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just the fact of the matter.
How?
So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. And the way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a status quo person.
Having a what government?
Oh, my bad. Efficient government.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot be an integrationist without having efficient government. Because if you don't have efficient government...
Gaslighting everyone who's smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And then you're going to have people who defend the inefficient government just because they're status quo. But you're going to have what you have right now. So you get the worst of both worlds when you have inefficient government. You don't get the benefits of government, and people who want to tear the system down are legitimized, and chaos doesn't really help that many people. So this is the issue with Democrats. They don't treat government inefficiency like the crime against humanity that it is. Because government inefficiency is what I'm calling it to be nice. The majority of this shit is not inefficiency, it's just corruption.
Well,
government inefficiency should right next to...
Yeah, sorry.
I'm about to land. Elon Musk is the worst person who was ever born, right next to maybe Jeff Bezos. Right up there should be government inefficiency. I want you to hate government inefficiency just as much as you hate Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
that's what
I think the grace that you have heard from me, you guys have heard from me, is my thoughts of like, well, if I, there's always the question of if you were in control, right? Like if I were to do it, how would I do it? And the thought becomes suffocating over time. I've been asked this question several times over several years, and it makes me consider the complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, well, like, why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay? And he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never going to get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong, because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption and to what.
Moral victories. We love moral victories.
No. These are real victories because he's showing people raw data of like charts of how much money is being spent in the county on different things and how little of that goes to us and what they can do.
But by the way, your friend is amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't know that.
No, but even when they find out, Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually you're a good support to talk to. Most of the times when we tell people who are left leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know it's an open secret that California is probably the worst, the least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, I have to be honest. This is it could be true for any people who are, I guess, nationalistic to their state, right? I could say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked 2 years ago, right? You literally are living on stick huts because of floods, and you think oh no, let's not even hear any of that, right? Our governments believe the same thing, right? There's no such thing as climate change. We don't have to prepare for shit. Okay, what I do is just stop talking to them about it. That's what you want, right? I do this with liberals in my own state, conservatives in my own state. You guys know I'm not gonna waste my breath on people who are willfully ignorant. I'm gonna talk to the people who want to move. Again, things I learned from being an activist.
World. It's a new brave world, by the way. Did you ever read that?
No, she's talking about what's called a persuadable. She works on the political metric known as persuadables. People whose lives she can make a difference in, and with the information and experience she has that she provides.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I don't really care what side you're on either. Although I exist, on the left, I don't, unless you're actually just being a fucking bigot, racist, or an asshole, I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you. Honestly, in good faith, all those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that stuff as long as it equates to movement. Right? What I can't do is people who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are the only people that matter are women and we should only fight for women's rights. This is the most important thing. To me, that's stagnant. I'm sorry. There are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. And it's real, right? I'm not dismissing it. But also, what else though? You know what I mean? Because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fucking ride, bro.
You know what? Something that you said and maybe y'all want to talk more. I haven't seen a climate change.
And I haven't. You know what? I really hate that about the people within the black community. Also, the thing is, it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't lead anywhere.
Don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. Because it doesn't work down here, unfortunately. I don't know if it comes from
collect 200 and go back to go.
If it comes, but even if you're proud of it, it's but then you're oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way, but I don't. So what is it?
That's subjective. Right is subjective.
What is it? What is it with you? It's even your woman, your women can figure it out. But you keep trying and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight. And then you're oh, it's the Jews' fault, or it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's whatever. But it keeps, and then you get on an American suicide, you get overrun by the fucking
How about we stop fighting for those fucking faggots and let them fight for themselves?
Who used to be like lawn mowers, they even have more credibility than you fucking people who had credibility by birth.
Just so you know, we've not had net Mexican immigration in the United States since 2005. The people we catch are Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian.
Why people like put you up, like on a.
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady. You're talking like this. Marshall,
Can you either put her in the audience or just ignore her? Because every time we
should listen to Xerxes put her in the audience.
I think
I did. I got it.
I think that's what happens.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to do any moderation without top left's permission.
Hold on.
God gave me permission.
That's what happens when you come in these rooms with a certain agenda and you fail to follow the conversation. And so, BB, man, you have this agenda to attack black people, and it's like we're not even there.
I love black people.
She loves
black people.
She's never racist to black people. I mean, this is silly.
I love when my
Put her down, people. Put her down.
Let her talk.
Put her down.
I'm a fucking person. I know when my
BB, go down. BB, go down.
No, Jason, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're talking about American issues. Stay on topic, girl. Go start a room if you want to hyper focus on. That's fine.
Look, if we just don't need to.
I'll just finish what I was saying.
Sick, awesome.
Put a button in it.
Yeah, I just had to nip it in the bud. Stay on topic, man.
Okay, so some of y'all have amazing listening skills, but when a person's being completely incoherent, they might as well be drunk. Just treat them like a drunk person. Don't try to go back and forth with them like they're saying anything coherent because they're not.
Hey, be nice to people.
Yeah, so the only thing that I'm saying is that I was going to pivot over to climate change because I haven't seen a climate change room. And Xerxes, you're talking about climate change, and I haven't seen a climate change room in a minute.
I thought it was global warming.
Yeah, I just don't talk about
it was global warming, and then they had to update the lie.
Well, I don't talk about it anymore because for people who don't either understand or have a firm belief in climate change, it's just there's nothing really to say at this point. And for people who do, we all know that. I mean,
So Xerxes, let me ask you two questions.
Sure.
Is the climate changing? Yes or no?
Well, the climate is always changing every day.
No. Is the climate changing? Yes or no? It's a person.
Yes.
Okay. Correct answer. Can spending more tax dollars solve it?
Well, money can't solve climate change, and we are far beyond the point of solving climate change. It is now about mitigating. One second, please let me finish my answer. So now the conversation, at least for the people in the North, needs to be about mitigating harm and potential fatalities.
But why is most of the agenda, at least from the governmental part, about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late? Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it. So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate is changing?
That's a good point.
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars or whatever fund is accrued would go to research in mitigation for harm.
But you said that
and research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But just disaster prevention
or something like
that. No, but we can't
disaster prevention and
we can't prevent it.
Not climate prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still going to be what it's going to be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but But then you said something that's even better. Yeah. You said assuming, but your parents are like Black Panthers. Like, so you're assuming. Well, first of all, you're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively, 100 years before, 200 years. All this research is our government's known to be proactive. Like you believe that the American government is proactively trying to help its citizens to.
I think that some governments maybe not our government as much.
No, I'm speaking about our government because I only know the climate lobby in our government.
Yeah,
I think you can kind of get the main idea that the climate lobby, it's the methods. The prescriptions that it gives doesn't match the illness nor the medicine. None of
the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help, your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done, it doesn't help that
much. Even Bill Gates has pulled away from the climate situation. Like it's not, and nobody cares at this point. So.
But this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see then.
When one volcano going off causes more harm to the world than a million cars.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with climate change. What goes in
the atmosphere has to do with climate.
Yeah, when Mount when erupted the last time,
we're talking.
It changed world temperature by a degree.
Yes, I understand. I know all of that stuff. When people are talking about climate change and climate science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
My point is, when one volcano can cause more destruction than all humans on Earth, then it's not an issue.
That's an insane thing to say, but you go ahead and have that statement to yourself.
I think it's
how's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating a risk, to keep the temperature 1 degree lower, but there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees, then maybe we got to think differently about this problem.
Right. So this is why I said, Jason, it's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like, how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, if we're going to take it out of America, the numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south, like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things, of these kinds of disasters, which would be at the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics. And these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are the most at risk, right? So when I listen to people talk about these things, and it's gone past a belief in climate science. You don't have to believe it in order to know that something can take you out that is because of this thing. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person that's on. Like, I don't mean you guys in the room. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person on the news saying, I didn't know that this could happen. This hasn't happened in X amount of years. I heard about this from my grandma. We're just going to rebuild. You can be that person till the end of time, until it gets you or it doesn't, whatever.
But until it gets you, or do you even understand the models that you believe in? Because none of them,
I do.
Like none of the models say that anything. Well, like you guys remember the movie 2012? You guys remember 2012? But like, none of the things in 2012, none of the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime. And even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like, what do you? Yes, this is what I mean. What are you talking about? Correct. Like none of the
So I'm talking about an increase in intensity. You're asking a question. I'm going to answer. You're asking about an increase in intensity of climatic disasters, right? An increase in the number of 1 second. I'm still speaking. What do you mean? I know it's going to be
sea levels. Listen, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold. We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us, that certain American cities won't exist. We're not talking about a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some cities aren't cities anymore. That's not true. That's not going to happen.
I mean, you can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, of course you don't say that. Projections don't show that. The science doesn't even show that.
If you rewatch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, based on studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now. But we
should not be underwater.
So tell me your experience. Yes, it does. They had the dramatic animation showing where all the cities are going to be across the country. We're all going to be underwater. He showed that animation. That was part of the...
Tell us the years.
It's crazy, and I agree with you, but that's what he put in his movie.
Tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year. Tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about what is the science?
Yeah. He's not asking you.
We're talking about the science.
He's asking what are some common predictions about that?
Oh, I don't know.
There are some sites where it already should have been underwater.
Oh, okay. Did you want to answer, David? Go ahead.
He's not gonna answer with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the tax policies in developed countries, in California, in America, Canada, Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they're accomplishing? These low population, in many cases, very low population countries, what do they think they're accomplishing by taxing gasoline at the pump? This will accomplish nothing for the climate. Zero. It will haul a bunch of money into the government.
They want people to
but that amount of money coming into the government, it's not earmarked for anything, to do with the climate. They're just spending the money, not that carbon taxes, no, they are not, David.
The gas tax,
No, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
Oh, well, that's stupid.
Okay, yeah, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish anything, They are theatrical, all right? And they are a way, though, for the government to get big, which it loves to do, The government just loves to take money and get big. That's just a natural thing for it to do, based on this climate story. And many other stories of like goodness or justice or whatever are leveraged in the same way, And that, I think, is a really fair point here, all right? You can't just be like, it's nice that the government tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, and it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, well, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump?
I would never do that. I prefer my presidents having the ability to read.
I got something. Not a question, though. That is the. I got some.
I'm just goofing around, I'm just goofing around.
No, that was so funny. So I got some ideas for this. As a landowner, I've noticed differences in the climate, increased droughts, sometimes heavier rains,
could do in my area in particular, mangrove to hold the coastline together, which is really important, and then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre, and Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass that promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently, we get 2 out of average regress from the ocean. So those are 2 things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen.
But this doesn't matter, Marshall.
If the carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Instead of caring about things that are really actually going to move the needle, not a fucking solar panel that's going to end up in a landfill that we have to destroy the plant to even mine the materials for, not a fucking windmill that's going to kill all the birds and kill all the whales, not none of those, but actual things that change the planet. We're not focusing on nuclear energy. We're not focusing on thorium reactors. We're not focusing on getting plastic out of our lives and off our planet. But instead, we're focusing on a big tidal wave that's not going to come when or how they say it's going to come.
I mean, you can't, just like I can't predict if it's going to come, you can not predict if it's not, right? So I think we should maybe stay out of the realm of
the models, the scientific models that you love show it's not.
You have this really interesting way of framing things that are intentionally antagonistic, and while I'm not provoked by them, I do find them a nuisance. I think the projected model is for 2050, and that's the one that I have learned for, 3 years.
Okay, great. So in 2050, Miami's not going to exist. Lafayette,
maybe. I mean, it's possible, right?
Yeah. So that was your answer. You said you know before. Now you found the study. So before, basically, I'm 27 now. So before 2050, yeah, I'll still be alive then, hopefully. So most of the people in the room are going to be alive when Miami is absorbed by the climate monster.
I mean, it's possible. It's also, there are a myriad of things that can happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are. But government policy can't be based on we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave that may happen or may not. You gotta have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah. So
and we gotta push back on the government when they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of it should be direct and clear about what, funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even, by way of making jobs for those communities, because somebody has to put the shit together. All good things. I just don't know. I do know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true. But I'm not saying that.
I didn't say that you. I don't want you to believe that I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years, because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about, houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because in places where people can't build strong foundations because they likely don't have a ton of materials, time, money, whatever, they just build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure, hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So, when people are talking post-Katrina about levees and stuff like this, it looks like that, right? It's not like this grandiose, nebulous, imaginary thing where the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as less rain.
You're saying it's coming in. Okay, so if it's coming in 2050, you just made an assumption. You're giving the government not an assumption. No, you said you don't know what they're doing with the money. You said that. And you gave them the benefit of the doubt, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt that, hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures, but you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted $25 billion on the homeless crisis, which is an actual crisis that's hitting now? On the real crisis that's hitting now.
Okay, NPC, relax, bro. You don't have to yell at me.
Whoa.
I'm listening.
Whoa. No, I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis. It's not frustrating yet. I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now. $25 billion gone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, $25 billion gone. And you're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind. They just need more money.
Like, it's a little bit different here where I live. So, like, climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are like as native to California as a poppy. There's a reason other than just elitism, tech bros, fintech homies, fintech regulations, and the myriad of other things that people hate California for. Like, it's also because we for a while instituted like EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country can decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But
the rest of the country wants to drive an F-150.
Bro, like the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have the floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm. There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We now know it's just harm. Instituting geological surveys for people who are buying homes, regardless of where you're buying those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying those homes. Instituting laws like these, right?
They already have those laws in places in multiple parts of the country.
Yeah, how do you mitigate an earthquake?
Oh my god!
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country already.
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned. Native.
An earthquake is going to happen if it wants to happen.
Yes, and there are ways that you can save yourself, and there are things that you should not do. Right?
Like what?
Stand next to a window, I guess.
There are building codes, David, that help mitigate actually quite a bit.
But a lot of the mitigation she's talking about has already been implemented in society already. Yes. It's not like we're zero mitigation, and then she's like,
That's not what I'm saying, though.
So we have to go hard.
It's not going to have as big of an impact.
Yeah, so we have to go hard against the government taking money for these illusory, non-definite gains. Because, NPC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that much. Okay,
Yeah.
We have basically identified the places that easily collapse and that you can't live on, and we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. Nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of places you can't.
Yeah, but everyone likes
building standards that are safe, and things like that.
And this is assuming that the tidal wave is going to come in 2050. This is still assuming that the tidal wave is going to come.
Or anything.
Or if the asteroid hits the water, then...
Oh my God.
You need to use violence, okay, in reverse it. Okay? David, stop resisting. Stop resisting, David. Okay, use force. I'll distract him and then boot him up the stage. Okay?
Oh, is that why they say that? That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's really the place. I don't really know how I got this meme.
The reason why I find this fun, someone was like, "Oh, you fun."
Yeah.
I find it really, really fun. The arguments that people make, even though they know the truth. Because Xerxes, we started this conversation by both of us agreeing. 2 questions. You got both those questions correct. We both admitted that whatever momentum the climate has, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's going to do what the climate wants to do.
The climate change that we're witnessing, and then you're going to these like really, really fringe ideas.
No, it's not fringe, bro. Like, because we exist as humans, the thing that we care about is important, right? It's why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
We just came to the conclusion that we're not stopping the catastrophe. The catastrophe is so catastrophic that the damage control that you're suggesting is going to happen won't even fucking matter because you won't be able to.
That's not true. I'm so sorry. You're not qualified to make that judgment. I just have to put that out there.
You just remembered to actually pretend to.
Xerxes, I hate to break it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
and that's the qualification you need to make decisions in this country, okay?
Yeah.
The citizens who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are sovereign here.
It's not about decisions. It's not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision.
Yeah, my vote.
I said he wasn't qualified to make that assumption.
What is your vote?
Yes, it does.
I haven't. Well, to be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that you verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make it. You literally said you've made several assumptions, and I never heard it. You made an assumption that the state would you gave the state a benefit of the doubt, which is something you called an assumption verbatim, and you said they're probably using the money. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on the things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen. I've seen
really how?
Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single cent of that money.
No, but what was the statement that you made, NPC?
Which one?
The one that we are arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the 2 questions that we agreed on. And then I started to pick your brain about, and then when I started to pick your brain, you said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and kind of assume that, hey, they're doing this, they're gonna take this.
Now fast forward to 5 minutes ago.
Okay. My only point is that, are you asking me my point?
Yes.
Hopefully. No, you gotta tell her my point.
Oh my god.
My only question is this. My only question is this. Like generally speaking, you're not a stupid person. We both know that this problem, we can't stop it anymore, no matter what we do. Knowing how inefficient the government is with money, seeing how many times the government has manufactured a crisis, absorbed the money, absorbed the power. Yeah, they do that. Black Panther, they do that. Like, your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents are.
You've never heard about manufactured crises from the government?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You never heard the term like a manufactured crisis?
I have heard that, but I don't know what you're referring to.
So, like, if you look at the word manufacture...
No, I mean, like, a specific instance. I know what it means.
A specific instance.
The whole climate change thing is a manufactured crisis.
So climate
change. Use something that isn't climate change.
No, but climate change actually is.
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
All right, I can use 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. The easiest one, fucking COVID-19. That's the easiest manufactured crisis. It was actually manufactured.
The pay gap is a manufactured
The pay gap is another manufactured crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Because when you look at men and women's wages, when you control hours of work, so she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
But Jason is also
I'm clearly not.
Relax. You're not. I'm sorry.
Let's not all fight here. Let's just everybody relax.
You literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, dip. Honestly.
Wait. Chill out. What's the attitude for? I don't know.
No, I like the fight. Don't. Don't tell them they're sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing?
Sure,
we can fight over that.
We can play that. I love my singing.
The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
That is my favorite manufactured.
I just wanted examples.
Yeah, and that's like something people talk about all the time. Another one is the shooting of unarmed black men by police. For all these liberal politicians, it's an epidemic. Turns out not to be real.
No, it's a real epidemic. It's one leading cause of death.
It doesn't happen. Okay?
Yes, it does.
No, it's not. Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for anyone.
I feel like I want to come to this phone and just sit.
He's a pseudo-ist.
Jason just wants to see more dead black people.
It's true. This is.
Wait, that wasn't you, Necro?
It's manufactured.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so NPC.
Just for the record, about
go ahead,
about 1 in 1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hands of police, according to a new analysis of deaths involving law enforcement officers. That makes them 2.5 times more likely than white men and boys to die during an encounter with.
But they are not unarmed. Okay, there was this whole thing
chat GPT
about
this though?
unarmed.
Hold on, Jason. He has to check.
Why do you guys always talk over each other? Oh my fucking god!
There's this whole thing about unarmed black men being shot by police. It doesn't happen. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's just a myth. Okay, they're overwhelmingly armed, involved in violent crime. When they get shot by police, just like everybody else who gets shot.
We all know that. Like Roland G. Fryer's study showed only 9 men in 2019 or 18. Yeah, we're well aware of that. But I do want to ask Scott if you can look this up. Can you look up the number of so you said that black boys men are 2.5 times more likely to die at the hands of the police in comparison to whites. Can you look at how much more likely black police officers are likely to be killed by a black male as opposed to a white male? Because I'm pretty sure that's going to kind of paint a really pretty picture for you.
Black folk, like we over here, just nothing. We get killed at the hands of the police, especially in states like mine. Texas, it's not a good deal, right? It sucks, and it's not a myth. And for the other guy that said it's a myth, brother, what in the world are you living in? What world are you living in?
No, he's saying unarmed black males, that is true. That is, you're about as likely to get struck by lightning.
They got killed. Cool.
Just because it's unlikely don't mean they don't happen.
But a person,
Ashton is still trying to talk. If we could just let her finish and then address her points, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead, for the folks to champion or be,
That's nothing. That's okay. No, it's not okay. Because at the end of the day, you wouldn't want it to be your family members or somebody lose their lives at the hands of the police or whatever. It always seems like somebody who is not with the sign of not only the times, but what's going on. Brother, you might want to get up and figure out what you're trying to do and say to folks. Because you cannot sit here in real life, brother, and say the stuff that you saying to black folks and say, well, your lives and what happened to you, that's just a myth. We're not trying to hear that, especially folks in the South. Please come again and try over. Like the operator says on the other line, how can I help you, operator number 1? You're number 2, and you suck. You're the weakest link. I'm sorry, brother. What you just said is just out of control.
Nice.
You cannot say this stuff.
But you guys kill each other at a disproportion. No offense when it comes to black people. I'm not trolling.
No, let's not. Because, I don't like the truth. The truth turns everybody into a liar.
Oh my God.
And this is the issue. Ashton, what he was saying was that
I just wanted to talk. That's what.
At least we want to talk to
I talk a lot, and I've been quiet for hours. You know that. You guys know that. That's not normal for Pepe. Let's be real. But I just think it's funny that when I try to just talk about this one specific topic, you have to
turn into some really bad work. It was about to turn into something bad, bro. We know you, right? Okay, so how come you've been silent all this time? As soon as we start talking about black issues, you get off your work. Literally, as soon as we start talking about black issues, we've been talking about homelessness for 2 hours. On hush mode the whole entire time. As soon as we start talking about black issues, you want to come towards the mic. It's not going to talk about.
I talked about.
We know that shit.
Bro, that's his favorite drink. Let him drink it.
We've been talking about the government of California for the past 3 hours. As we started talking about Negroes, he just remembers he has a microphone now. Go ahead, Pepe.
Well, no, you say black lives are somehow the law enforcement thinks that they are worthless, but we know that the extreme overrepresentation when it comes to black people largely murdering themselves, and they're also disproportionately more likely to attempt to kill a police officer, which means they're also probably a lot more likely to get killed during one of those attempts. I just think it's silly.
Okay. I would like to move the conversation onward. This is if we get stuck in this conversation, it's going to be the rest of the room. I don't particularly want that. Xerxes.
Xerxes, is you there? Because you said you got a record of me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out, is it like a Clubhouse record?
I refuse to center you in this conversation. If you'd like to talk about the topic, we can do that.
I kind of wanted to hit back on a couple of issues there. I was curious where, Jason is a real big expert in this particular subject. And I imagine some of your activist work is giving you some expertise. But what do you think of guns and/or gun violence? If you don't want to touch the topic, you don't have. If you don't want to touch the topic with a 20-foot pole, you don't have to. Because I shoot, I go hunting. Yeah. But I'm more of a user. Jason is more of an expert in the tradition and history that got us here. Okay. So if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to.
And where's NPC on that?
Are we talking about the blacks or something else? I don't know.
No, guns. Please don't say the blacks again.
I said the Jews earlier, so I have to show you that
I totally trusted your statement when you made it. I didn't even need an example. But Marshall asked me a question about guns. So you are...
Yeah, I'm down for guns.
Gun user?
Oh, I'm not a gun user, even though I should be.
Oh, okay. Why should you be?
Because I live in Texas, and I can walk to the gun store right now if I should.
Yeah.
Please buy a gun. Please buy a gun.
So Marshall, it's for me like everything almost always is. Especially like the technology of guns is just like watches to me. I think they're beautiful machines. But regardless of my like slightly middle class upbringing, I did have to walk through some hoods and know some people and saw some things. I know what the smell is of human flesh and bullets. Wow. And I don't particularly love it.
Are you middle upper or middle
David,
lower?
will you stop?
David, stop overpushing the audience.
That's absolutely
I swear to God.
David, shut the fuck up. God.
The next interruption winds up in the audience. I don't care.
So I think that's interesting. So you talk about hoods. I agree with you. Hoods are kind of, obviously a lot of bad things happen there.
Different lessons, yeah.
But if you look at the white non-Hispanic population in America, despite us owning more firearms than pretty much any other white ethnic group in the world, our homicide rate is almost on par with that of Western Europe. It's actually lower than that of Eastern Europe. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I don't think our guns are really the problem. Now, if we were to look at, I'll just.
Our guns.
There's kind of a problem that follows population.
I'm so sorry. 1 second, Bebe. Yes. Do you mean our guns, the white people? Our guns, the United States.
Our guns, white people in the United States.
Okay.
So comparing populations like to Europeans. Which it's very hard for them to have guns in most countries.
Yeah.
We're going right
we
back.
Still have a homicide rate, that's about the same as theirs, despite us having millions and millions of guns. However,
I love you to death, but I'm not trying to smuggle the other conversation back into this.
This is not what I'm doing. This is not what I'm doing. But if you're going to have a common sense conversation about gun control, who's committing the crimes, where are they being committed? Okay, you have to look at all of it.
We haven't even gotten that far down the line. What all she said was, I know what the smell of flesh and bullets are. Yeah. And then we interrupted her. Right? She please, finish what you were saying.
It sounded like she was done.
Yeah.
No, she was not. That's part of the explanation.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I think the Constitution rocks. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome that it's a living document that can change and serve more and more people every day. And inside of that is the right for people to, exercise their Second Amendment, and I get that. I would never argue against that because it would be a slippery slope for people to argue against my rights as well. But I think the thing I don't enjoy is what psychologically what guns or having guns can do to people who are already slightly detached in this way, right? So there's a different kind of intention or motivation or action you can take, or that guy who died on my lawn when I was a kid, I just watched him die. I lived down the street from a police station, maybe 5 blocks away. It took them 90 minutes to respond because of the place that I lived in. No, this was a Hispanic kid. He had gotten shot in the chest, and the smell was real weird. You could smell it. I closed the windows and just watched because I'm a fucking weirdo like that. And by the time they got to him, he was not responsive and all those things, and it was kind of sad. I don't know. I guess I would compare it to watching. Actually, I would compare it to watching any kind of other animal die. Just watching life like that. I never really had seen something like that before. Not in a movie. It's not an experience that I enjoy. And if I know that there are weapons on Earth that can do that, whether they be knives or guns or whatever, I'd rather just not. I know there's an argument about protecting yourself and what are you going to do and all this stuff. But I mean, this is just what I've chosen for myself.
I just want to give it. I did just look it up. ChatGPT it. So black people are 3.6 times more likely to kill the police. So that's actually a lot more than are likely to be killed by the police.
Don't smug the rest of the conversation.
People or something? What's going on?
No, he's an
edgelord. He's just an edgelord.
I haven't had the black conversation much. Come on, guys. It's like kind of died. Even under died out. So I kind of
you're supposed to rebrand what you're doing. I see this one we was talking about the other day. Like you gotta. You know what I'm saying?
So Xerxes, you know why we might need another war? You know why we might need another depression? Because good times create people who think like you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a natural way. Mm-hmm. So what happens is, there's this one saying, perfect is the enemy of good. Perfect is the enemy of good. Let's use every single situation. You remember how when we're talking about climate change, the beginning of it, we're both talking about, hey, even if we did do anything, it wouldn't fucking matter anyway. Even if we did the most we can do, it's not going to change the outcome. The same thing with fucking guns in the United States. The same. We said that no matter what we do as humans, it's been proven by science.
You can't stop the disaster. Right.
Yeah, we can't stop it. And that's kind of what I'm seeing with gun control, is the way that we talk about it. So you're talking about a little kid who got shot. So if I'm against gun control now, I'm agreeing with the kid who got shot, acting like if we took the guns away, there's no ability to take the guns away. And even if we took all the guns away, these people called criminals. And let me tell you something about criminals. Mm-hmm. You get a lot longer in jail for killing somebody than owning an illegal firearm. But people kill people all day. It's actually illegal to kill people. I don't know if you knew that, but it's actually illegal to kill people. It hasn't really stopped anyone, though. It hasn't really stopped a lot of people from killing a lot of people.
That's the funny thing is you'd see these little gang member like teenagers in Chicago, and what I'll notice is that obviously it's illegal to carry a handgun concealed without a permit. You're not going to. They probably have records. Some of them are of age, some of them aren't. So they're carrying illegally. They have high-capacity magazines, illegal. Then they have this nifty little device, a switch that you can install on the back plate of a car.
And some of us call it a dick.
Which makes it fully automatic. Now that's a federal law that you're breaking. And so you automatically, that's like up to close to 10 years in prison. Now, they do not give a fuck. Like, they are going to have their guns. I mean, and trying to, like, I don't... It seems like it's a people problem.
I'm gonna go through, because I'll be quick. So number one is criminals don't follow laws. That's why they're criminals. And it turns out that killing a person is a way bigger crime than owning an illegal firearm, and have no problem doing both. The second thing is, like, let's say you had a Thanos glove, and you say, okay, snap, all the guns are gone. The guns from Canada and Mexico would just pour in anyway, because we're not landlocked like Australia. So doing a buyback program won't work because we're not an island. And then the third thing, which is the biggest thing, is that we are the largest arms manufacturer on the planet. How can you live in the chocolate factory but no one has chocolate? That's what we're talking. The very inception of the United States is a warrior arms culture. To remove guns from the United States is moving a wing from a bird. It just worked. It won't help anyone, and it won't help that young Mexican child from not being shot.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if anybody was arguing that, though.
Can I just ask one question to Marshall, real quick? All right.
Yeah, of course, man. What's up?
Everyone, just want to say hello to everyone.
By the way, I just want to say I removed Pepe.
Nice.
I hit my racist threshold.
I just couldn't. It was so weird.
I was just.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Pepe.
But Pepe has been like less racist than usual.
Xerxes wasn't nice to me. Wasn't really nice to me.
I mean, I got a concussion a year and a half ago. I'll probably forget all of this ever happened. So, go on, Keith. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I hope you're kidding about that. My son plays football. I don't want one concussion to fuck his memory up. You know.
Oh. I'll let you live in fantasy then.
Damn, just one? All right.
Just one.
I'm going to pray for you. And
thanks.
That's crazy.
It's all good. I just get to live in the moment more.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I wanted to ask Marshall one question. And that question was, how does he feel about what Trump's trying to do with this FISA thing by, kind of pushing back on some of the privacy-protected rights that we have by the Fourth Amendment, that Trump himself was a proponent of, these FISA restrictions as they exist now. But now he's asking that they make a vote on this, and it leads me to believe, Marshall, that I don't know, he's expecting some kind of blowback. And that's why he wants to do like mass surveillance. But I want to know what your thoughts are. Thank you very much.
Violence of who and why? Mass surveillance? Repeat that again?
Looks like Marshall left.
Anyone else care to, or maybe it's something that's uninteresting.
My bad. I wasn't even listening.
Yeah, you said Marshall. I stopped listening.
Yeah, that's what you said, Marshall.
All good.
Mass surveillance, folks.
Yeah, well, Trump is compelling people, especially the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to get some of his, political cohorts, if you will, to vote on this law that will repeal some of the protections in the FISA court. And Trump once, came out against this sort of thing because of what happened to him in 2016 with the whole Russiagate stuff, which there was some validity to that. But either way, now Trump is saying, basically mass surveillance, repeal back these, take back some of these restrictions. And I wanted to know what your take was on that. Why would he do something like that when he was once against it and everyone else is?
Oh, you mean why would Trump lie?
What the FISA stuff, man. Like, why is he saying like we should give up our rights for mass surveillance? Why is Trump saying
because he's the president?
Sure, no president's ever said that.
You said what?
No president's ever done this.
That's not true. Other presidents have done it, but they're just not. They just don't. They just don't call themselves out when they're doing it, but they've most definitely done it and put it into law. It is actually the precedents that was set by other presidents, which gives him the power to do this.
Presidents setting precedents?
Precedents. A president setting precedents. Yeah, that's a fucker right there. But, yeah.
Peter Piper picked it back to peppers.
Amazing alliterations, head ass. But yeah, I mean, when he's not in office, he's incentivized to say anything to get in office. When he's in office, he's incentivized to survive, which means doing every single thing that the deep state wants him to do, which is increase the surveillance state that has already been. We live in a surveillance state; it's already over. Like us, it's too late. It's too late. We could have fought it, but it's way too late to fight it at this point.
If you have nothing to hide, then why are you worried?
I mean, that's the same thing that the KGB would say, but
yeah, no, we don't want to. That's the same thing China say.
Literally. They call it a sphere of accountability.
I'll give you one quick story. When I went to Shenzhen to visit a factory, and I was with my factory members. No, but so we went to downtown Shenzhen.
Wait, is this over there?
Yeah, so we were downtown Shenzhen, and we were hanging out, and it's whatever. And then 1 year later, I come back to Shenzhen, and they installed these cameras at every single intersection in downtown Shenzhen. But this time, when I went to have drinks with my factory owner, he refused to cross the street unless it turned into a green light. And I was like, let's just cross. What's the deal? He's like, no, because the cameras now will know if I cross the street when it's not green. So we had to sit in the corner, even though there's no cars, because, the CCP was installing all these cameras, and they have all these credit scores and shit like that. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole of the government monitoring things like that. And he was scared. He was like, no, I can't do it.
Good times.
It was more fun when there was no cameras. After the cameras came in, he was more reserved.
You're in a country, it's kind of like Dubai and other places I've been. You can't just do what you want. Can't run across the street. Can't yank posters off the wall. You can't do whatever you want in many countries around the world. Forget Republican and Democrat, all that stuff goes out the window. You do what you told when you told, and you go to other countries. And if they say on the double, you have to what you get where you need to go, and those kinds of things.
Wait. So how come when the white man tells us what to do, we get mad though?
Wow.
Because in other countries, in other countries, we can't smoke reefer, we can't do shit.
Hey, you're in another country, you get on a plane, you do what you're told over there. You can't go over there talking about me, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Man, do you know what Dubai will do to you? You steal something over there, dude? Man, you better wake up.
Cut off your head.
Yeah, you can't even have certain conversations in public. You can't cuss in public. You can't do none of that shit that you will get away with here.
Yeah, I remember when I went to the Dubai Mall, and when you walk in, there's no shoes, no shirt, no service kind of thing. So they had these at the entrance to the mall, and it said a big cross across two people holding hands. It's no public signs of affection. So when you're walking to the mall, you're not supposed to
unless
it's your girlfriend or anything.
But you can kiss your boyfriend though, right?
On the cheek, though, no tongue.
Yeah, no.
Not over in Dubai or somewhere, dude. You trying to get killed? They trying to tell you.
No, Israel, they have tongue.
Over there?
No, that's a greeting. Over there, the men greet each other with a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah, see, I remember when George H.W. went to Saudi Arabia, and he was holding hands with the prince or the king at the time. People were like, oh, that's so weird. It's like, no, that's custom. That's what you do over there.
Do what you told and listen up. Some people come on these places like Mexico. You can't shout at the police and throw stuff at them. Just give them $300 American. You on your way and you gone. You don't have to say what for.
What if you give them $250? What if you give them?
No, it's less than that.
Mexico though. That's Mexico. That may work, but that's usually a good deal. Don't argue with them. Don't do all that crossing your arms and all that. That ain't gonna help you. Hell no. You better stay alive and look alive. You go to other countries. They got checkpoints and stuff, and if they may stop your car. Dubai is not necessarily like that. You drive on the same side of the road, kind of like you do in America, but they may have a checkpoint here and there for drinking. You can't go outside of certain checkpoints, and if you're caught with alcohol, you may find yourself sitting in a jail cell somewhere over there, and I ain't talking about no midnight ticket.
They're very strict about that. Absolutely, yeah.
It sounds pretty.
The last time
they're racist for pulling you over. See how far you get with that.
When I was in Cancun, when I was in college, it only took $20 to bribe the police to let me go.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago.
That was 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago.
And the price is up.
Yo, there's no difference between American money and regular money in fucking Cancun, Cozumel. Man, your American dollars are... You might as well just be in America because there's no discount, nigga.
It's about $60 to grab it. Depends on what you do.
Depending on where you at.
It's about 60 American.
Nah, that's like 100. Some people be getting hit for that hundo.
Yeah, I was just in Rosarito like 2 weeks ago, man. You know.
Oh yeah, that's Rosarito.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Everywhere, bro. Just all the restaurants.
You asked to ask a question. Yeah.
There needs to be someone popular needs to do a room on this, like open, just pseudo intellectual shit. But just, do y'all believe in democracy for real? Like, do y'all think that democracy?
We're not a democracy.
In application, yes. In our practice, no.
We're a
republic. It's a democratic republic, nonetheless. So, you can't forget about the word democracy and what we have, because in some forms and fashions it works just like democracy does. So we look at the local level, like the school board and shit like that. The school board is all people, all moms at the school, bro. And they have kids there, by and large, and they make shit better. That's the people from the community electing someone.
What does the school board even do?
Yeah, let's say you get shitty lunches, right? Because you're going to that doesn't provide good food.
My class president said.
Wait, let him tell you. What the fuck?
Then David's gonna be like, then I was somewhere in Costa Rica. We get it, David. You're a road traveler, okay? You're a vagabonder, okay? But when you go on your long soliloquies about where you've been, we don't cut you off, bro. So I would like the same respect, and I would love to hear more about your travels. You should write a book about it. But either way, just like I was saying, I lost my train of thought. Thanks a lot, fucking David. Thanks a lot.
I apologize.
I'm out, man. I'm sorry. I gotta go to practice anyway.
Why are you so fucking emotional, family? His emotions ain't regulated because, like, he doesn't have too much to drink.
My therapist says,
fuck you and your therapist. How about that?
That guy was speaking, man, and he was going to talk about what the school board did, and he left. So what the school board does is very important. They help to bring dollars per pupil into the school. States have charged so many dollars per child. They try to keep budgets above board. Some school boards have lost their jobs here in Texas because they've even got taken over because they cannot meet, certain graduating requirements and all these other things. And so when they are integral in also providing structure as far as making sure proper food and meal plans are put together. If you have people with disabilities and all that other kind of stuff, public schools and school boards within that make sure that public and federal laws are followed when it comes to folks with disabilities and those without. If you got regular students and they don't want to participate in, say, a religious program, then they can go to the school board to opt out. So those school boards give students also something to go to. So that's important to be involved in your school. And even if you don't have kids, you may have a house and you pay tax dollars. You still might want to get involved because your taxes still go to the school. So those are things you can't opt out of. Those are things you might want to participate in, especially something dealing with your taxes. I would say the school is one of those things, regardless of what you got going on. Try and find out how that affects you. School boards are important. Democrat or Republican, they help you.
We also manage communications between, the public and the individual schools and stuff like that to make sure that there's a relationship between the communities that these schools are in and the staff, which is very important.
So what does the school board actually do, though?
Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? I don't think you want to know. I don't think you want to know. I really don't think you even want to know.
No, when I went to high school, we had a curriculum and we had a thing. I never met anybody on the school board. So I don't know what they do.
Because you won't meet them at the school board. Because guess what? You won't meet them in school because they work for the school board. So they're in a whole different location, in a different tier, and operate in a different atmosphere. So you ain't no fucking goddamn school hallway because they're at the school board. They got their own building.
Right. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's overblown. The whole school board thing is overblown.
Because
you overblown.
If you don't go to school, dude, are you in like what grade are you in? Let's back up, brother. You go to school. If you go to a school, they have a breakdown of the school board and what it does. I suggest you take your butt down there and go grab a manual and plop your butt at the table, and you need to start reading what they do, because that's crazy. If you're my age, 30, 40 years old, and you don't know what the hell is going on. You cannot be my age and sit up here and tell these people, oh my God, I don't know what a school board does because they're not in the hall. They're not in a hall because the man sat here and told you that they're in a building, some kind of administrative building or municipal building. Got it, dude?
Well,
do you understand?
Like you go to school. I live in New Jersey right now, and the state of New Jersey sets curriculum, sets rules and governance for local school districts. So, like, if the state is setting the rules, then I don't understand what rules the school board is doing then.
Oh boy, brother, watch this. The word auspices. You know what that means? Let that sink in your head. If you're up under that, everything else follows. So if the state has rules, that means the school board has to follow or implement state rules, so on and so forth, and community standards and all that other stuff. There's a community standards manual as well, or you might need to read that. It talks about what they do in the community, who and why they serve, or who they work with, such as putting together security plans and all kinds of other things for the school.
I don't know. It sounds like we're paying people for doing nothing.
Well, you know what? Vote to dismantle yours. Wherever the fuck you at, I want you to goddamn advocate for dismantling the school board where you at and see how the fuck that work out for you.
Well, my mayor is a Democrat.
Drunk and not knowing what the hell they talking about. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Okay.
Retarded. That's so nice. Oh, we don't say the R word.
Retarded ass motherfucker.
Oh, come on, yeah. He said it again. Hey, auspices, actually, isn't that some kind of a bird? Auspices?
Shit.
You know, the ostrich. The ostrich is my favorite bird.
You talking about the osprey.
It's ostrich.
Bro, there's other animals that start with the letter O other than the ostrich. You probably don't know because you don't even know what the fuck a school board is.
Yes, an ostrich will start with an O, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I thought.
Wait, this guy is no shit. David, you don't know none of this shit. Well, he's like a Cancun partier, and he done drunk like most of his knowledge away. So I don't think at one point he probably did know some shit, but right now,
for the record, I do have 2 PhDs.
Yes, and you don't know what a school board is. But think of that, Kendall. Think of this though. You have 2 PhDs and don't know simple shit.
Yo, can I chime in?
Yes.
Donald Trump needs to resign, absolutely, right? He is being controlled by Israel, and he's being controlled because he's a pedophile.
Yes.
That guy needs
Allegedly, you have to say
This is America first.
Yes.
This is America first.
Yes.
Fuck MAGA. We are done with MAGA because MAGA just stuck on Israel's dick.
Wow.
We are done with Israel. We are done with Epstein elite. We are America.
You want to take this, Elnor?
It's Epstein. It's Epstein.
Why do you have to yell, Alpha? We can hear you.
Because I'm a passionate patriot. I love my country. I love my country.
What country is that?
America.
No, it's pronounced America.
No, your country country, hold on. Look out. I owe him one. Your country is Somalia, and they're suffering a crisis at an unprecedented rate, and it's beyond human health.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
And you know that it's Nathan. You are a goddamn pedophile, boy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Alpha. Look, man, before you criticize America, do something about your country. Thank you. Have a good one.
I mean, we gave you guys Somaliland.
Yes. Do they have television in Somalia?
You didn't give shit, motherfucker.
No, but I heard Trump endorsed Somaliland.
Yeah, but you're not a part of that. You're not a part of any kind of administration or authority in this country. So we didn't do shit.
You didn't know David is high ranking in the government?
I mean, I give a lot of money to them.
I hope he's not knowing what the school board is. I'll promise you, if he's a high-ranking official, it's because you're probably going to be a fucking Führer.
For the record, I knew what a school board was. I just said I don't understand the purpose of the school board. For the record.
You don't know what it does. Bro, you don't know the functionality. You barely understand. You probably know what the word school board means, but if you don't know what the function is, you don't know what the fuck it is.
Well, I said
the functionality, Dave, of the auspices.
I sit on a board, but we do more important things than whatever the school board people do.
What's more important than understanding?
I'm not gonna say.
Creating all kinds of operations and bullshit, fucking people. Is that what you do?
We make money for a lot of people.
Like who?
I'm not gonna say.
Like the Federal Reserve? Like the Federal Reserve?
No, I'm not a vice chairman, no. Our governor, sorry, no.
Hey, Nathan, quick question. How come you claim to be FBA, but you coon so much? Why? That nigga ain't FBA.
So most people who sit here...
Wow, don't say the N-word.
That's the other nigga.
Say the N-word.
I'm the biggest coons in the Dodge Lane. I bet you voted for Kamala times.
I never voted for no Kamala Harris, you faggot.
Yeah, I have like one or two black friends, and they all didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh my God! You got one or two black friends. They say because I live in Seattle that somehow everybody in Seattle is liberal. Like I don't call this liberal paradigm, Nathan. Just answer the question: why are you such a cool? But you claim to be FBA?
Like in Seattle, butt naked. That's what you do in Seattle. You ride around.
Oh no, I've never done that shit. But then Nathan, you claim to be FBA, but you cool so much on this app.
Can I try and leave?
Dick riding the pedophile piece of shit.
Oh my God, what did I come back to?
Allegedly.
You got molested or something like that.
I've never been molested. You usually cats that are molested, they sound like Nathan.
You got to support a pedophile.
My name is Nathan, and I really think that Donald Trump is the best thing ever in the history of this country. What's your real name? His name is Barbosa. I remember you, bro.
Nathan, you're a coon forever in a day.
Okay, sure. My grandfather held it up.
Hey, no, you're a coon forever today, but you're FBA. Make that make sense.
Sir, who are you? I don't even know who you, brother. You changed.
There are foundational Black Americans that could be called or considered coons.
Well, you're looking at one right now. His name is Nathan the Great, and he even got that coon ass smile that a lot of these niggas have.
Oh,
This is their smile on the camera. No fucking. No, but think of this though. You have no beard on your fucking face. Smooth face, smiling with your teeth. That's what samples do, man.
Oh my gosh, samples. This is crazy.
You know what?
You guys are actually friends?
I take my tomahawk and scalp the fuck out of him.
You know your ex-wife, right? The man who took her, right? He probably looks like me. That's why you hate me so much.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Ex-wife, but then you call him a man. Ain't that a bitch?
I think
that's how you know this dude got weird fucking fantasies. Transgender loving ass motherfucker.
So what got you guys into this strife? How'd you guys start arguing?
Because he's a cool. I can't stand this dude. Every time he's in one of these rooms, he's always doing some Sambo handkerchief head ass shit. Every time in these rooms.
Did you say handkerchief head?
Yeah, that's
oh my god.
You're not saying anything. We can debate about it, but the only thing you're doing is acting like a little girl.
Acting like a little girl. I'm just calling you out.
You're doing name calling.
You sound.
Just calling people names.
You said
For the record, little boys call people names as well.
You can't even have a real debate because I out debate you and hurt your feelings.
You never out debate me. So okay, you want to lay out a topic? What's happening?
I call you names, you call me names. So
no, I just don't like race traitors like you. You know what I mean?
And that's a race.
But then wait, it's like the black cops community, right? Them niggas are a bunch of fucking FBI informants. But then here it is, they call themselves black conscious and they for the black people. They're locking up black people.
So you guys have had run-ins before?
Yeah, man, like
I really don't really know him. I think that kind of roasted him one time. He got his butt.
You never roasted me before. You've been roasted 20 times over.
I make him look stupid.
You always go up in 40 acres and a mule, acting an ass, and I have to check your retarded ass.
Oh no, don't say that word.
I can't say retard. Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, bro. You make yourself look bad. You from Seattle. You should know better.
You make yourself look bad. You know, you're from Seattle.
You should know better than that, bro.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Man, I know you voted for Kamala.
This is crazy.
This nigga talking about
why the fuck would I vote for Kamala? Why?
Just be a man, bro. Just be a man.
I mean, voting for Kamala Harris means what? Because I never voted a day in my life because I know the shit is rigged.
Oh my god. Now you find somebody that can.
This shit is, what do you mean? This whole fucking political party system, all this shit is fucking, these are selections, not elections, motherfucker.
Selections and elections. So wait, Char, you don't, is it Char?
Yes, it's like Char.
Oh, Char, like Charmander?
Yeah, call him Charmander.
No, not Charmander.
Yeah. You know Charmander be like
something about anime.
Wait, hold up. You watch so many anime.
You did it too good. I know you.
Wait, hold up. You watch anime. You don't even know who this character is. That's funny.
I never voted a day in my life.
No, yeah, I don't know who it is.
Who is it?
It's somebody from Gundam.
Yeah, Gundam to destroy the Earth.
I'm gonna call you Gundam guy. So like, you don't even vote in like.
Drop a comment on the Earth too. You know, a lot of these people need to die. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, Gundam man, you don't vote in local elections either?
No. I mean, because I found that they're rigged as well. Like, you know, look, when it comes to the mayors, when it comes to the governors,
man, she stopped listening after that. I ain't gonna lie.
Why you doing political debates?
You can't choose for me. I was listening to
you. I mean, you can look. You can vote in your school board leader and whatnot. You can do all that, but when it comes to like people who have the federal government under the tentacle, no, I just don't believe in it. I've seen through it. I've done my research, and I see that this is nothing but a charade. This is an act.
Okay.
You know, I mean, and you have, you know, clowns like Nathan who believe in characters and actors named Trump who doesn't really run this country. You know,
he doesn't run the country.
He really don't.
Lil Nate, fight back, Lil Nate. He don't vote, Lil Nate.
Hey, no, think of it so. If there's a company, you know that the president of the company doesn't own the company, right? You understand that, right? You understand that the president doesn't own a company, it's just a title, right? Like, when real rulers were called kings and pharaohs and all this other shit. Or sultans and shit. In today's time, you have prime ministers and you have presidents. That doesn't mean that you dictate parts of the country, bro. All you are is a stand-in. You're like it's like a ventriloquist that has a doll, and you're the doll that the ventriloquist use, right?
No, dude. They are the dolls.
Hold on, let Nate get up. Hey, Lil Nate, remember he don't vote.
In the last 90 days, how many drugs have you taken, Jar?
Never tried no drugs in my life.
Never meet this dude. Like,
bro, I'm
nothing
trying to
but
throw you the alley oop, and you talking about drugs? Like, come on, man.
You can't help this dumbass, man. Can't help this simple nigga, man.
Okay, so like, Charlie, in your community, do you care about things changing, or like, if you do, like, how do you enact change in your community without?
I look at it from a biblical, prophetic aspect. This country is Babylon the Great. In this place, I mean, according to the scriptures, right, it's going to be nuked off the face of everybody, different countries.
Wow.
And one of the countries that is the one that is the country that they're going to war with right now. But it's going to be a coalition. So, I mean, my thing is, listen, what this world's about. I'm just going to live my life. And when things shut down, like, you know, the power grid going out and blackouts happening, martial law happening, I mean, hopefully the Most High save me about it. That's the only thing I'm going for. If I have one, I'm not going to say it to a federal agent like David.
Don't forget the zombies are coming too. You gotta watch out for them.
Zombies. You know, oh no, there's gonna be literal zombies, motherfuckers. When you're starving like a motherfucker, like what's gonna happen?
I never wanted a gun until I watched The Walking Dead, and I was like, oh, maybe
it's crazy. You know, you claim to be a Jew, but what happened in 70 AD? Motherfuckers were eating their
zombies came in 70 AD. Am I getting warm?
Yeah.
I think Norm is Jewish.
Norm was an Ashkenaz /
No, I'm not
Ottoman Turk.
No, I'm a
You're an Ottoman Turk. You're
not an Ottoman Turk.
Wait, is Ashkenaz
You're from the house of Esau now.
No, we killed Amalek.
You don't think is that a bad house? Is that a bad house?
Amalek is still living. What do you mean?
You gotta study you got upside down.
Char's a black Israelite. I've never heard of the term black Israelite ever used by
Hebrew Israelite. Black
Hebrew Israelite. Yeah, what that is.
Oh, you're an
That's what the FBI calls.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the FBI is a bunch. Yeah, the FBI.
People, black people.
No, my father's native and my mother's black. So technically, yeah,
your father's native. Running bullshit.
Your father's Amalek.
Wow.
Your father's Amalek in the chief house of Esau that the Most High has an indignation forever.
My dad is Seymour, bro.
Yeah, you're a
father's name is Seymour.
Don't call me bro, pal.
Don't call me.
I never called you bro, dummy.
What's that now? What's that now? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Normal.
Yes, sitting bullshit.
You're nothing.
I know.
You're nothing right now.
Be nice.
You hate me, Rob.
Oh, why? So wait, if I don't be nice, you're gonna report me to the FBI? Oh no, I'm scared of the FBI. Faggot Boys Incorporated.
Oh boy.
No, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that.
Now fuck the FBI, man. I've had these pieces of shit, you know what I'm saying, try to send agents my way, and I fucking blew them off now. You know what I mean?
You're a tough guy.
You know, like, I mean, shit, if you don't send motherfucking agents, at least have motherfuckers that actually know how to fucking no guerrilla.
You know, I want to be you when I grow up.
Yeah, the FBI is a scumbag organization.
I mean, I like the name my parents gave me. David, I think is a good name.
It's a good one.
It's kind of generic.
Well, my parents said they named me because of for biblical reasons.
Yes,
like King David, the author of the Psalms.
I mean, well, you know, as a Christian, as a Catholic, we have different interpretations of.
You're a Catholic.
You agree that King David wrote the Psalms?
King David was a good person, yes.
Such curious people.
I remember doesn't understand that David didn't write.
Yeah, because you know,
majority of them.
Yeah, well, Norm, like I believe in the Pope. I believe in the Pope. Even our current, more liberal Pope. But yeah,
know his name?
What's that? Yeah, of course, Pope Leo. Yeah, of course.
I was just say his name?
First black pope.
He's not black.
He's not black.
He really isn't.
He's from Chicago, but he's not black. No.
I hate the Roman Catholic Church. They're a bunch of murderers.
He's Creole.
Is he really Creole?
Yes.
The Rosicrucians.
Wow, I thought he was born in Chicago, or he just lived in Chicago.
He was born in New Orleans.
Okay,
He moved to Chicago.
Definitely isn't black, though.
When I was in New Orleans, there was like some of these voodoo people, and they definitely freaked me out.
Why? If you believe in your Catholic God, you should have nothing to fear, right?
You know who the God of the Catholic Church is?
The same God as everybody else's. God's only one.
Oh no, it's not. It's not the God of the Bible. It's not the God of the Torah, the Old Testament, New Testament.
They have one God. You believe in more than
the God that they worship is Dagon.
That's like the
God that they worship.
Believe in more than one God.
The God that they worship is Dagon.
Really?
Right.
David, is that right?
God, which is the reason why the damn Pope wears the same fish head.
Well, first of all, don't say the D word.
That's so crazy.
Don't say the D word.
Fish head is crazy.
Dagon? Dagon is who they worship. They worship all that
you said
Babylonian deities.
You said D-A-M.
Like
Wait, David, check this out. According to genealogical research, Pope Leo David, born Robert Prevost, has documented African American roots. Research by historian Jari Honora indicates that his maternal grandparents were Afro-Creoles from Louisiana who identified as black or quote-unquote mulatto before passing as white in Chicago. He's the first American pope, and he has not publicly commented on his ancestry.
Okay, well, that's
Howard Nathan.
Still not black.
Okay, with all due respect,
the Sirens are calling you out.
With all due respect, I mean, if
I said the Sirens are calling you out.
Yeah, okay.
I gotta go.
Norm, 2 seconds, Norm. If our Pope, who I do respect, is black, that's okay. That doesn't change my feelings.
That's okay. That's crazy.
Come on,
yes, he's. God chose him to be our Pope, so it's okay. So whether he's black or not black or whatever, Harry Connick Jr., who's very white, is also from New Orleans.
Yes.
He's my favorite singer.
Does he have black ancestry, like Pope Leo?
No.
Oh shit, Marshall's here.
Well, like, not genetically.
Oh, it's Charlie. How's it going?
Oddly enough, his dad was pretty...
Harry Connick?
Racist, interesting man.
Who's racist?
Harry Connick Jr.?
Yeah.
He played a role in a World War II movie about B-17. It's called The Memphis Belle.
Was that in Durkin? Or was that Durka?
I don't know what you're saying, David.
No, Marshall's right. He played that actor in that one movie.
He's in a lot of movies. Hope Floats, Copycat, Independence Day. Mm-hmm.
But he's also like a musician.
He is a fantastic jazz vocalist. That is correct.
Norm, you appreciate this. I was in I was at the Birdland Jazz Room in New York City off of Times Square, and your boy came in and did a set, a quick set.
Who's his boy?
Harry Connick. Yeah. This is years ago though.
Is that your boy?
We all talking about that. So I was there seeing Pharaoh Sanders, and then I went down to his what do you call it room? His green room? What do you call that thing? Anyway, went down there tiny, and it was filled with smoke. They were all getting high. This is Pharaoh Sanders, this great jazz saxophonist. So his agent was saying, "Listen, man, you gotta lower your fees, man. It's like a recession going on." And so Pharaoh said, "Don't tell me about no recession. Don't apply to me."
Yeah, when I was there, as somebody, I'm a pianist, right? I love playing the piano. So like whenever there is like a jazz session with a piano, like it definitely riles me up. And
because you get to play, is it a jam?
No, I wasn't playing. No, but I just appreciate the. I used
jazz piano.
No, but I used to growing up. I'm not trying to flex, but yeah, we had a grand piano.
Don't worry, I'm not in place. Musicians are cool, bro.
Yeah, so like my parents forced me to learn piano, and then I took it's like.
Are you Asian?
No.
Okay.
He's a small head.
What is a small head?
Catholic.
Yeah, so I'm Roman Catholic. I like the Pope.
Roman Catholic
is a racist way of referring to Jews because we cover our heads.
How's that racist?
Oh, was it yarmulke?
Oh, yeah, that is racist. It's not called a yarmulke. It's called a kippah, right?
Well, kippah is one word and yarmulke is another.
Or how about this? I call them Saturn worshippers because that's
Whoa.
Saturn is my planet.
Can you imagine this guy can't even say the word Satan? Now that's the level of dumbness we have.
Is that what you're trying to say?
What is he talking about? This dude's dumb. So Xerxes, the reason why I call him Saturn is because that black cube represents the god of death, which when you're dealing with Saturn in Roman mythology, that's what he is.
Okay.
Whenever you see that, see a black cube or see cubes and shit, that's a esoteric reference to Saturn. And that's what these.
That's so interesting. So there's a movie, and I don't know, Norm, if you've seen this movie, but it's quite old. What is it called? It's called Pi. No, it's called Pi.
I know Darren.
Oh, Pi is good.
Yeah.
So,
and everybody.
Chara, I think you should watch that movie. You probably be like, "Yup, see, I fucking told you." It's a good movie.
It's called Pi.
Yeah, so like the thing that you just described, the little cube thing, the only way that I know that this is related to Jewish people in any way is from this movie.
It's not related to Jewish people in any way.
Hey.
It's not? What's the cube thing that they have in the movie? They like put it on their head.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Wow.
Whoa, David, you didn't know that? Whoa.
It's not for Jewish people.
No. Why is your voice going lower?
David, why are you so effeminate?
He's not. He's very masculine.
He has like kind of a little bit of a tiny voice, a little bit.
Oh, that's funny.
Growing up, I had a linguist as a teacher. So
why? Did you have speech impediments when you were young?
No, but my parents wanted to make sure that I was, I grew up having like kind of a New York accent, and my parents wanted me to get it out of me, so yeah, I had a linguist.
Oh, that sucks. New York accents are cool.
Well, sometimes sound like it, but yeah, but now like my accent is very neutral.
Kinda.
I don't know. I don't know, Norm, are you from the East Coast?
I'm from New York, man.
Yeah. Can you tell
New York.
in him? Can you hear it in him? Yeah.
Can you now tell by his accent?
Who? Norm's?
Have an accent.
Norm.
Y'all that have an accent.
No, honey, you super do have an accent.
I'm not your honey, buddy.
Ain't nobody talking to you, David. Stop trying to insert yourself. It's okay.
Yeah, it's super strong accent. I think I might be the only one from the East Coast without an accent.
Who are you, Anthony Bourdain?
No, it's just my PTR.
I know, I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of his.
So was I.
Was.
There are a couple of biographies of him which are worth looking at, and I don't know. Have you seen everything he's ever made? It's almost every single episode.
Norm, can I ask you a personal question?
I watched a lot of his content.
Dogs.
Norm, have you ever been to his French restaurant in
Leal? Sure.
Yeah.
Way back, yeah.
Yeah. Can you give us like a quick synopsis? Was it good? Was it like
It was
anything?
just okay. It was not special.
And this was before he was famous, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
He was a recovering heroin addict.
Santiago, you're off mute, sir.
Santiago, go ahead, deal.
And that was a French restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whose restaurant?
Anthony Bourdain.
I've never actually been to, like, did he have any, like, really, like, after, when he became famous, like, did he have any, like, notable restaurants?
No, I think he was glad to stop doing that. He was more of like a
travel artist. He was a travel artist, a travel writer, and a travel.
Yeah.
So,
but the stuff is like next level. It's like cinema. It's really well done.
Yeah, I remember, like, so I've been to Le Bernardin, like, and that was, like, one of his good friends,
Eric Repair, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. I remember, like, so I ate at that restaurant, and it's amazing, by the way. I definitely recommend it. But yeah, I've never.
Le Bernardin is amazing.
No, I was gonna say, like, I would never have gone there.
Hot dogs, and then when you're not with me, you go to Le Bernardin. Okay.
Yeah, but you know, I would never have gone there without knowing, you know, what.
I'll go after David. I have a question for Norman. Norman.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Monica, with 1K.
Thank you. It's nice to be seen. The article at the top. What grade would you currently give Trump?
Out of what? On what scale?
A through F.
A through F? I'd give him a B.
So this morning in Politically Correct, they were saying 30% of the country don't approve of the war in Iran. And I'm like, bro, or Trump's approval rating, or I don't know what it was. And I was like, well, that means 70%.
He has one big thing. His approval rating has never dipped below George W.'s. George W. has, I think, the lowest approval rating on record for any modern president. And Donald Trump sits between like 39 and 45%, if I'm recalling correctly.
When did he hit that lowest? Is it because it was like after Buck?
So second term, when the stock market started to shake.
Oh, the financial.
And so prior to the 06 surge, the 06 surge took a year. So during all of 06. He had a slight reprieve in 07 for like half the year. And then in the last part of 07, the presidential race gets going between McCain and Obama. But he's dealing with the collapse of the economy, TARP and HARP, Troubled Asset Recovery Program. And
he went down. He went from like 90% down to way low.
You remember when?
My point was, people think Trump his approval rating has never slipped below George W.'s, and that's a true low watermark. So if you're looking at approval ratings on a metric, then he probably has done better in this first part of his term than George W. Bush did in this part of his second term.
What grade did you give him, Marshall?
I'll agree with a buddy of mine and give him a D-. He's had some wins on the foreign policy front. I think the domestic front has been very messy. I think having people like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Christine Nome as heads of agencies was a real screw up.
Wait a minute, hold on. Kash Patel has almost has put a huge dent in the FBI. I don't know why.
That's not why.
Who's talking over me? I can't get a sentence out.
I say why because of the work that identified his willingness to get out in front of microphones based on how many patches he had on his jacket, and based on the fact that he's had the FBI follow around his girlfriend on certain occasions, which I don't think is good. It's like Purdue misusing resources in the first administration to like go to dinner and fly to places and, you know, pick up his laundry. Those are all personal expenses. Right, so I blame them for the same reason.
And the fact that he's captured many on the FBI's most wanted list, the fact that he's coordinated with other agencies to find sex and child sex trafficking rings.
No, that does not outweigh the troubling center report.
Really? That's crazy. Okay, all right, your opinion. Anyone else want to give Trump and Trump's administration a grade?
What would you give it, Monica? I'm genuinely curious.
A B, I think. B or B minus.
I would give it. I would give it an A minus.
I would give it a B minus. I'm kind of in that B minus camp.
All right. Obama's lowest approval rating was 38%. Has Trump ever gone below that?
Well, Norm, you remember like after September 11th when Bush got like a 90% approval rating? It was like
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the highest in the history of like polling. Correct?
I didn't know that, but I remember that 90-something%.
Yeah.
Let's see what the lowest approval rating was of Biden.
That's why I was surprised when someone said that Bush polls were lower than
the Quinnipiac or the Monmouth. There was the polls that I always get referenced. Quinnipiac and the Monmouth, right?
I don't know what these words are saying.
Quinnipiac.
Those are colleges.
Quinnipiac is a college that has polls for they're allegedly pretty decent ones.
So here's what's interesting. No matter how low these guys go, Democrat or Republican, it seems that they always command about a third of the electorate. I think that's interesting. It's all 38, 36. Obama was 38, Biden was 36. What was Bush's lowest one? Same?
28.
Oh, really? That's low.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, like, at least Trump's public approval rating is stuck between the high 30s and the low 40s. Right? He has a base of people that just don't bottom out. Which, like, I feel, Norm, if you look at, say, the Kingfish, you know what I'm talking about?
Unity Long?
Yeah, if you look at the Kingfish, he derives some of the same core populism and loyalty. I would argue
before he was killed, assassinated.
He was assassinated, but Huey P. Long was far closer to Eugene Debs than FDR was. Despite the fact that FDR pushed through the New Deal, which lots of Republicans, in fact, I think the majority of Republicans at the time disagreed with.
What do you think our country would look like had Kamala Harris won the presidency?
California.
Honestly, I don't think her general stuff would have been a whole lot different. I think the people she hauled in as cabinet secretaries would be good. She wanted to haul in Linda Sarsour to like Health and Human Services or something.
Yeah, she's a racist. Go ahead.
I wasn't gonna say that, but I'm more man like my worry was that she. My worry was
no, I'm not a racist.
My
Who's asking me?
Wait, who's asking Monica that question? Because
Monica.
I want to read it to her.
Monica is.
Oh, that's Yabba Dabba Doo. Yeah, you're on block. Whatever. Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. So,
what terrifies
you guys allow harassment on the app, on the stage?
Oh my God! Oh shit! Like my bad, Marshall. I just had to call her out on that shit. How you gonna call somebody racist when you're a racist? So that's like me. It's like this. I'm racist. So do I? Do I sit up here and cry when other people say racist shit?
I don't know why we have to center you. We were having a discussion on Trump and his administration. Do you mind?
All right. I like the racism stuff though too.
I like talking about race
I find that
relations.
stuff repulsive.
What
Those pause I find absolutely nauseating.
But I want to find out though, Charlie, in your racism, what form does it take? Do you believe that black folks are better than white folks?
Oh God, no! Don't do this.
Wait, no, let him do it. I'm interested.
No,
Marshall.
because I don't want to have that conversation.
But I just want to hear from Char. Char, what do you?
Char, please go ahead with your answer. But like, being known, I don't want to tread down this path very much.
I already know what they're trying to do. I really don't care.
You said you were proud racist.
I mean, what's wrong with being racist? That just means you're for your own
What form does it take?
Your people sit up here and do racist shit. You think you're the cream of the crop. What's wrong with that?
Nobody said anybody was any cream of anything. What form does your racism take?
That's what you believe.
I never said that. Why? You don't be schizophrenic.
You tell me what I believe. The Jews in Israel right now are the best. Just like
you said how he's racist.
Wait,
you said that he thinks his people
I'm the only Jew
on
I'm the only Jew on the stage. What are you talking about? Willis?
Yeah, David's a Jew.
David's
I'm not Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic.
Oh wow, so Catholics are. You know what? Never mind. I'm not about to. You're not
racist anymore, right?
Roman Catholic. You think Catholicism is a race? You're fucking fuck out.
No, you said you were racist. I just want to know, what did you mean? Did you mean black folks are better than white folks?
Let's see, considering blacks and original people. Go back to the 12 tribes, and the 12 tribes are the best on earth. But yeah, so based off of that, yeah. What's wrong with that?
We're not having the HDI conversation. Hey, it ain't right. God damn it.
Marshall, consider racism.
You fucker. What is wrong with you?
I don't usually hear black folks say that they're racist, and when they do, I'm interested to see what's wrong. But we can move on now. I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's fine. So, the crazy thing about the Kamala Harris administration, I think, was Tim Walz.
First of all, she didn't have an administration.
I'm sorry, were you done talking? Were you talking or was I talking?
Don't interrupt. People don't like that.
Yeah, it's rude. You good, David?
He's fine, and some people don't mind it. You mind it, we get it. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
So, no, the Tampon Tim administration would have been terrifying for this country. So,
the Tampon Tim administration would have been.
It makes him upset. Let's let him finish, and then you go.
No, it's fine. He's a moderator. He can interrupt me.
Ben, I shouldn't have interrupted you. You're good.
No,
you should apologize. You should apologize. David, let me ask you a question. In this journey of moderation, do I need any help from you, or don't I? Is it a rhetorical question or a real question? It's a rhetorical one because, of course, I don't need your help. Thank you very much for chipping in, but I don't need more help. You're welcome.
I never hear Marshall go sarcastic. This is a new thing.
I know. This is we're turning over new ground here. But yeah. Anyways, Tampon Tim.
My therapist said. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Nah, you gotta finish that sentence. My therapist said one.
You're more than welcome.
Because my therapist has said many things to me.
What do you got?
No, go ahead.
No, you're fine. No. Towards the interruption.
No, with all due respect, I would love you.
You've been super respectful, David.
See, I would love it if you told me what your therapist said, and if we rehashed your appointment, right? Like we could talk all about you, man. We could talk all about you, David. We can make it the day that we put you on couch.
Can we start at David's childhood?
Does nobody get that I'm joking? Of course I don't want David on couch. I was doing that to make David think I was doing that to make David think he was super important before dashing his hopes and saying we're not doing that.
Oh,
David, if you would like to talk privately about your therapist, you can always message me. I see one too. It's okay. My mommy and daddy think I'm mentoring.
Marshall, you're so nice that even when you're being mean, you're nice.
Oh no. Marshall's not always nice. No. There are some characters on Clubhouse that make him get off his square for sure.
He yelled at me, and then I said, I apologized to him. I said, I was wrong, and I apologized. And he said, don't worry, I don't even care. Like, he was so nice about it.
It depends on Marshall's level of sauce. Sorry, Marshall, I don't mean to call you out.
No, he can be sober, and there's certain clubhousers that he does not respect, value, or appreciate, and he will absolutely let them know. I've seen it.
I didn't
But on the whole, he is
level of sauciness.
pretty cordial. Anyone else want to give their Trump grades? Seeing as how we have a
call it what it is. He's a
title.
gentleman.
Should Trump resign to be redeemed?
It's a jokey story. It's not meant to be real, really.
Oh, I thought Scott felt that way for real.
I read the article. It's such a silly article.
Scott has become, I would say, a bit anti-Trump. I don't know what else to call it. Although I believe he grew up as a Republican. But, there are some Republican never-Trumper types.
Yeah, like I've more conservative Republicans as friends growing up, and
I didn't know any. I think in my whole life I only knew like 2 Republicans.
Yeah, but they don't like Trump. That's the Republicans that don't like Trump, basically. Yeah.
I never understood them. In my family, Republican was like not kosher. It was like trafe. No offense.
Well, I grew up in a town where everyone was Republican, so
Goat in Politically Correct is super confident that the Democrats have discerned the will of the people, and he's using the fact that they performed well in the primaries and in small, low turnout elections. Is that fair to say?
No, this is what I think it's fair to say.
Yes. The Democrats and their specials, when they did well long ago, they focused on affordability, the economy basically, which I don't know if you ever heard the saying, but they're saying in campaigns.
The economy's stupid?
No, people needed their pocketbooks.
When was the last time Goat ever picked against the Democrats? When is the last time he's like, yeah, I think they're going to underperform? I think the Democrats are out of touch with the American people. I don't mean to insult you, Monica. You know how I feel about you. You're pretty cool. But like, Goat is so full of shit. Yes, you all know what I think of Goat too.
He's just a Democrat. In 2024, the Democrats are out of touch. In 2028, it sounds like they're gaining momentum here, right, with the affordability.
Well, I'm interested in the midterms. Traditionally, the party in power loses in the midterms. I still think there's enough cushion between now and November that we might hold, but maybe not. And then, it's all good information, right? We'll use the tools that we are provided to make the best possible outcome.
I think the Republicans lose in midterms, but I think a lot of how bad they lose in midterms depends on the situation in Iran and gas prices. I think it's hard for the Democrats to shout affordability if gas prices come down radically. Even if they're not quite at pre-Iran war levels, I think it's still hard for the Democrats. Like if you see a 50-cent decline in gas prices or something like that in the lead up to the election, in the lead up to the midterms, I think it's hard for Democrats. So.
Norm, can you do me a quick favor, Norm? Can you make me a moderator for 2 minutes?
Wow.
So I can invite David. So I can invite some great thinkers from the GOO on stage, and I promise to mod myself.
Put your names in the chat, and I'll have it.
Well, there's like a lot, but that's okay.
We don't need a lot.
Guys, if y'all want to join the stage, you know who you are. Go ahead and raise your hand so no one can bring you up. Well, I like to hear from baseball. I like to hear from Edward Lynn. I like to hear from Coco. I like to hear from Albert. I like
hang on, don't get greedy. Okay, there's baseball. Who else?
I didn't know I was ranking them in order of your invite.
Who's the next one? Coco? I don't see Coco in it. Yeah, no?
Mm-hmm.
Cool C has his hand up, so okay. And who else?
Mr. Edward.
One more.
We all love Mr. Edward.
Mr. Edward? I don't see that.
Dewey?
What's that?
I don't see Dewey, Louie, or Huey in the...
You don't see Mr. Edward.
Is E.O.E. Liddy has got to join the stage.
Wait, are those the ducks? Like the Huey, Dewey, and Louie?
Yeah, they said Dewey, so I said I don't see Huey, Louie, or Dewey.
I didn't say
it.
Okay, I invited him up. Who? Oh, Edward Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, I invited him up. Okay, I invited him up.
That's Edward and me.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
Who scored drunk?
And Wallace, William, and Coco, and blah, blah. And Yoav. I invited Yoav many times.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Coco said they're voting Democrat in the midterms, and I was hoping that they could share why and where. Like, or local, state, or federal, like that kind of, not doxing. I don't do the doxing thing.
Well, I mean, the House is gone, but the big question is the Senate. If the Democrats win...
Wait, hold on. With all due respect, Norm, you're assuming the House is already...
A lost cause?
The House is gone. We maintain a majority of a singular vote.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
I think the House... All right, but I want to go to the Senate. If the Democrats win the Senate, and there's a real chance that happens, then, and say Alito or Thomas retire, then there's a series...
Well, Alito said he wants to retire, right?
Yeah.
So I think Alito and blanking, come on.
Alito and Thomas. So
they should both retire. They should both retire in the next couple of months.
If that happens, then the Senate will sit on any appointments for the Supreme Court the way McConnell did in whatever year that was, 2015. They won't even bring it. They'll just copy what the Republicans did.
Okay, so let me tell you why I'm not quite sure that the House is gone. I'm not ready to give up on the House, y'all, and I'll tell you why.
I'm totally down to hear the rationale. What is it?
Right. Because we've learned a lot from the 2020 election. We saw what happened in 2024. The Voter ID Act is incredibly popular. 70 to 80% of all U.S. citizens think that having some form of voter ID is important. Isn't the Supreme Court, have they decided, is there a ballot or a mail-in ballot thing being discussed too? Or am I not remembering?
There may be a challenge to mail-in balloting, but I have not heard it be put on the docket of the Supreme Court for this upcoming election.
Okay, and my third point is as unpopular as the methods or the public relations have been for the deportation of illegal immigrants, we have been deporting illegal immigrants. And if our country is safer because the people that would have been killed by illegals are still alive, I think that might resonate with my fellow Americans and have them understand how important it is that we have, the conservatives have a little longer control at the wheel.
How does one know if they would have been killed?
I'm not
like, what does that statement mean?
In all fairness to her, I think what she means is there will be people who are thinking about this and will say, golly, I'm safe, so I'll go with the Republican Party. Now, I think that the angel parent and angel moms are a percentage of the vote, but I am still very skeptical. A 1-vote majority in the House, a 3-vote majority in the Senate, the possibility in Texas of losing the Texas House, Monica, that's a really good indicator that things are not as healthy as they seem. If Texas is having trouble, then probably other states are having trouble too, and we just haven't heard about it as much. But to your point, there will be districts who will vote red because of local politics. The candidate I'm working for example, she's a Republican, and she has emphasized local over national. So what she's done is say, hey, my district is what's important. And when they've tried to tie her in the press to like national politics, her answer has kind of been, no, I gotta focus on my area. Right? So you can see a Republican win that way. The question is, given the majority, likely is it that we hold on? And at least the money in DC, like so I don't mind saying this is a relatively small place. My little brother's girlfriend works for Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan is thinking there are going to be losses in the House, just to an extent that they'll be in the minority. Right? If Jordan, such a conservative warrior, is thinking that, then Al, granted the Congress may be just pessimistic. So I can't tell you what I will tell you is, in my knocking of doors for a Republican Congresswoman in a heavily Democratic area, I get more yeses than I get no's. So maybe that's an indicator. I am not entirely sure. My intention here is not to dismiss your opinion in whole, more to say I think it's a little bit different. But we will see. You are more on the optimistic side than I am on this one. I unfortunately am very pessimistic.
Also, let's be real here. The art of politics is not just getting people to vote for you. It's the art of getting people to stay home on your opponent. Particularly presidential elections in terms here. Ain't nobody on the Democratic side is staying home. They're not. They're motivated to vote against the Trump administration. Obviously, we know that Trump is technically not on the ballot, but to your earlier points, he might as well be.
Well, I think it depends on how closely you wedge your campaign to national politics versus how closely you wedge your campaign to your district.
And there's not a single Democrat out there that's not tying their campaign to Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I will be the bulwark to stand in the way of the Trump administration. Like that's literally every single one. And Trump doesn't have the luxury of having Kamala Harris on the ballot this time around. She was an awful candidate. People are voting for their local representatives and people that they actually want to vote for in this election, and they're voting against Donald Trump, who's somebody they want to vote.
Do you know what the saving grace of the Republican Party is? Despite all of our flaws,
they're off. The Democrats are off their freaking rockers.
The Democratic Party, exactly.
It's it.
We may be dysfunctional, but people have perceived us over the last 10-ish years as less dysfunctional than the Democratic Party.
Which is the Republican Party.
Which people have seen you that way?
When they asked them the question,
No. Hold on. That's a good question. When I think of that, the examples in my head are Texas. So you're right, they're probably not all that applicable to the rest of the nation. So I shouldn't have said all. I should have said Texas.
for the correction.
Thank you for the correction, Xerxes.
I was just asking.
Public trust should be at an all-time low with both parties. Both parties are awful, like objectively.
I think it absolutely is. For sure.
That's not a fact. I think the Republican Party is fine. I just,
What?
Which party do you think is fine?
The Republican Party is fine.
Really?
Yes.
So you think like all of the kids, and like mind you, I'm not a part of the conservative half of the country, but like you think all of the kids that were proselytized by the online influencer pundits during the last election just stop listening to them because their tone has changed?
Why?
I don't think
Candace,
Gen Z.
Joe,
I don't
Theo.
think. Hold on. I don't think.
What? Why are you saying hold on when you interrupted me, bro?
I'm saying hold on because I wanted to review the online influencers that you're so enamored by.
I was naming
have
them.
such a big influence on Gen Z. I don't think Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are it. Now maybe Theo Vaughn. I don't know. But I don't think Gen Z cares about Candace or Tucker.
I think you'd be wrong. I think, anyway, I'm just going to finish what I was saying. I also think, like, the people breaking away for the, I guess, under 55 crowd of the conservatives, right? So, like, a slightly weaker voting bloc than 55 plus, which is the strongest voting bloc for conservatives. Like, I think that the people that they tend to listen to, some of them may be breaking away as well, but they also are, among some of the people who are experiencing success during this administration. So, just, more things to consider than just, you guys are okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm confused by what you're saying. So you're saying is that the older demographic block for conservatives are the ones that vote the most?
They're the largest voting body by age demographic, yeah.
Sure.
And they are the most consistent and, like, locked in. They are fully, like, they're in.
No, then that's fine. I would agree with
it's the Christians.
I'm not done.
I'm so sorry.
Would you also say that the younger demographic, who would you like? The older demographic is. I'll just skip to the punchline. The older demographic is watching Fox News. The younger demographic.
There's something wrong with Fox News. Fox News is the number one.
I don't know why I'm still not done yet. I'll let you more.
David, wait till folks finish, especially people who are sensitive.
It's maddening. It really is.
Like, no mic discipline, dude. You must have sucked at kindergarten, dude. Like, seriously.
Wow, you don't have to make a personal attack.
That's against the terms of service.
That's a very
Just make your
That's a Super Bowl joke. My point being is the low propensity voters. Low propensity voters are people that would listen to a Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens. So while I agree with you that I don't think they talk well, so Nick Fuentes came out and said that his people should vote Democrat. That's fine, whatever. I don't think that many people are listening to. I don't think a high propensity voter, like somebody a reliable voting bloc, listening to freaking Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, of course.
But with that being said, I don't think that Tucker Carlson's obvious disdain for President Trump is going to help Republicans at the voting. I don't think it's going to.
No, there's a lot.
I don't think so either.
I don't think that it's going to. David, come on, buddy. I'm almost done.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
I'm not your pal, guy. I don't know what the line is. I forget what the line is.
I'm not your guy, buddy.
I'm not your guy, friend. Oh, I forget. What is that? I forget. What is that from?
This from South Park.
South Park, I was going to say. Family Guy or South Park. But again, I do think that in the midterms, I don't think it's going to hurt. I don't think it's going to hurt the Republicans that much, I guess, is my point.
I think also just to pontificate, and this could be for both sides as well, because it kind of hurt, I think, the Democrats in the national election. I think the youth detachment might be a real strong indicator. Like, I don't know how galvanized the youth are to vote in the midterms. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, but I also think that I think it's going to help Democrats in the sense that I think a lot of low propensity voters for Democrats are going to vote. Like, this is where I think the youth vote does make a difference. I think a lot of low propensity voters are going to vote in droves for Democrats, as much as they do in the midterms. Like, let's be real, the midterms are usually. Marshall's not on the stage. He could fact check me on this. You usually get a lot less people voting in midterms.
Yeah.
But in my home state here in Maine, it's looking like it's going to be Graham Plattner, who's a literal Nazi, or he had a Nazi tattoo up until a couple of months ago on his chest.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's an actual thing. You can look it up. In fact, J.D. Vance called him out recently. He was like, "Hey, Maine's running a Nazi." And then he got caught with it, and an old video surfaced, and he's like, "Oh, I'll get it removed," and I had no idea it was a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, sure you did, buddy.
Don't call me
and I
buddy.
see his ads on TV all the time. He's running against everything. He's running on everything except for his record. Like he's running left of our current governor, who's running for Senate because her terms are up, in Janet Mills. So, anyways, but it's a Senate seat that could very well flip for longtime Republican Susan Collins. But again, getting back to the propensity voter comment, I just think that a lot of lower propensity voters on the Democratic side are younger voters, and so I think they're much more motivated. So I think you're going to see it. Youth might decide this election. I just don't think it's going to be on the Republican side.
I got a question. And this is a big one. Maybe it's going to hit on a religion, but my biggest thing is right now midterms. Do you believe there's going to be a big push from the Muslims to vote Democratic because they say they will not vote Republican because their Democrats actually push some gay rights and some certain things and basically abortion, even though they won't have abortions and they don't believe in gays, but they'll vote that way so that eventually they get in office?
What? So I actually do hear what you're saying. So
there are videos out there stating of Muslim leaders saying we will never vote Republican, we will always vote Democrat because they vote gay, they vote for this, and we'll easily get in office if we run.
Oh, they're voting on identity politics, you mean? Okay, got it.
Yeah, where they actually understand what you're saying. So a lot of Muslims are attaching themselves to the deconstructionist left. People like Ilhan Omar, they're basically the squad. And so it makes for an awkward thing in elections where Democrats have to signal to both their more moderate base. They have to signal support for, it's just the whole thing with Israel and everything else. But I actually do get what you're saying. And so a lot of times, this sounds what Cool C is trying to say is Muslims will signal not support for gay marriage or trans rights or any of that stuff, but they'll go along with it in order to gain a leg up in the deconstructionist left.
Yeah, to basically eventually try and get Sharia law in here, try and do certain things where they get elected. There have been many videos posted recently about that. That's why I'm asking, because they seem to want to push the Democratic side only so that they get potentially elected or things happen in the world that potentially more Muslims and all that.
I mean, the mayor of New York City is a Muslim.
I know that.
I think like this isn't.
That's what I'm saying. We'll see. I'm echoing what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm echoing what you're saying. Just to be clear, I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not against people being people, but they will heavily lean that way just to get ultimately their goal, even though they will never, ever, ever, unless emergency, have an abortion or never, ever admit openly to be gay. They'll go for those leftist points that the leftists promote on purpose so that it weakens everything in a way.
It's deconstructionism.
I don't know if I believe that is just like, I don't know, like that is the intention of a lot of people who would vote for the Democrats, I think. Like, the last 2 years, people have had identities attacked. Like, they personally understand it as their identity being attacked. So you vote for the party that's been attacking your identity. I don't think that's like, a special case for just Muslims.
I could try and grab a Muslim leader speaking on that video somewhere on YouTube for you. But
Muslims are not going to vote Republican. I don't think that's not a leap. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people included in that bucket.
Yeah.
But their turnout's going to be high, probably midterms, and that's what they're hoping for with the illegal immigrants coming in.
The fascinating part for me, going back to what you were saying earlier, is Arceus is talking about Tucker Carlson. Like, Tucker Carlson is signaling super hard at Muslims recently, which is surprised if you see who he hangs out with. Like, it's a very, very
I mean, like, yeah, everything is kind of like awkwardly topsy-turvy. Like, as a person, like I said earlier, I don't know if you're in here, Ben, but like, as a person who's not like I'm not like a political theorist or economist or anything like that, but I have watched a lot of the history of the world, a lot. It's interesting to see how floppy everybody is when they're pressed a little bit, when there's a little bit of pressure applied. And that's not just now, that's like over the last like decade. Like, people who think that one side will like, obviously and ultimately incentivize their existence, and then learning, the cruel joke of American politics is that, the emphasis is the sanctity and survival of the state, and the people are secondary or tertiary. Just like switching sides, hopping over, and this is not, this is not an assassination of anybody's intentions or characters. It's just an observation of things that I see happening. Like, I was talking to, my best friend is Korean, and maybe 6 years ago, we had a conversation about why his parents, despite being naturalized, don't vote in our local elections, which our naturalized citizens can, and why they're like largely apolitical. They dissuade him from being political or even like processing political thought at the time. And he was just like, well, like, they don't want to do anything to provoke any kind of action from the government that says that they have to leave. And I'm like, well, they're naturalized. They can't really do that, can they? And then, like, fast forward 6 years later, I mean, like, government can do whatever based on whatever, and who knows the rules, and the rules can be anything. And, so I get it, but, their position as older citizens now has also changed, where it's not just like, oh, we are provoked into like a fear space, like they are provoked into a space of like, nah, something has to happen, action has to happen. I don't know how they're voting, but that's the vibe that he said they're giving now. So it's all interesting to see how people are processing this, and trying to pontificate on what should or will be done.
I was really surprised at Tucker. I thought he was very hard Republican. I thought maybe I read him wrong, because when he went to Putin and did all that, and some of the things I have now seen that lately, that he's gone away from Trump. And
him and Trump are in a feud right now.
And I don't get that. Like,
aren't there like two lines of Republican though? Is like MAGA Republican and then like old school GOP?
Well, so yeah, what some would call neocon.
Yeah.
I don't think that I think MAGA is the default right now, and then you have a few of and there's an argument online of who is the most. Like, I think it's the vocal minority who are in the Tucker Carlson deconstructionist right. So. I think I think that there's a couple of different ways to approach this. I think Charlie Kirk dying was one of the worst things to ever happen to the Republican movement. If we take away just the fact that this man was a husband and a father and all that kind of stuff. If we just take away the fact that he was a husband and a father, if we actually look at what he meant to the Republican movement, Charlie Kirk held a lot of people together. He wasn't just a guy who went on college campuses and said a bunch of stuff. He was a mover and a shaker within the conservative movement, and he held a lot of different factions together. He also held a lot of water at bay as well. And some of that water that he held at bay is now coming home, and it's starting to lap on them. feel like everybody just rely on something to just ease the feeling of, yo, once it's done, it's done.
If you, let's say that for shits and giggles, the past life thing is real, right? And you start to remember stuff. And once you start remembering things, the correlation to remembrance is also you start to recognize things that are happening and you can connect the dots. And so it helps you to move smarter, right? And people wonder, like, how did you know that?
Saudi Arabia supporting this group. Jamaat al-Nusrat is Iran not supporting them. Number 2. Number 3 is Tehrik of Taliban, Pakistan, Iran not supporting them. Number 4 is Al-Shabaab, Iran is Horn of Africa, Iran not supporting them. Number 5 is Balochistan Liberation Army, BLA, Iran not supporting them. Number 6 is ISWAP,
Iran not supporting them. Number 7, all of these UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia supporting them. Number 6 is, I told you, number 7 is Boko Haram, Iran not supporting them. Number 8 is Hamas, Qatar is supporting them more than Iran. Now, I think Iran.
Are you talking about support, or are you talking about direct, like Iran?
No. I'm talking about the direct support with money and everything. So number 9, it doesn't matter. Again, Iran. That's number 10 is Hezbollah. Okay, so you go search about it. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, they spending more money, but they need to demonize Iran. They do the worse than Iran. They supporting the terrorist groups, but the groups Iran supports, they are a resistance group. Iran didn't create them, but ISIS created, but United States or other of these groups I told you, they created by Saudi Arabia. Iran didn't create Hezbollah. Iran didn't create Hamas or the one in Yemen, what it's called.
But here's the thing, though. Let me just say, and I actually saw this today. Hezbollah is the largest private military organization in the world. It's an unbelievable. And I mean, it is the largest private military organization. It's bigger than all the ones that you've combined together. They don't match to Hezbollah's size, strength, capability. Now, I don't know how weak it is now, but at one point it was unreal. Like the way they were doing the stats on this thing, I was shocked, actually. I didn't know how powerful it was until I started looking at the numbers. So I think the fact that the ones that you mentioned, I don't know directly how these governments are declaring them in terms of support, but Iran has direct proxy support. I mean,
the reason Hezbollah created because Israel occupied the south of Lebanon, and they fought. This group Hezbollah created, and they fought for 18 years or something like that, and then they able to overthrow and just push the Israel back. So the main reason for Hezbollah is that, and it's not like risk group. Yeah, in the media they can call it, and they put the name as a risk group, but they're a resistant group. So if you search deeply about this group, don't believe me, just go search about them. You see the money and support came from the other countries, even the United States is even more than Iran.
Well, I would just say that Iran, I see your point on that, but I would say that if there's a notion out there that if people are thinking that, hey, this is a direct proxy, they need to eliminate those optics completely. They should end relation. Even if they exist on their own, that's fine. They should just completely stop support. And they should have done that years ago.
I hear you, but Iran can't say the same thing because United States built military bases around Iran. So that was the main reason to attack Iran, that they built those bases for today, for a start, for a day to go with the war with Iran to use those bases. So Iran can make the same argument.
I mean, if I was Iran under Obama, right, I would have said, I want open communication. I want a line so that way the Israelis just don't have the upper hand on it. I mean, I would have think tactically on this. Like, I would have said, fine, Hezbollah, if they're there, they're there. We're not funding it. We're completely letting the entire world go. We're out. They're done. You deal with them. They're on their own. End it. And try to start some type of line of communication. What that seed that you plant at that time, what it grows to, I don't know. But at that point,
the funniest story, let me tell you something funny. On that time, during the Obama, the reformists in Iran was in power, and they had a plan to do that. They had a plan after JCPOA, we're gonna go to just give up the proxies. But the reason they didn't do that because United States promised to do something about JCPOA. They didn't leave anything. They didn't help Iran at all. They just give Iran some money. It was the Iranian money. It was frozen in the United States. They just give that money back. I think $2 billion. That's it. They didn't do anything. That's why they didn't go for the next deals. But they had a plan to just give up like a nuclear completely.
they had a plan to just reduce helping to the proxies and everything is.
I think partly Iran is in this mess for their own reason, and there's other external factors involved. So I would say 50% of it's their own making, and then there's other factors involved.
You're right, but they saw what happened to the other countries like Iraq and Libya, so that's why they didn't want to give up every.
I do want to ask, so do you really believe that they actually wanted to do a ceasefire if they were giving up the proxy? You really believe in that?
Who would want a ceasefire?
You. If a long time ago, if they were giving up the proxies, you really think that they would have done, a deal with Iran?
The U.S.?
Yes.
I think at that time there was possibility, a better possibility than we are probably now, because they were in a better position. I think this deal of just bags and money was not the right approach. I think, that's a hush money payment that they got, like that was just not the right structure. I think that time they could have planted some seeds that could have now rewarded some fruit.
Okay, so do you believe that Israel is America's proxy?
Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
So let's go and answer the question. Do you believe Israel is America's proxy?
To some degree, you could say that, sure.
Not some degree, it is. Saudi Arabia, is it America's proxy?
Not sure on that one. In what sense?
Okay, during the Iraq War, did Saudi Arabia allow the military base to be used?
Yeah, but see, Saudi Arabia, this is a funny thing. They play this Switzerland role in the Middle East, and I don't really know how much I believe of that.
They did. You can go look it up. During the Iraqi War, they allowed America, not only Saudi Arabia, about 5 or 6 GCC countries that backed up America. They provided logistics to America to refuel and attack Iraq. Right?
Yeah.
So those all 5, 6 countries are proxies. So if America can have proxies, Saudi Arabia can have proxies. You have what is it called? Turkey can have proxies. I just don't know why Iran. You have a problem with Iran having proxies.
I think you're looking at these indirectly when the world looks at the proxy that Iran has directly, and I think that proxy. The optics around that are also.
How am I looking at it indirectly? Go on.
Because if you ask the Israelis, they'll never acknowledge it, and the world doesn't look at.
So you're going based on Israeli statements.
I'm not going based on that. I'm going based on if you stop the common person walking down Compton and ask them, is Israel a U.S.'s proxy? And they'll say no.
They would. It depends on the person.
Right, but if you ask, hey, and anyone that knows the region. Is Hezbollah Iran's proxy? They'll say yes, automatically.
No, it's because of what America has done, the mainstream media narrative, correct?
I think it's more than that, though. I think
mainstream media narrative. Because you have to look into the history. Hezbollah in 82.
But I would just also think of it this way. Sure, let's go.
Hezbollah did get training. Hezbollah did get training from Iran, got funding from Iran, and it was literally to resist against the occupier. Who was the occupier?
a disgusting Zionist criminal state called Israel.
Right. I know you say that often. I'm with you on that, right?
Yeah, the Zionist terrorist Jewish state.
But here's the thing. Right now, let's look at it right now. We could go back and forth on this all day long, right? But right now, to make another potential deal in the future to look like, why didn't this happen, right? If I was Iran, right, and I had Israel at the table, I would say, okay, we're going to stop proxy right now. Done deal. Like I would make that I would just do it.
Why would you call it a proxy? So number one, you're calling Hezbollah proxy. That's a wrong thing to call. You know why, right?
It's not me, by the way. That's actually the definition.
No, media, mainstream media.
Not just mainstream. That's anyway.
Yeah. You like to buy media. I don't.
It's not mainstream.
Whatever you're buying, I'm not. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. I don't buy mainstream media bullshit. So logically speaking, if somebody is resisting against the occupier, according to international law, they have the right to resist using violence. That's what Hamas is doing. Why is Hamas being called a proxy? What are they doing? They're resisting against the
proxy for who though?
They literally, in the mainstream media, in America, your beloved country, Trump calls it.
You just said Trump calls it. Who are they?
Yes, Trump calls it Iran proxy.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay. Now all of a sudden, you don't know what he's talking about.
Amir, I think
that. I'll read the source.
I think you're okay. What's your definition of a proxy?
Anybody that that's somebody's bitch, that that's in the Middle East or whatever part of the fucking world it is, and they're fighting on behalf of the big dog.
So was the Mujahideen in Afghanistan a proxy of the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay, but you understand that these whatever you call them, if proxies are not mercenaries. They're not, fighting.
Says who?
So you think all proxies are mercenaries?
Just like Israel has its own definition of ceasefire, right? Just like that, proxy could be anybody. Mercenaries, non-mercenaries, killers, contract killers, whatever. They're all proxies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question again to Sol is, if Hamas calls them proxies, and you have all mainstream media calls Hamas a proxy of Iran, right? Are you going to buy into that?
I had to just look this just to understand that the way proxy definition in the Middle East is defined, and so the way they have it here, right? I know proxy's definition for sure. I mean, come on, who doesn't? But it says here, proxy is a non-state group or sometimes smaller state that receives support, money, weapons, training, intelligence, political backing from a more powerful country in return advances that country's interests. That's the way they define this. Perplexity, ChatGPT, anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me how IDF was formed? Go on, tell me.
Amir, I feel like we're arguing just semantics.
Hold on, Omid, hold on. How was IDF formed, Sol? Better call Sol.
How was IDF formed? I'm not 100% sure. I have to look it up.
IDF was formed out of 3 Jewish militia gangs. All right? And they were the proxy of Czechoslovakia. They got weaponry from Czechoslovakia to attack the Palestinians and the Arab countries that came around to help the Palestinians in 1948. And that's how the IDF was formed. Now, all of a sudden, you have a definition. Now you're going to go based, since they're part of the state. IDF is part of the state. You're not going to use the word proxy. You see how it changed? The definition changes. So we can play around with definition.
Yeah, but the thing is, and hold on, I'm looking this up right. I'm sourcing this in a second, but I'm also understanding. So IDF did not begin as a single army. It was created in 48 by bringing together several Jewish paramilitary groups. Hold on.
Not paramilitary.
No,
Jewish militia gangs. Jewish militia gangs. I'm gonna
stick to you. It's
No, forget perplexity. I'm telling you, I'm going based on the historians. It was the Jewish militia gangs, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, Stern, all of these Jewish militia gangs played a role, and that's how IDF was formed.
Okay. According to them, they're saying paramilitary.
So they were proxy of Czechoslovakia. All right, and they were proxy of whoever supported their movement, Zionist movement. All right, they were not state actors; they were terrorists. These were Jewish militias. All of a sudden, IDF was formed, became part of the state called Israel. Israel was established by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. All of a sudden, you're not going to use the word proxy. You see the problem there? So just because, if you can't look into the history, I'm still going to use the word proxy. And I don't go based on mainstream media bullshit. I don't even go based on what Trump says. I have to call it spade a spade. So all of these factors.
Hold on, Amir. You made a lot of claims here. Hold on 1 second. So you said they were a proxy of Czechoslovakia, right? Now
they got their weapons.
Okay, so you just said proxy of Czechoslovakia first, though.
Yeah, because they got their weapons.
That's not being a proxy, though.
Okay. Why did the Czechoslovakia give
I'm
weapons?
looking at Perplexity right now, and it says no groups were proxies of Czechoslovakia. So they were not a proxy of Czechoslovakia.
Why did they give them weapons?
Anyone can provide the weapons.
America did arms embargo, by the way, on these gangs during that time. 1947 up to 1949, America did arms embargo. And can you please tell us, why did America do arms embargo? Hey, what's up, Mazi? I'm just cooking Better Call Saul, Better Call Saul. Just like Samoa, he's actually a Trump apologist.
Here's the thing. Weapons were provided, right? Local production, and a lot of it was coming smuggled black market, right? But that does not make them. I mean, that doesn't make it a proxy, though. You can't say that. That's not.
Okay, why did America do the arms embargo?
I'll have to source and look at that. I don't have the answer on that.
America did arms embargo because America did not want them to freaking do what they did and side with the Soviet Union. You see what I'm saying? And what they did. But America was such a biased fucking country. And, all of a sudden, while they had the arms embargo in 48, they fucking America was the first country to recognize the Jewish state called Israel. You see what I'm saying? So it was basically supporting it indirectly, saying, yes, you could have the Jewish state, and Harry S. Truman, 1947, received letter bombs.
Okay, so I'm not sourcing this up right now, and I'll drop it. So what happened is, what the U.S., they actually embargoed all sides, and it was aimed basically to de-escalate, so there was no prevent violence. That's why they embargoed it. By the way, it wasn't the Jewish,
because they didn't want this to fucking turn into a shit show. But
exactly, that's the answer.
America in 48 was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. After they knew the ethnic cleansing did happen.
No, but I mean, this goes back to, so you asked why did the U.S. have arms embargo? So they were trying to prevent that. They were trying to de-escalate and prevent the conflict from spreading, right? So they didn't want the conflict to go further, so they didn't provide weapons to anyone. So then the Israelis got the weapons from Czechoslovakia on the black market, or however they were getting it. That's
not black market, legal, legit, not in black market.
Well, it says on here it was legal plus whatever. It was a combination.
Legal. Literally, me and many other men over, legally they gave the weapons over like 30,000 weapons.
That doesn't mean that Czechoslovakia was a proxy of that, though.
I didn't say Czechoslovakia. I said Jewish militias were proxy of Czechoslovakia.
They weren't. They got weapons. That doesn't mean they were proxies, though. Because it means that they benefits their interest. There was no interest there.
Amir, would you say that, are you trying to say that Hamas is not a proxy? Is that what you're just trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is Hamas called a proxy of Iran?
I mean, I think we can debate whether it's an actual proxy or not, but
it cannot be a proxy
because it's a grassroots resistance movement, right? Yes.
Bro, it's not grassroots. It's literally for the resisting against the occupier.
Bro, do you know what grassroots means?
You tell me, what do you mean? Because nowadays Israel has a fucking different definition of every fucking word.
It could be considered grassroots in the beginning, or now, then it turned into a government. I mean, it could, in the beginning, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Amir, I agree with you. It is a grassroots resistance militia, but has also received funding from foreign governments. That's not a controversial thing to say.
Does Israel receive funding from America?
Yeah, they all do.
Hamas is not a militia. Hamas is a government.
Hamas is literally a government of the authority inside Gaza Strip.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what we're arguing about.
Netanyahu funded Hamas, $1.4 billion. America and Israel encouraged.
No. So Netanyahu approved funds issued by Qatar
Do you know that America and Israel encouraged Qatar to fund Hamas?
The money wasn't from Israel, though. It wasn't.
It doesn't matter in America. Even if I'm a middleman, if I send $1 to ISIS, I'll be considered a terrorist.
But Amir, that money was to go in for reconstruction purposes, and Hamas just used it. That was mismanagement of funds.
Shinbad literally told Netanyahu that this money is going to be used for weaponry. Do you want that statement from Shinbad? I can provide it to you. I can even provide you a statement from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Let me put it in the chat.
Okay, Amir. So if your whole argument is that Hamas is not a proxy of anyone, is that what it's nobody's proxy, right?
No. It's Better Call Saul made a claim early on. I was listening. I was working on a dishwasher. I was listening. He said if Iran would have dismantled all these proxies, would have given a proxies a long time ago, they would have made, they would have given them a contract. They would have removed the sanctions of Iran. And I'm making the claim it's not. If you're going to call those people proxies, America has Israel as a proxy. America and those GCC countries, they helped during the Iraqi war. They're all proxies. And they, Seoul came up with the definition saying, if they're state, you can't call them proxies. And he buys into fucking American propaganda bullshit. And
So I think maybe Saul may have misspoke when he talked about Iran disbanding its proxies. Did you mean like just Iran? Saul, I'm talking to you. Did you mean Iran just, stop supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis?
Yeah, my thought that was exactly they completely stopped funding and have no more support.
Well, I'm going to answer that part directly because geopolitics in the past 20, 30 years have shown that no concessions are really rewarded because the demands on the other side are quite maximalist. Well, Israel won't accept Hezbollah just being disarmed. If Hezbollah disarms, Israel would be like, well, now we can destroy them. That's literally what they've been doing, and that's what they're going to continue to do. So long as they have these maximalist demands, they're not going to accept concessions, even if those concessions might be in their interests. So that is why Iran was not flooded, because there were these maximalist demands. I think have been building up for decades from the U.S. end that Iran has to submit to the U.S.'s will, and it's just refusing to play that role. And now it finally culminated in this war that Netanyahu has been jerking himself off for, and he finally got it.
I put 2 links in the chat for you. Better Call Saul, Ehud Barak testimony, Chief of Shin Bet, Chief of IDF Commander.
I love how you can Times of Israel too.
And Times of Israel. You know why? To make sure my claim sticks.
Thank you.
You cannot go back on the fucking claim. And that's how I used to debate. I'm a hardcore Zionist debater.
You're a hardcore Zionist? I knew it, Amir.
Zionist debater. By the way, Amir, what are you doing fixing the dishwasher at this time?
You always fooling us with
I was checking to see what it needs because it's one of those special type dishwashers. So I was checking the whole size.
You're sending us Times of Israel. I think you're a Zionist.
No. The reason why I'm sending you Times of Israel because it has to do with Israel and Israeli politics.
I think this session gets more productive if we move away from labeling everything as propaganda.
No. We're gonna make sure we're gonna talk about Chevy. This is not your fucking room, okay? Stay in your own lane. Fucking idiot. This is not your fucking room. Wants to come and dominate my room. Oh no, we need to move away from this. No. We're gonna talk about all this. And Better Call Saul is gonna get cooked right now. He's getting cooked.
This guy is getting. By the way, Amir, earlier, remember I said in the proxy definition, which you debunked, right? In there it says non-state, right? Now you claim that Israel is a proxy, Saudi Arabia is a proxy. Now these are actually states on their own, sovereign states.
Who created these states?
Hold on. So if you look at it from that, again, debunked definition of the West, however you define it, that makes the proxy definition by default non-state. So there, if you can't compare, that's oranges and apples there.
Okay. So look, you can go with whatever definition you want to go with. These states were literally built with the help of the West. A lot of GCC countries, including Saudi Arabia, was built with the help of British, respectfully. And they killed a whole bunch of Muslim. Well, that's how Saudi Arabia was built over Muslim bodies. And same thing with the UAE and other GCC countries. So these countries were not countries before.
Well, we're talking, I get that, but in this modern sense of the definition of how proxy is being toyed with, however you want to define that, right, that is only used in non-state. Like by itself, it doesn't apply then.
You can use whatever you want to use. I'll call them proxies. It's up to you. You define however you want to define the word proxy. I'm going to define the way I'm going to define it. If Israel can have proxy, if Israel can be America's bitch, and if America can be Israel's bitch, if America can, if GCC countries can be America's bitch, I don't know why. Why would you bring up such points when you know for a fact?
Okay, give me.
Hold on. So GCC countries, they became America's bitch out of nowhere for money. Okay, for whatever reason, for protection or whatever bullshit. But Hezbollah literally was created to defend what? Against the occupier. Hamas against the occupier. I mean, I just don't get it. You have different type of people, the resistant groups versus the state actor. They're only there for the money. And these are little bitches. And they killed a whole bunch of fucking genocide, a whole bunch of people. Why can they not be called proxies?
We can call them proxies too, Amir.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, Alan is here. Let's bring up Alan. He's a big Trump supporter. Just like Better Call Saul.
I'm not a Trump supporter, Amir.
You're a Trump apologist.
I'm a Trump apologist. Look, I'm not an evangelist. I'm not an apologist. I'm not a...
You're a Trump apologist.
No.
Amir, you're a Zionist. You're sending Times of Israel. You're a Zionist.
Amir, we don't know what he is. Amir,
I knew you were always fooling us.
For some reason, Amir knows a lot about you. I don't know how he knows, but he knows a lot about you.
How are you, Amir? How's everything?
Hey, what's up, Alan? You have Better Call Saul. He's on your side.
I'm not on his side. I'm not on his side.
He's been defending Trump like no tomorrow.
I'm not defending him. My position is always in the middle to look at both sides. And I'm very clear on that.
Yeah, Saul, run now, run fast, run hard, and don't look back. That's my advice to you as far as this room. I'm kidding. Anyway,
you just missed a good episode of us looking at the definition. Hold on, we were just debating the definition of proxy in the Middle East, and my point earlier was, and I'm going to read it once more since Alan, you're here. We'll get another person to look at this.
And by definition, which Amir debunks and doesn't believe, he says it's westernized. Hold on one second. Where is it again? Yeah, proxy is a non-state group or sometimes smaller state that receives support, money, weapons, training, intelligence, or political backing from a more powerful country, in return advances that country's. And then we went into this rabbit hole of, well, then everyone in the Middle East is U.S. is proxy.
I mean, Amir wasn't necessarily wrong about that part.
This is what I think. I think the person who cash apps me $20, I will agree with that person's definition of proxy. Because my only interest is how I'm going to make money off of this.
And I will say that person is Black Rabbi. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's here. Oh, he just showed up.
Look, I'm still recovering from the fact that last week or a few days ago, there was a guy who hated Trump, who hated Americans. Wow. And he would say something, and then Amir would go, Alan, what do you think of that? Alan,
can't imagine why
directing that guy's hatred towards me.
Wow.
Oh, it was all done in good fun. It was all fun. Yeah, I actually.
Look, you know how it is. We have to put Trumpies on the.
Yeah. Look. I came into the room because I've been seeing the room titles. I really have no new opinions or nothing new to say.
So Alan, listen, you're in the court of Amir. He's the judge, the jury, and the executor.
I understand that. I've always understood that. And that's fine. I can accept that. I have no problem with that. Amir is a very nice person. He's been nice to me, and that's all I need to know. So
thank you.
Yeah. That doesn't mean he's not capable of exerting his power, but
and by the way, Alan, Black Rabbi is on what do you call it, death row right now in Amir's court. So.
Oh, really?
He made a claim yesterday, Alan. He got cooked really bad.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Black.
Amir's highlight. Alan, it's Amir's highlight. Anyways, I want to ask another quick question, just really quick.
Just wait for Alan. Let Alan finish. He's not finished.
No, that's if we're done with me, yeah, that's fine. In all seriousness, I haven't seen or heard anything new.
So, Alan, do you know what he got cooked on yesterday? I'll give you one example. You're Christian, right, Alan?
Apparently so, yes.
He's Armenian. He's a fucking Christian.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm the original Christian.
So, Alan, they smashed the Jesus Christ statue in southern Lebanon. This was a couple days ago. This idiot Black Rabbi, he became a Jew and lives inside Israel. He's like, Netanyahu condemns every time. He read me the statement. It was just, that idiot was just critiquing some of the IDF soldiers, but he never condemned what that IDF soldier did to the statue of Jesus Christ. Isn't that crazy?
Man, what we were talking about, you threw that in. We were talking about the settlers and if Netanyahu's ever condemned them. And I said, yes, he did condemn them.
He never condemned it.
Okay, and what I was corrected on.
No, we started with Jesus Christ statue or Southern Lebanon. That's how the conversation started.
We never talked about it.
Yes, I told you. I brought that up.
No, I have a perfect way to find out how we can condemn this Black Rabbi. Why don't you go stand over there and we'll have him chop your head off, and we'll know if it's condemned or not. I'll let you know afterwards.
Oh, okay. Amir.
Only an Anglo-Saxon person would even talk.
Yes, Alan.
Generally speaking, I don't like you condemn this, but you didn't condemn that arguments.
Oh, you love that argument.
Mm-hmm. So, Alan.
Yeah, yes. I mean, generally speaking, that's that's,
I didn't make the claim about condemning. It was Black Rabbi that made the claim that, we have Netanyahu, they condemned it, and this military official condemned it. None of the Israeli officials have condemned the actions these motherfuckers have done in Gaza, Lebanon, even to Christians. Forget the Muslims, even to the Christians. And none of the actions that they did in Iran, and the West Bank that's going on right now, right? So this idiot makes a claim that, Netanyahu condemns everything, the settler, this and that. I'm like, oh my God, never once condemned anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may be. Now, this is not me saying it. I've heard this from other people, so don't say it's me saying it, that Jews view all Christians as useful idiots. But
that's right, we do.
So that could be a reason why, but I don't know. I mean,
well, that's a fact. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, look. So, to be honest with you, I heard most of what you said, Amir. So I got interrupted briefly. I believe I got the gist of it. That they pulled down this, they tore down this statue of Jesus.
One guy.
The guy smashed with the hammer at it.
Okay, yeah.
One guy.
And Netanyahu didn't condemn it.
None of the officials condemned it. Nobody inside Israel condemned it. They didn't condemn it. Okay, go source up.
Okay, and so why was this an issue with Black Rabbi?
He's the one that brought up that they condemned it. I said, these are the demonic. Yesterday I was making a statement. These are the demonic people. They don't even apologize or whatever. They even attack Christians. And this retard goes, no, they condemn everything. And I brought up the Christian, the statue. Because I don't really care at this moment for these fuckers to condemn, because these are demonic pieces of shit.
Well, if you want my comment, I would just say to Black Rabbi, 90 boo boo, he won, you did there. That's my no. I'll just say. That's.
Alan, can I ask you another question? It's off topic.
Who?
Me.
I was next in the queue, so I was waiting for Alan.
Yeah, I mean that thing. Whatever. What if you ask me, Omid? Yeah, go ahead.
Black, you wanted to ask your question before I change the topic.
Yeah, exactly. So Amir, this is a very quick question to Amir. Amir, you live in America, right? And
no, I don't live in America.
All right, you live in India. But the point is saying like this. It's saying, would you rather see the Eastern world having a linear style of governance where you have a supreme leader or a king and a trickle down to people, or would you rather see a horizontal society where the state itself is there to serve the people, we're governed by laws?
Either way, governed by laws is the best way to go about. You're talking about monarch, right? Monarch versus the democratic system.
Not just monarch. Just it could be even a frame of theology where the people are serving the state.
So some of the countries they have dictatorship in some of the GCC countries. Their citizens, I guess, they're happy with it, the benefits and incentives that they get. They don't complain. They don't rebel against the government. So we just leave it as whatever the fucking system they have. But there's a problem in GCC countries. You can't speak up against the government. If you do, you get arrested.
You disappear.
So I'm asking you.
You go the way of Jamal Khashoggi.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking you, Amir, would you, as a person who has American passport, are you in line with a linear form of governance where there is a supreme leader or a supreme ideology that the people of that state or country serve, Or do you believe that you should have a horizontal-based society where the state is there to serve the people and their needs, right, and what they want, and it's protected under the rule of law?
This is some horseshit what he's talking about, man. Seriously.
Yeah, and to be fair, Black, I'm trying to understand it.
I understand what Black is saying.
I understand part of it. I don't understand.
They're older.
I don't understand why you say vertical or like linear.
I get what he's saying. He's saying
I don't understand what the significance of that. I'll just say that if I was the supreme leader, then yes. I would hope that, if I get to be supreme leader, I'm all for that. But anyway.
This is an old age issue. But maybe you can explain it better.
Oh my God.
Basically what Black is saying, would you rather live in a system where laws are implemented from the top down, from authority down onto you, or would you prefer to live in a governments where voters decide the law?
The
Citizens, voters. I mean, if you're a citizen, you're a voter.
Yeah.
How about this? How about we take the U.S. Constitution as the model and acknowledge that we are all have rights deemed by our Creator, and the state is there to ensure those rights are upheld. But the rights are not coming from a dictator nor the state, but from our Creator itself. I think that is what is unique about the U.S. Constitution, and that's the form of government I would love.
I wasn't asking, I was asking Amir, but since you're in a conversation, what one do you prefer for that exist in the Middle East?
Well, I am hesitant to answer because it sounds like I'm choosing between either a dictator or a collectivist government. And I would say...
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying a style of governance where the people create laws and the state is there to serve them, or you have a supreme leader or a king where the people are there to serve whatever that agenda or vision.
Well, clearly, for me, I would, within that narrow definition, and I reserve the right to alter it depending on where you're going to go with this, then yes, from the one that serves the people would be better.
Okay, so from that perspective, there's no reason to not support Israel in this region.
I knew it. I knew he was going to go there. I knew it. I smelled it from a mile away.
Wait. Just hear me out on this point. And I'm saying this as a person who is an Orthodox Jew, right? Us having gay parades in the country is not something that my religion supports, that men should be with men and this type of a thing. But more important than just my personal religious perspective, right, is the fact that our laws in this country protect the rights of gay people.
So does Turkey. I support Turkey. I support Erdogan because he does the same thing in his country. We got gay clubs in Turkey.
Actually, we need to dive into the details. Can you please tell us when was your first LGBTQ rally?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I want to finish. I've been to Georgia. I've been to Azerbaijan. I've been to Turkey. I've been to what's the name of that country? I don't know, but you know what country I'm talking about. I've been to all those countries, and they have the same thing as Israel. But
I want to dive into the Israeli part. This is why I go after the Israel, right? Can you please tell us when was the first LGBTQ rally held in Israel, please? Rabbi Character?
I have no idea. It's not something I research so much.
Okay. It was in 1993. Here's the biggest problem, Alan. This retard, I cornered him multiple times on this. It's such a democratic land. It allows LGBTQ rallies, ultra-Orthodox Jews, and Hanabi Jews. They attack them every year. And Israel doesn't allow civil marriages. The gay guys that are fingering each other, they can't even fucking marry inside Israel. And this fucker comes up here, then he wants to talk out of his asshole. Motherfucker, go learn about the laws of Israel. They can't even marry each other. And you want to talk about gay rights? Yesterday you were saying about Caleb, the guy that's on this app. He's a reformist rabbi. He's involved in gay marriages. He's involved in gay marriages. This idiot doesn't even recognize him. That guy even has Israeli passport. This retard, this black rabbi doesn't even have a fucking Israeli passport.
I don't need an Israeli passport. I have an American
passport.
Oh, wow. Yo, Amir, black just proved that Israel's a proxy of America.
Okay. There you go. You better close out. Do you see another person saying this?
No, Amir, I don't think we have to go to all of that. What I would say to you, Black, is first of all, LGBT. I don't think that LGBTQ rights are the metric by which we need to decide whether or not a country is free or not, or whether or not it is more democratic or less democratic, or more humane or less humane than others. That's the first thing I would say, because there are plenty of democracies. They have parliament governments like Israel, and they don't allow all of that stuff.
We're talking about the Middle East, bro.
Yeah, okay, but still, we're talking. So
have you been to Azerbaijan, Black?
Yeah. So you know.
Let the island finish, please.
Yeah. And second of all, well, let me think about this. I mean, you know, okay, granted, Israel was formed in what, 47, whatever. 48, and it's got a parliament government.
So was Saudi Arabia.
But yes, yeah, well, there you go.
Saudi Arabia was built earlier.
But Armenia was formed, Jesus.
No, not 48.
80s. Armenia is a democracy. It has a parliament government.
So was Azerbaijan, Alan. So was Azerbaijan.
Yeah, when?
When what?
When was Azerbaijan?
Bro, why do you keep bringing Azerbaijan when you know that they're responsible for fucking Armenian genocide?
Yeah, and well, that's okay. I don't get it.
That's exactly why.
But yeah, but
you did it on purpose. Okay, stop interrupting, babe. Arash, be quiet.
Yeah, I'm getting interrupted too much. Yeah, Azerbaijan is a dictatorship. Besides, so that's besides.
Well, can we go back to Israel in the Middle East?
There are other democracies
in the Middle East.
So I want to bring something to the table about Iran.
Yeah, but in any event, what did you say, Amir?
I want to bring something to the table. So the black rabbi made a claim about LGBTQ. The largest LGBTQ rally happens inside Israel. Blah blah blah. Do you know what happens in Iran if the two gay guys get arrested, right? They get offered a deal. Mute up, man. They get offered a deal. One of the guys would have to become a woman from top to bottom.
No, that's wrong.
Private part. What do you mean that's wrong?
That's wrong. I live inside Iran. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're outside Iran. You fucking live in UAE. What the hell are you talking about, Arash? So that's what I learned from the Iranians. That they offered to pay for reassignment surgery from top to bottom. One of them. Go look it up yourself. One of them becomes a woman. But shut the fuck up. Otherwise, I will definitely move you down. Shut it. Fucking, it wants to, interrupt every 2 seconds. So, okay, all right. Sit in the audience like a little scumbag. Thank you. That's what you wanted. So one of them, becomes a woman. The other one stays a man. And, and they let them out and they can have that relationship. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right or, right.
I've heard that.
But,
Well, look, let me say one other thing. I know there are a lot of Jewish people on this app and in this room, etc., etc. You are all good people. And I've had discussions with Jewish people, especially, related to the Armenian genocide, where they will say, yeah, I think it should be recognized, and yeah, I don't like that the Israel government doesn't recognize it, etc., etc. Now, I bring that up not to talk about the genocide specifically, but to talk about this point specifically. Last time I checked, the idea that the individual's actions reflect greatly on the community as a whole and vice versa was, the last time I heard, that was very strong. And certainly as an American, we didn't hear death to the Americans that funded Israel and are against the IRGC, but the other Americans who have nothing to do with it, they can live. No, we heard death to America. It was, we got all lumped in together. So this idea that you as an, and this applies to everybody, including Armenians. I'm not saying like somehow my group is different. So this idea that if you're Jewish, you can excuse the bad behavior of Israel by saying, well, geez, yeah, I don't agree with what Netanyahu did, but we shouldn't condemn it, or don't condemn me. And same to Persians, same to Iranians, same to Arabs, same to everybody. The idea that you're off the hook because, oh, that's my government, that's not me. Well, look, I talk to you, I agree, you're a good person, but I also acknowledge this cultural reference that unless somebody disagrees and says, no, things have changed in the Middle East, we don't believe that anymore, I'm going to hold to that principle. Now, Amir, since you're the brightest light bulb in this room, which I say not just because you're a mod and I want to appease you, but because it appears to be true, you can decide if that's true or not. In any event, I'm curious from your perspective, what do you think about what I said about that? You know, the individual reflects on the...
Please, Amir, after you do, I will need to comment.
All right,
Alan, I have a question for you.
Yeah, so what I'll say is, Alan, there's certain things I agree with you, certain things I don't, but, you know, at the end of the day, all we got is opinions, perspectives on this stuff. Like, we had that black rabbi, he couldn't shut the fuck up, right? And
very respectful.
So, okay, all right. Thank you. He wants to come up to thank you. Sit in the audience. Thank you. Anyways, so, you know, this is what happens with these, a lot of retards. They come out after 12 o'clock, California, 12 o'clock. It's like a demon hour, you know. They're either drunk or high on drugs. They can't just shut the fuck up, you know.
California, what are you trying to say?
No, Omid, you're not a retard. You're a good person, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Alan, I'm just going to leave it at that. Omid wants to go, and then we have Mazri. He wants to go as well.
Alan, I'm going to change the topic. Are you pro-police?
No, I prefer lawlessness, and I want everything that I've ever worked for in my life to be unprotected. Because as a white person in America,
You're Armenian.
No, Omid, we sued and won to be declared white in the United States. I get to say I'm white. Okay, now, as a white person in America, just assume that to be true for the moment. Okay, I understand that I have benefited by the systems of racism in this country, and therefore I need to allow myself to be, I need to allow the traditionally marginalized groups to be, to get reparations off of me and simply take everything that I've ever earned, because really I don't deserve it. Thank you.
Well, I'm so glad you see it that way. I have no further question.
Thank you.
No, my next question.
Okay, yes.
I think Mazri wanted to go chime in.
Yes, I am for the police. Why do you ask?
I ask because do you believe police officers should have name tags, badge numbers, and body cams?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now, do you think police...
Do you know why?
Why?
Because at first the police thought, and everybody thought, oh, this is going to be, the people who hate police thought, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to catch them. And we're going to catch them, doing all these underhanded things. Which, in a few instances it did. But mostly now we can go on YouTube and watch all of the police cam videos of numerous idiots doing the stupidest things and thinking they're going to get away with it. If you haven't seen police body cam videos, they are hilarious.
I've seen them. No.
Anyways, all right. You're going somewhere with this.
Okay. So I agree. I mean, they exist for both reasons. For people who are acting stupidly in front of the police. It's there to. It's there to protect both the police officer and whoever is the suspect, whoever is involved in the police encounter. You would agree with that, right?
Yes. However, let me just say that none of what I'm saying applies to anything in the Middle East. Thank you.
No. I'm not. No, I know that. Okay.
No, in case you're going to do what Black Rabbi did.
No. I'm just Persian rabbi over here.
Oh, okay, good. Anyways, continue.
So, why should we be okay with a bunch of new recruits who have never had any law enforcement training ever in their life, going against the rules of law enforcement, wearing masks with no badge numbers, no name tags, no accountability, to be enforcements of immigration and deportation?
I will answer that question. First of all, what you're saying that they had no training was partially true initially when Trump came into office, but that is largely not the case. So that complaint, while it may have had some truth, is no longer true. Second of all, in terms of what they are doing, the Trump administration has been sued, I think it's over 60 times, related to ICE, related to executive orders, on and on and on. They've all worked their way through our courts. They've gone up and down. It's gone to the Supreme Court, gone back down, up, back and forth. After all of that litigation, it has been tested time and time again. It is constitutional. Third of all, related to that, he has waited for the court's dictates. When the court said, don't do something, well, then he didn't and waited for it to be appealed or to be judged.
I'm asking why should we be okay with certain officers of the law wearing masks and not having any form of identification, abuse their power, whereas we're not?
Oh, very good point. Very good point. Because in this particular instance, we have a certain faction on the left who have openly declared war on them and will dox and target those police officers unduly, unjustly, and unfairly based on their belief that they are operating outside the law. And thus, it is a reasonable response to protect those people. Because the people on the left, realizing that they can't stop the institution, are trying to make it so dangerous for the individual that individuals no longer want to take part in those particular law enforcement activities.
So should we have our police officers wear masks and no name tags and badge numbers too?
Well, that's a very good point. And if the left gets to the point where they are targeting police officers more than they already have, then we might have to do that, and it will be the left's fault.
Wait, Ellen.
You would be too much, bro.
Wait. I'm confused on why you keep mentioning left and right when this isn't a left and right, argument. I'm confused. I feel like a lot of people can acknowledge what ICE is doing and what they've been doing is unconstitutional. Like a lot of ICE, right? So, like, I'm confused on why you keep saying right and left and right. Like, that's not what it's about.
Because it's not unconstitutional, and because it's the left who's complaining.
No, not really. I feel like a lot of people on the right are also complaining.
Yeah, well, you feel it, but it's not actually true.
It is.
You were good. No, you were good.
I mean, I'm on the right, but okay.
I don't think it's a left and right issue either. I really think they're taking it too far.
No,
I mean,
okay.
They're pushing it a little bit, bro. They're pushing it too much. I have a lot of respect for law enforcement. I have respect for everybody, but what's right is right.
What's right is right. I'm sorry. Here we go. Clinton, 12.3 million deportations, 0 injunctions.
It's the way it's carried out, though. It's not what they...
Listen to the numbers. Listen to the numbers.
Alan, I already know the numbers. I already know they deported more people. But guess what? All those people that they deported have criminal records. They were convicted of a crime.
Not just that, the way that it was carried out was much different.
We didn't have a police force that had zero accountability with no names and wear fucking masks.
The way it was carried out. Well, the way Trump is carrying it out was those laws were set by, let me guess, Barack Obama.
It doesn't matter who it's set in, bro. It's the way that it's being enforced.
It doesn't matter who. Barack Obama created the expedited courts. It doesn't give them an excuse. They don't need an excuse. That's the law. It's constitutional. And we understand. And here's the biggest thing.
Is this guy crazy?
I don't want to argue this.
Yes.
No, he's not crazy. He's just not understanding maybe the seriousness of it. That it really is affecting some people. Like, I'm not saying they were all good, bad or good people that are being targeted. But it's not all are good or bad. But I mean, there are definitely good people who are being really pushed. Man.
Look. I will speak to you, and then, look, we're not going to agree on this. Can we agree that in this particular topic, we're not going to agree? I think we can agree that we're not going to agree. You're not going to change my mind. And let me use the old political anecdote story. And Carrie, I know you will understand this because the person I'm speaking about is Armenian.
It doesn't. They want to make a difference. I'm just saying. But
but it illustrates a point. When this friend of ours, when his daughter was 6 and his son was, I think, I don't know, 10, he left Armenia with his son and came to America legally. He waited 10 years. He did not see his daughter or wife for 10 years because he waited to get the legal okay to come into this country. That's 10 years of his daughter's life he missed out on. Now, for every person like that who waited to do it legally, there's somebody who, because they can walk across the border or get a plane ticket and somehow fly into this country and circumvented immigration, got here, said, I need asylum, which they abused that system, and then got to stay and got to disappear into the country.
I applaud the Armenian brother that did it the right way, but it doesn't give excuse to anyone.
No, but it does.
It does not give anyone an excuse to target and use excessive force.
I'll tell you why. Because what the left is saying is that we need to have compassion for the people who came here illegally, and that it is our moral duty to protect them, and that we are moral if we prect them.
We are moral. We do deserve that level of
Alan, are we not a country? Are we not a country of laws?
We're not a country of laws. You guys are interrupting. I have only.
Gotta wrap it up, bro. Wrap it up.
Thank you. I have only. Well, I was interrupted 17 times. I have only so much moral compassion in my body, and I'm going to reserve it for the people who come here legally. The ones who walked across the border or who claimed asylum or used the Biden system of USAID to get into this country knowing that they would be given a free pass, fuck them and fuck the horse they rode in on, and they did break the law, and they are going to get kicked out, and I will not cry over them. That's where I stand.
Okay, I do want to say I don't think most Americans are opposed to having stricter immigration policies. One second, Mazzy. I was speaking. One second.
I've been waiting.
Oh, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but I'll just take a few minutes because I really have to go. Alan, I'd like to speak with you and comment on things you have just said recently. But out of what I hear from you is that you speak out of law, constitution, fair, democracy, and all these ideal words. But are you really living this word? Are you really even honest with yourself? How do you say that? As the International Court of Justice and other legal components, or whatever you call, all of them condemn Israel, the Prime Minister and his team, about what they did in Gaza and all those things. How do you say that about Israel and you praise Israel, that it is a democratic country, it has parliament, and it's all these things? Well, you'll find parliament and democracy in so many other places, but you don't want to see it. You just close your eyes and you just repeat things, gaslighting. If really America is a democratic country, it is the most democratic country, but it is not really a democratic country. If I say things about Muslims in America, it's acceptable. If I say things against any country in America, it's acceptable. But if I say anything against the Jews or the Israel, it's not acceptable. My visa could be canceled. I could be kicked out from America. All my family would be blocked from America, and all these things. So you are not talking seriously, or you're not fair, or you're not practical. You say things from just one perspective, but you cannot really generalize. If I say this to America, it means all the Muslims or all the Arabs want this to America. Personally, I don't really agree with that. I have so many American friends, even if they don't disagree, even if they don't agree with me. Joe is an example who's in the audience. I respect her very much, although there's a huge disagreement between us. Abby is another example. But at the same time, if I hate something in America, I hate its policy, which is in the Middle East. And it is not about spreading democracy and all these things. It's about controlling the resources. Because if you are talking about democracy and human rights and all these things, why America doesn't fight China? Why America doesn't have a war with North Korea? So it is not about democracy, simply because they are strong countries, strong armies, strong weapons, strong economy. So it is about controlling the resources, controlling the navy of the corridor straits. It's controlling about the resources. What did Trump do with the Venezuela's president? Based on which right? Protecting America from drugs? Hello? America also already has drugs from different resources, even inside America itself. So it's not about the drugs. It is about controlling an oil in Venezuela. And when it happened, I already expected a huge disaster would happen in the Middle East. And here's what's going on in Iran. And also to control the harms and control the resources. So I'm sorry, respectively, Alan, you cannot really generalize this
or the hate of some Arabs against the American policy. It's the American policy, not the American people, not the American soil. And you say that Muslims and all this. I'm sorry. Don't you know that the Israeli community is already divided? Ashkenaz, Sephardim, and Slashes, and they are all Jews. What about the Jews who split on the Christians there in Jerusalem? Do they really respect the religions or religious people or other things? This is democracy of Israel. Alan, I'm sorry. You're gaslighting, respectively. Thanks. Thanks, guys, for giving me the chat.
Alan, I didn't hear you say anything like that. Was I late to the room, bro?
No. I
didn't hear anything you said. Where did that guy go, Masri?
He's right here. I didn't hear Alan say anything.
Masri, when did Alan say any of this?
It's okay.
Yeah, but Omid is the one that started this shit, man. Omid brought up fucking whole bunch of countries, including Azerbaijan.
I mean, be accurate, bro. Like you just.
He just said that they all have some sort of a system. That's about it. I don't know. I think you misheard him, Masri.
No, I understand. Masri.
I know you're wrong. I heard it. I know you're wrong. Go on,
guys, I understood how some of what he said applied to what I said. And people's opinion, he gave it. I'm not going to get mad at him because he asked me an opinion that I asked for. And he's not wrong either. That's I can respect that perspective. I don't want to argue with you, Masri, but you have some points to what you said in relation to what I said about the individual's actions reflecting on the greater community and vice versa. I think that's what he was talking about. So, yeah, that's fine. You know.
Alan, what do you think of Mahmoud Khalil?
I'm sorry, didn't you just comment on people who say this to America? And of course I disagree with that, but did he say such a thing like that?
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm talking about things you already mentioned. I don't attack you personally.
No.
I don't say things you don't say, right?
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not criticizing you for what you said in the least. And because I said, look, is this still going on, et cetera, et cetera. I will tell you, let me make a distinction that as Americans who was alive when the revolution took part and the IRGC came to power, when we heard death to America, we assumed they were talking about everyone in America. Now, maybe that was true, maybe that wasn't true, but that's the message we got, okay? And then as someone who grew up with Middle Eastern culture in my family, I understood it as, and having been taught, well, how you behave, you don't want to shame the family. Heaven forbid you should shame the family. I understood it in that context. So that's why I made the comment. I don't know if that explains it more, but yeah, I'm not fighting with you with what you said. I was looking for different persons.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So it looks like the Democrats, it's what the Black Rabbi said earlier, Alan. I did put the link in the chat. If that idiot retard comes back, he can add that link from New York Times about the reassignment surgery that happens inside Iran. As a Trump supporter, Alan, at what point are you going to regret the decision that you voted for Trump?
Amir, when I'm alone at night, in my solitude, and no one is watching, I cry bitter tears at my support for him. But yet, in my public persona, I don't allow myself the luxury of such doubts. I must be strong and carry on.
With the sword.
That's right. That's right. Amir, I have regretted everyone I have ever voted for. Always. So at some point it will happen. And when it does, if we're still both here, I'll say, Amir, it's happened, okay? But until then, yeah, I mean, look, politicians know that they talk a lot of crap, and if they get in, they're good for 4 or 6 or 2 years or whatever it is. And look, with Obama, if you like your health doctor, you can keep your doctor. I mean, we heard that time and time again. And literally within, as soon as I signed up for Obamacare, there were a bunch of doctors I couldn't keep. Oh no, they're not within the network. Or, yeah, they're within the network, but then they dropped them the network and bye-bye. So, and remember Obama said, and there's video of him saying, the system will pay for itself, and if it doesn't, these things will kick into effect. None of that ever happened. It never paid for itself, and we're paying through the nose for it. So that's just one example of that, You always, and the other thing is, look, Trump got elected, and let's be clear. Trump got elected because the immigration issue, Biden went over the top with it. He let in too many people. Unprecedented the amount of people he let in. And people got pissed off. And what was our choice? Well, you had Kamala Harris, who was going to continue the same thing, or Trump. And people said, no, we don't want it, Democrats. So that was it. Trump got elected. And here we are. We get the whole package. It's like you meet a woman and she's got a great ass, but her boobs hang down to the floor. Well, you're going to have to deal with it. Sorry to the women in the...
Anyways, what do you think about this Israel violating the ceasefire with Lebanon, America violating it on Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, did I not address that the other day?
Well, they're still talking about it. They're supposed to meet up in Pakistan, but America says yes. Iran says no.
Oh, you mean about? Oh, I thought you were talking. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the missiles that Israel fired into Lebanon.
And that happened, but they're still going back and forth. And in relate to the Iran, that they did fire something into a cargo ship.
Yeah. I mean, look, all of this BS. All of it is, they're going to continue to take pot shots at each other. And from a military point of view, I mean, Iran and the United States are testing each other resolve. That's all. It's like poking an electrical fence looking for weakness where you can break in. I don't know. I mean, am I surprised by it? No. Am I upset about it? No, I expect it to happen. And Iran is saying, no, we're not going to go to the table. Let's see what happens. You know? My guess, they're going to say, no. Then Trump is going to threat, okay, well, I'm going to bomb all of the underground nudie nightclubs in Iran. And then, or he does it, and then Iran says, okay, we're going to come to the table. You know, that's my guess. You know, and this is the back and forth that's going on. I think, in my opinion, I think it would be better for Iran to figure out a way to get to the negotiating table, figure out how they're going to give up, concede everything on the nuclear materials thing, negotiate on all the other points, sign the deal, comply with the deal, and then say, ha, see, we beat the United States. And that's how they walk. And Trump will say, ha, I beat Iran. And everybody will claim victory, and then we can go on and go back to, fighting over Democrats and Republicans in the United States.
I don't see that happening at all, bro.
Well, what do you think will happen, Kelly?
They're going to continue fighting. I think they're just going to continue fighting. Iran doesn't look like it's succumbing to the pressure.
No, it's not.
That's just what it seems and what it looks.
Yeah, but Iran is bullshitting.
I mean, but what makes you say that?
Because because if you look at what Iran does versus what the United States does, Iran attacked another country's oil tanker. The United States took out the engine of one of Iran's biggest cargo ships.
Okay, and that still didn't make them want to negotiate?
No, it didn't yet.
Okay.
Yet. But the amount of damage, and this is what seems painfully clear to me, but not painfully clear to the IRGC, is that the amount of damage that the United States can inflict on Iran is far greater than the reverse.
And they still are not coming to the table?
Of course not.
Okay, so how would that?
Since when does someone in the Middle East willingly make concessions or willingly admit that they're someone else's bitch?
You think Iran is US's bitch?
I'm not saying that necessarily, but clearly at this point, I think that's the case.
I don't know, bro. I don't think so.
Look, Carrie, and I'm
honest. If the Iranians were spooked and scared and all that, they would have came to the table.
No, they wouldn't.
If they were destroyed like they were destroyed, they would have came to the table.
Yeah, Carrie, look, I've spoken about this with Amir. I understand the close relationship with Iran and Armenia right now.
That's regardless of it, bro. You got when you discussing things like this, you got to take out the closeness. You got to look at all of it as objectively as possible.
Yeah,
it's a strong country. It's not a joke. And after all of that, doing it to it, if it's still not succumbing to pressure, that's alarming.
No, it's not alarming. It's expected.
So what do you expect? When do you think they're going to be like, okay, we're going to do what you say?
Look, I remember. All right, I didn't hear your question.
When do you think it's Iran's going to be like, okay, you guys are right, we're going to do what you guys say?
When the amount of their losses overcomes their pride.
But the way that U.S. is saying it, that's already the case. The way that they're reporting is already saying that.
Well, I understand that, but look, I don't know what they're reporting. I'm looking at the actions that have been done.
I'm saying they're reporting it on our side, on the U.S. side, is saying that we're winning and we're destroying and we're taking over.
Oh, yeah.
We own it all.
And what's the reporting on Iran?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going based on what we're saying.
Yeah. Amir, would it be, or somebody else, would it be wrong of me to say that Iran is reporting that they're winning and that the United States is winning?
They're calling the regime Epstein regime.
They're calling it what?
Epstein regime.
Oh, yeah.
They're advertising it on their TV. They're calling it Epstein regime.
You know what the crazy thing is? The U.S. is saying that too.
They're winning. So Alan, they're logically speaking, I think Iran got a W and America got an L. Logically, I'm not taking the sides, but if you look at it, I'll tell you how. So America, forced Netanyahu into doing ceasefire with Lebanon. The L on America's side that America had to bow down to Iran by listening to Iran to do ceasefire with Lebanon. That was an L for America and W for Iran. Now Iran got removed the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. They completely removed it. They allowed all the ships to go through whatever. America did a blockade for anything that comes in and out of Iranian ports. Now America violated the piracy law. When Iran is not violating the law, why the fuck is America violating the piracy law on international waters? So America is in the wrong here.
Okay.
We may have lost the battle, but we have not lost the war.
It's just not making sense, bro. U.S. side is saying we're winning, we're taking over, we're taking control, but Iran is still not negotiating, and they're even turning it up a notch.
Yeah.
We use other bomb them, and they said, "Fuck it, we're gonna bomb everybody."
That was a stupid move when they started bombing.
I mean, stupid or not, bro, it was the show of force was enough.
No,
if you're walking into a barn swinging at everybody, swinging at everyone, eventually people are gonna start swinging back.
Yeah,
and they're swinging on everybody, and they're still not going down.
Who's swinging at everybody? Iran?
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. No. When they started, when we bombed Iran, and we used other countries' bases to do that, we thought we had Iran dead to rights. But then Iran said, "Fuck everybody," and they're still not going down, and they're still not coming to the negotiating table, and they're still not listening.
Yeah.
So at what point are you going to really say that maybe we really don't got it like we think we got it?
No, I think my perspective is...
How many countries did Iran retaliate?
How
many countries did Iran retaliate?
You gotta
respond, man. You keep on asking questions. You gotta let the other party respond.
Yeah, Amir, you asked me questions. He asked me questions. As Amir always reminds me, I was born in the 1800s, so my memory is what it was. Let me answer. Your first point was that now I'm forgetting. Your first point, look, you're saying it was a loss that he had to tell Netanyahu. I don't see it that way. I see it as here, America is engaged with Iran, and Israel says, "Here, we can help." So they help, and then while the U.S. has said, "Okay, we're in a ceasefire," Israel thought it could get cute and says, "Oh, Hezbollah's over there. we're going to bomb them too because now they're a danger and it's an opportunity, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And Trump said to them, listen, bitches, shut the fuck up, stop bombing them because you're going to fuck it up for us. I don't see it as a loss. I just see it as, well, we've got a lot of loose cannons in the Middle East, and Big Daddy Trump is trying to keep control of them. You know, that's the way I look at it. I mean, the other thing, well, look, I forget all of that, but look, this is the way I view it. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was in this room, and people were saying, look, if America tries to push it, then Iran is going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, okay, which they did. Seeing that, what Trump did is he said, oh, you think you're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Bitch, we're going to shut it down. If you think you're going to operate in those waters, we're going to operate there, and you're going to know that we're in charge there. Now, Iran then, seeing that situation, sent the drones and attacked those cargo ships, which of course makes everybody nervous. That's the next step. So now the United States, what did they do? They fired on one of Iran's cargo ships. You're going to fire on one of our friends' ships. We're going to fire on your mother. This is the back and forth. Has Iran given up yet? No, I wouldn't expect them to. But the fact that they didn't give up doesn't necessarily mean that they're never going to give up. Germans certainly weren't giving up in the middle of World War II, but now in hindsight, 2020, yeah, they should have given up. You know, again, I'm not trying to attribute anything too great or too small to anything that happens. And that's the way I view it. You know, it's like we're all watching a football game and it's like, oh, they advanced 2 yards. That means they're going to get a goal. No, you're still 50 yards from the goal post. So we'll see.
The U.S. Iran just has to basically play its card long enough and resist long enough to the point where the U.S. just sees that it's not worth spending money and casualties.
I think they already
to create another Afghanistan, right? Like it's not feasible. Can
I say something, if you don't mind? Allow me to add something to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, actually, I have seen, because I live here in Kuwait and I've dealt with so many Iranian locals here. And the fact is, the Iranians have this strong pride and dignity from personal levels. When it comes to political level or macro level, the entire country, like it's an Islamic regime, have the same pride and dignity about their history, their culture, everything, you know? Iran has a very long history, over 5,000 years, with rich cultures, scholars, philosopher, literature, and poetry, you know? So when we deal with the U.S., the U.S. comes, make a resolution that is going to wipe out a country with a 5,000 years history for a new established country, established for 200 years. So this is a kind of belittling the history of Iran, you know? And through the war lasted for less than 6 months. They've been for around 6 months in the ongoing war between Iran and the US. And this is considered, for the Iranian perspective, it's a big shame for them. Like a new established country for 200 years, conquered a 5,000 years of civilization, the Persian civilization,
to eradicate them within 6 months. Can't you see that this is kind of offensive or belittling the Iran compared to history, compared to everything? Iran is a very, very well organized. I'm not dignifying Iran, but this is the fact. Because if you go deep, if you read the books about the Iran, the history, or if you watch movies like Prince of Persia, you see Iran, it is not just a country, you know?
No, I know. And I think, it's my belief, when the ceasefire happened, I think what I saw with what Trump was saying is that he was trying to give everybody a way that they could retain their pride. That he was saying, the people there now, they're not the old ones, they're the new ones, they're smarter and wiser, whatever he said. He actually praised them. He understood, okay, I need to make it so they can go back to their country and say, look, we protected, Iran's pride here.
Yeah.
He gave them, but then what did they do? He was very clear about what he wanted, and it was always, and he said it time and time again, Iran cannot have nuclear materials. Not the way, and they can't, etc. The nuclear issue was the biggest point. And as I said earlier, if they had conceded on that, they could have, and complied with it, they could have negotiated for anything else, and then they could have spun it, that stupid American, we don't need the nuclear weapons, we can still kick Israel's ass, whatever they wanted to say. He gave them the out, they didn't take it. In the same way, when he negotiated with Russia and Ukraine, and Zelensky was there in the office, and he's saying, look, this is a way, I'm going to make it so that you guys, Ukrainians aren't being killed. This is your best deal. And Zelensky was like, no, he made up some stupid excuses to the point where Trump was saying to his face, you have no cards. This or you keep fighting. And Zelensky said, I keep fighting. And he walked away from the deal. Now, how many more Ukrainians and Russians are dead? Because Putin said yes, Zelensky said no.
Plenty, yes.
Yeah, so, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Look, we're here now. And what's going to happen, I don't know. Whether it's going to be a good thing, I don't know. But here we are, and we're all upset. We're all picking sides. Some of us are smart and don't support Trump and don't try to defend us, and others aren't so smart, and they get screwed up in rooms.
Yes, sir. I say, 99% of what you said, I totally agree. But let me ask you something, sir. Do you believe, the current ongoing Iranian war?
Brother, gotta hit the question. Last question, and then I have to end the room.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, Mr. Amir. Don't you believe, this kind of the war, it's part of extology? The end of the war, this is part of it, because I believe there will be another repercussion, because Iran is not the main target of Trump. The main target is China. So don't you believe it's part of the end of the war? Extology? Theology?
I'm not willing to go there. I think people are concerned. I think they'd be concerned. But I don't think going to lead to that. I don't know. Sorry.
God will.
I think we're going to end the room. Thank you for coming, guys. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Sleep well. Have a good day. Thank you, Mr. Hammer. You're a vegan person. I'm very favorite to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll see you guys back in 6 to 7 hours, 8 hours to open a professional room. Hopefully they're going to meet up in Pakistan, but I don't think so. Iran state media said no. American state media says yes. And they're just bullshitting. And Trump has a habit of lying. No offense to you, Alan, but Trump is a Trumpy. It is what it is. Yeah. Anyways, take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care, sweet dreams. See you, bye.
To do this. And even they think that this is a normal thing, that it is normal for them to continue the killing of the people of South Sudan, to promote the killing of the people of South Sudan. Anyone who kills the people of South Sudan is an enemy to the people of South Sudan. An enemy of our people should not be allowed to enjoy the blood and the deaths of our people. So thank you for what you are doing, and continue to do that. Continue to promote what is best for the people of South Sudan. Continue to promote the dream and the vision of the people of South Sudan to create new Sudan. Thank you very much.
Anybody, Ajamana, with a question or remark? Okay, Edmund, you can go ahead. You can interject and then we can let you know.
Okay, thank you. I think in terms of in terms of your question, the reaction, yet there's no official reaction that we have seen from the government over the position of the US in the Security Council. But I think it may take them time to react because of the lately actions that have been going on in the country. A big position of government in a very awkward position to react quickly. And specifically, one of the exercises that might have really put the government into a very embarrassing position is when RJM presented to the parliament yesterday their October to December report, and where they have explained proceedings for how to go about the agreement. These have somehow, and I remember in the Parliament Minister of Foreign Affairs, there 5 minutes for there. This somehow position us to a very awkward position that what we are doing is too unilateral. And remember, the American ambassador used the word of unilateral decisions. And we've seen our ambassador or our representative in the Security Council making decisions sovereign, and this debate is going among citizens. Is sovereignty only a right, not a responsibility? This was saying sovereignty. But I think they're digesting it on how to come about with it. But as I said, we're at a weaker position because we're making actions that sometimes does not show the world that we're acting as a political leaders. That's what might have delayed the government on that. But I think if they want to get the good pathway, the pathway is to go opposite. What's the pathway to go opposite? One, to really adhere to what Africans are helping them. As we speak now, in a 2 days' time, AU Peace and Security Council is coming to Juba. And of lately, if you see AU Peace and Security Council is holding meetings in Juba for multiple times compared to any other African pronged conflict state. So South Sudan is really a priority of AU Peace and Security Council. Almost every 2 months they're here, every 2 months they're here. And I think that's a building up a case. Somebody somewhere is behind these coming throughout South Sudan. And I think that may be a case that US want to play as a pen holder of South Sudan Security Council. And remember, they're the one also aiding the African Union. Almost 80% of African Union is coming from US, EU, the Western world. So maybe they're on ganging up and pushing them. That go. So in 2 days' time, they will be here. there in Juba, the ANP Secretary Council. So I think we're at a weaker position in responding to that position of the United States in the Peace and Security Council. What do we need to do to the government that need to move? Someone speaking? Oh, thanks. So I think that's for me. Troll, that's a position at that time. But also, troll, this goes with this attitude of people championing war. One of the things I've discovered is that actually the waves of the violence going on now is another means of earning income. Because there's no salary has been paid, so the war offers an opportunity for some top generals to have access to income. So if the war will continue, the more they get the income. But the question normal I have in my mind is that do they really value the loss of lives that you are losing, being it soldiers, being it civilians, and being in the destruction of the image of the government or the whatever grouping before the international community? Because the international community is watching. Like we've seen this graveyard or massive graves that are being found in a couple during WLP trying to grade the road because of the flood. Make sure that at least there's accessibility, and in the exercise of repairing the road, they landed on a grave that is having so many people that people believe that also those people are killed. The grave men, they are traders from the other ethnic identities and maybe neighbors from within the region, like Ugandan, Kenyans, Ethiopians, Eritreans. They might have been the victims in the grave, and some few other South Sudanese nationals that are not in the front line of that. So there's a quite number of concerns coming up. So those actions all, it undermines the state of saying we're sovereign, and if we demand sovereignty, somewhere there's a dirty games going around in the country. People are massively dead, people are killing. Look at what is happening in Wongo. That exchange, this SMS exchange of Akobo, we're losing lives. You can see videos coming out like we're fighting ourselves as if we have never fought together for the independence. So that's something that we can. So I think that's for me the reaction towards government attitude towards the leveling and all this. In terms of the groups that you have said, I know when panel of experts is already documented, they ask us to verify for them some. And my message to you that yes, it is not a threat. Social media is a very good platform that we can use for nurturing very constructive and genuine conversation. But all I'm aware that already also social media, how soon you will see statements coming out on hate speech and hostile propaganda. And this is getting deeper into the attention of human rights communities, whether regionally, globally, at UN level, at a diplomatic level. There's already discussion, even there's discussion around some foreign governments start issuing statements on some of the actions that are contributing in fueling violence back home. Already that campaign is going on in quite a number of diplomatic spaces. I'm aware I attended one of the diplomatic briefings. The UK ambassador saying you need to follow some of your nationals. Seems they should be there enjoying the spaces that we have across the Western world and they're fueling violence back home. We have seen. So we say it is a democratic society that we're in now. It's up to the eye to think. But already messages and voices are coming out from some foreign governments and from some setups that they are fighting for South Sudan. And specifically those who go to TikTok, Facebook pages, voice sometimes in such room are recorded and then they're shared with them that listen, this person is speaking, this is the message, this person is one of the dual citizenship. So it's not putting everybody, as I said, I'd like to use the word some, not blaming everybody, not saying everybody is for that, but it's an alert that I'd like to bring to your attention. The last comment, I think, is a comment. It's just a comment. I don't comment about it. I'll say, yes, we'll stand up to the interest of the country, but also we'll ask everybody, avoid things that may mount into an oppression, to marginalization, to discrimination among South Sudanese. Let's all stand up as a nation. I know it's a big, expensive business. And it's a business that also carries a lot of leveling, naming, and shaming attacks. We will continue investing on tolerance, tolerating, and getting harder, and making sure we all move there. If all South Sudanese are divided, maybe 2 or 3 people may one day, one time unite South Sudan, and we hope that some of us are online working towards the unity of South Sudan, where we don't level ourselves in ethnic line, we don't use our ethnic identity to dominate, to bully, to oppress, to do things that may not promote our unity or may undermine our social fabric. So those are my concluding remarks. Thank you very much. Let me allow you to continue with the rules since you're sorting out your internal crisis. Thank you, but of course,
Thank you very much. We encourage you, we support you, because you are the voice of the people, especially the voiceless. And I can see you are speaking out in Cuba. You don't fear, and this is what we want. We want to be represented by people who does not fear, those who does not put the interest first for the interest of the people. So continue with the good work. Also monitor everything online, and if there is anything that you see, there are individual, group, report them. Because we need a nation. We don't need a cattle camp. So thank you very much. Democrat. Democrat into operation on you by window. You think you're quite? I could be all up in go with I check a thing a minute. You will in a quite so that. But you will let a pankin. A core be each in tongue, but you got over and a wapa. Could report you when you want the report you and it's good that this one is here, what you mentioned. Report the United Nations Security Council when you are a key in the accused. I can think of the accused. And I'm really very happy. And they're quite usual and Jordan ability to kill accused get above Ruka Yabalaka here. In the name of they want to defend anti-Jeremato. Quite a pain now, and get a lawyer. Key here accused Kalaka key cricket by Tavanamia. Kachiba I did couldn't key in a chino. I said, we're quite a young lad, a young about good. When a young do come at the key. Tawati, and move up like yacht, can be there and cello about away. So I can young take away, you know, that they do, anywhere, well, we'll get young and a little if you know. When Fennel learn from that report, Ken and Will K. Young and a Louis by destabilized. You will a king and a Louis by destabilized. If you are non-dinka and you always talk about dinka, destroy this nation, the report did not say it is dinka destabilizing the country. The report has clearly mentioned an individual who is in charge of the country by name Salva Kiir. And this is what we have been saying. Whenever there is a crime, even if you fight as a group of people or a community, and you have killed someone, people will not come and say we are taking the whole community to the court. They will say who killed the person. It will just go down to individuals who have killed the person, and that person is the one that is going to be arrested. Although the whole community, the whole group as whole. So always accountability is for individual, it's not for the society, it's not for ethnic. If you are a jail who is lying here online, that we are under threat, we are being killed, there is somebody by name Salva Kiir who is actually causing all this. And we are not saying Kiir should be killed, by the way. We are saying Kiir should leave the power and we will bring in somebody who is going to come and protect us, give us the service delivery, and develop our country. That is all we want. We're working. When I don't know why, I can't go around and all Kiir go take a look and over me. I'm going to support. Like in I can get a look at me. Into the wall, I got quite a little. Ela no, the other you power. Kiir my day to the area thing. Care and pay with your benefit. Because you will come on to Gillen in a book on Ben. Yani, actually, you be by who? I can't get around the we have very capable people that can come and live. So we're going to do Yami, the king, Yamda, we can use Jerusalem, but Obado can meet the continue. Java can get a cake. Because you can tell a parade, a quite a collective walk you got on the news. A color will go to work. Ian and Chicoroton, Kunara Piat, okay, the Petki. Lu ko tong cha yen aran chi ko tong aran ko aran lu tong ya ba ko yi cha ko ran ko tong ke ran tar tong ke SPLMIO is fighting, SSPDF is fighting, and I'm against both of them because I don't want war and violence in South Sudan. Why would you go and say you are accusing me, somebody supporting someone who is for war and violence? This is a lie. Same day what? I had been against war and violence. And the reason why I'm always against war and violence, it is an upper hand to somebody who wants to keep staying in power, destroying our country. I can't tell them all, don't ever buy, low buy, can jamun be quite good at keeping. Can you know Sudan, Tanian Pan Cobb, we what a tongalin tongue concord, Ning Madicon Valley. Ketan Salvaki would continue leading us, looting us, killing us. So the only person that will benefit out of war and violence is somebody who is in power and is happy because he's looting the country, he's destroying the country. Until you silence the gun, because the only way you can take him out is through peace. Until you silence it. Yet there are people that will come and encourage that war and violence in the name of in the name of Munyoma, in the name of, I don't know, White Army, in the name of Equatorian extremists. The more you support war and violence for Salva Kiir and Riek Machar as SPLMIO, the more you are keeping them in power. That is why we are always against war and violence. And if you keep accusing me that I'm supporting SPLMIO, yet it is you and SPLMIO that are in war, and I don't support your war. How do you accuse someone who does not support what you are doing as somebody who is supporting what you are doing? So we were I can gain teaching of Sudario. Eranto. Political parties. Within that political party that I take it. But the individual. And that report one is a good lesson for all of us. Whether you in a young man can get a mission, I hear it one like in getting a mission. And thereby, I'm that is it. So, Yagala doing in a buy, and they are back a meal Prusa, a Maki Prusa, where a guy wanted a job of Paraga, a call with a way. A cock best a big ayam or you know, be chicken in booked out a tea like a belia. Kuleke away, I can back call you the into one chin on a tongue of belia. I can book tongue of belia who about a good government, good leader. Kabili one tongue. It was the girl was jumping. Kataira away because of poor leadership. With good, strong leadership, you will not even be opening up room. So come up, join us, and let us target the big issue that will solve this small issue. Kila kagawani, with name, kupaike, kujabi, chuolo wejam. Solution is not to arm yourself and fight back. Solution is to bring a good leader that will come and stop it. It will come and stop it without even arming yourself. So think big and let us join hands. You need to move from tribalism into nationalism. And let us change this country the way we are not going to change it. No, it's not going to work there. Yajamana Tiki and the Hangadio Kon Kajiman, ID to any member of our community. Have you ever trouble with it? Completely, you will never use an ID in member of our community. Anywhere, even within Sudan, you cannot even show it your identity. The only ID that is allowed is national ID in the country. The only passport allowed is $10. So why are you making noise about identity that has got no level of system? You know what? Go ahead.
Okay, children. Quiz, total quiz. Quiz, are you there? Okay, Rooney. Okay, you got it. Huh?
Yeah, well, no.
Okay,
cái nó mà dòng sorry. Don't not can skip.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. And I could be very other be. Chading.
You could skip the walk.
Okay. Can I go to my job? Okay. Okay, now
I will speak Dinka and what I think but yeah, better.
No problem.
So what are the more what in green bed, what are the more cái gì em xin gì đó cái position ở US dạ cái music one còn là đi dạ dạ nó cái cái mà là group pin trên trang mà đã chơi lui together then thing but what thì thấu đi nữa cái chơi bay là này gì bay là chơi cái theo một cái mà chắc là video community cũng có cái ini có những cái có chơi chân trong nó có rồi lakin chân có join có chơi kan có giá hình xe cái gì mungkin coi qua đây tôi đi in South Sudan so I think what we could violent you know on God we were young okay me cái chuông mình mà này có cái này là cái còn đến bé chẳng thì là cái mình thì ngay một bên cái này là nói chỉ là có một thứ có một chút còn lại phía đầu tiên thì bạn giáo chính mà chỉ có đây gì mà cái đấy có chuyện giải thích có mà còn gần ai cái này có cái gì là chẳng so I chỉ là biết coi có cái gì tại vì cái bé vài này nó đều cái gì cái chỉ có ngồi government nào cái thì ngay khi government they support it chỉ cái gì cũng là cả dùng chỉ nuôi cho nó chỉ cái gì cái dùng chỉ nuôi một số phải thôi dùng chỉ nuôi few kids in the because you are doing something years now which is few one cái phía phía ngoài mà cứ này với là cứ country là cái city cái supply anh đi cái các cái bạn support cái gì là nên chỉ là để trả cái country mà cái country này rồi còn người có còn người lại còn người few làm sao đó thì là cái coi này trả few vì cái kéo về hoạt đấy cần là được cái sao cái gì coi ra support cái gì có chỉ coi là good somewhere nó cái good cái bình thường là cái nhà người ta biết cái là nó and they want to encourage that government chính cái lối là cái gì mà là cái nuôi cái nó tolerate chi tiết ô cái là nhiều rồi thì mỗi chi mỗi nhà phải trả phải mà coi even coi còn làm kinh tăng ở cái gì cái gì đó dan muốn là có phải làm kinh nào cái này ăn kinh nào là kinh nào chỉ nên ra so cái này cái gì là nó có giảm cái chi mà là US chỉ cái giảm có là này cái giảm thì một người đã việc gì mà mới là mấy trăm ở từng cái mua cái một lượng support cái sáng từ đó được đến và trên more of lost boy của nó cái này chỉ có first cái family is dead and people is still say wala America chui vì mình là cái tuổi cơ bây giờ coi trên coi rồi những mấy là nghĩ là muốn chính là gì coi giá rồi chỉ có những cái chuyện mà lớn cái này là như tôi lùi kia tôi là làm mấy cảm giác người phải trái chăng và đừng có nó mà thì đây có lắm kẻ cái các phần cái này có lấy gì cả mấy bạn anh nhảy đấy ai đừng mà có cái gì anh này bây giờ tình bây giờ lớn là khi ai cái đang nói vừa lớn bằng nguyên lắm còn so này cái tuổi chứ em có lớn lên này có lối coi ra nên bây giờ nó đi là chẳng cái bài quý chẳng cái thể quân được cái thế rồi em đang thế là do nó đã được bài thế mà nó mai đấy cái gì vậy nhỉ
Nang cái đi rồi, cái nang lắm đâm cái đi, có quy có phụ, có chuẩn bị của cái là cái coi rồi cái nang lắm gì ra rồi mấy cái, or ira the by the interview that, so ra này giờ ra cái, nhưng mà giờ đâu có, na chỉ còn cho tôi đi, mà này cái bây giờ vẫn không được, chỉ một cái là tôi nói là đi, chẳng có cái gì mà nó mới được rồi. Jadi soalnya support dan mereka gagal yang bermain harus sudah dan mau bagus. So mereka yang mendat itu kira ya. Mà mereka lúc này nó chọn ra cái là khí. Có khi để cho cái này sao phải chỉ là gì con còn nó thấy là gì coi đấy. Chỉ là gì rồi. Thì anh em coi có người coi có cái so là đi UN which report the baby nó cái gì đấy nó không lấy thế này chạy đến đâu chịu được tin nó quay hình đó và đã biết mới đến khi mấy ngày nó nhập sớm từ đó em còn gì chỗ nó về đến đó cái đó là cái gì nó đây có coi nhà cái nhá chạy nếu coi one of the cái này nếu coi có những country cái gì so cái là nhớ là chỉ one person là chia ra để giảm not even addressing South Sudanese and I don't know whether why South Sudanese like it. So what happened that we are facing we want to be but we feel like you know in one way that so why do we need someone who don't speak who look our country who chỉ có chơi mình chứ mình cái đó biểu cái lừa đó thì cái nó phải chứ có mà ý chỉ có rất là lâu mà có rất nhiều có chơi gì mình diễn theo kia mình có ra theo kia mình cái này nó luôn in the term and then the call for the supplement is that là chỉ có đi rồi thì sẽ phải là bán thì mua về lẻ thì bán là làm cái đó là chỉ cái đàn lời chỉ có ra đi rồi đó mà nó coi là mạnh với rồi cái hàng đến của lời nói nên trên cái bên cái chàng cái lời rồi này mấy cái lời này cái cuối của chúng ta là cái lời đó có là trên thực tế nó thì là chẳng mà nó có gì với quanh bên này cái gì nó mấy thì anh chỉ phải giảm có như thế and you cannot predict the future số thằng nếu mà quý có ai chẳng đấy bạn nào chỉ đi học cái coi được nhà là chẳng ai chỉ coi nhà thôi chẳng ai chỉ program ấy thì muốn cái very attractive muốn lên sao từ đó chỉ đó đấy rồi coi cái mà nó là nó nhiều rồi không thì đến cái gì đó rồi bé lẽ rồi coi cho con đâu cái gì cho cái nào coi như có dàn nó cái nó có dàn nó cái gì đi có dàn nó cái gì đi đó rồi so yet no country is in the Congo. So what happened? Actually, boys and look when why they cannot use the name of the they say you don't want to you bend me. Cái đa lời lúc thì những cái thằng coi cho những nước bạn này cái nhé đó, ô đủ về tiền đó. Chẳng generation đó bên của bây generation cho nó bên. So generation truyền lại với lui. I buy for the best way, okay. Then why do they destroy them again? Không có phải là đi. Và em nghĩ cái bạn vô phải. Ôi mua là cái thằng người thế này cho tên kề. Cái gì là mua lối rồi. Đây là chứ. So nó chỉ biết mà đấy vướng mặt chứ. Anh em mà lối một lần. Anh em có kia rồi mình nó chính là lối đó thì luyện. Bro nó phản là một coi những cái luyện của mình hay trên nó phản là điều chứ coi bây giờ người này cũng lên ra coi của đùa ra coi của bạn ôm luyện xích cái đó bố bố chuyện ngồi đi bố muốn được những chuyện này bố bé về khi ngồi như chuyện cái này cái gì bên này lối có những gì chứ không phải là understand bạn nào nó bé này nó chỉ là cái việc được đấy từ so and I'm calling the Madam, thank you.
Thank you.
And the man, Ahmad, Kuwait. Kananan can jam in
democratic. I'm for you know 5 minutes about your banner. I can do Lois.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, thank you. We talk about with the we quite and young moderators with the Lakoi Japan a bit we participate. We quite ping and ping to win 10 topic do not get a position. The the United Nations representative in South Sudan. Very known United Nations. So I don't think a United Nations representative in South Sudan can report back to the United Nations what is going on in the country. Yeah, I can care. And an interest the Keke unimis to the South Sudan because conflict without conflict then they should not be there. The one interest then second interest every night about them to the point that when to genocide could report back, then some of them can be held accountable because I of the UN, United Nations. So I think I'm a joker report back at this point. I think in the nations rather than is killing people are killing themselves left or right who talking about who can any direction that government it might buy. So I actually about other group but Kichil Brocolo Era quite silent, quite jam about the problem in the nation. If you like what is going on, we are monjang or non monjang, because social media did need to bound on continue kuwaunum. Look in the country. Kunade quite jam why the carry have in the country, you have no right, but look shut down or but smear campaign law against them. Who quite a Kayil. Petong Kuyatong the Jane Kananware. Kayanan be Jim Louis below, but Tom Goring a bit Jim Louis. The question can you tell you will be Jim Louis, where you book a Jotiao. Cook a chilla talk, or Kayakong and a tongue, the end of the new identity. We have a Jim Louis, can be Jim Bujuberto this century cooked to being a Louis. Checky and the other one, I can let a kid or Jim Tom John or go to. So Chile, I look at it on Jim that Akuba, and then the same people get Jim I jam on the Noah get Jim, a bit Jim. To go on the Noah get Jim, I can be Jim Louis then. Could be Louis, could be Louis. So this thing I check out debate for nothing. The issue here, we embarrassed to the web because now you were bad. The Pinam, catching here, we are proud about that, and that's what is really going on. If you see one thing, East Africa, Lord, East Africa, nations called East Africa. East Africa are donate. Later cake and organization because of your dumb. I want to South Sudan, because South Sudan will be all dumb, but you will learn. What is stupid thinking? Good thing one, the job of Goom all along that you will pay. They are buying in their bill. Well, all the representatives of them are paid by their own country. The same thing This is useless. We get down the nation that they're quite here, went through oil. And it said, because near low, I go around now, go down, Louis and representative. Louis can pay because you can't just join membership without paying. This is my talking, look at it. If you never been in the Western world, many people look at your qualified welfare, but if you are capable to work, you just don't take it. You go and work. And then call it a retirement, I never pay. But the court of retirement, but they are not collecting their retirement because they already have worked and they have enough pensions. I think enough money that they don't even need. Because I think on them for now, it's not your business, it's a people wealth. You just don't take it. These are the you know, gentlemen, I think you look at a low contract, a double mere. Then get to your bandit, don't get the right to the Gemini. Later one and I think you're low, you can look at it. I think a mere tie, big cham, the talk, I think a domicate. Near the one, you could just be a if you don't feed your dog, catch it be like you don't go church, you're going goodbye. So these are the issues that are watching a nation. Here are the Jobel Bentang, look at them backstabbing Lloyd. Where is the nation in Yoko about? We are a burden, an opinion. Who can I check off? But Bembe, when nation are useless. About how you burden the people because Pinamanatre, who in refugees, your country, doing a continent, and the Vinicana, I look at how to wear the research. Your nation, Chirofi, your nation. Kulula Buka, you're proud of it. Where's the nation? Are you proud of it? Go die, and then you want us to burn and what is it? The Chinese in man up, in man, then country lined up by a tribe. Just because in my name, we are man to road. This is nonsense. So, Kaka will my last conclusion in democratic. Achira Kaka silent. Nobody should come out here. Akuma yenga. So can you come for long way to defend as much as you want wherever you want it. But now you've got jam. Can you look at a wide road? They have the right to say that. Chikamatinga, nation of good man may the court will defend it Kuma Kacha Monja. So if you are defending another non-Monjan to Kuma came over the non-Monjan against Kuwait Road. So can you get the thing to realize among our people, because our corporate threat, no. Let everybody speak their mind. If you think that can help to make a pit, go ahead and press it in your own terms, in your own social media. But don't try to silence those who are speaking up. If people who think that this the way the country is running is wrong, they can like-minded. They speak if you are of what background, they can speak up. Because you think that road in the country is good, then you also go on the other side and then press it. You see? Now you big a couple never you call Cuba. Don't attack them. Let them do it because they get the house. That's what they want. That's their interest. So don't attack them. Let them go ahead and praise that government. And if you think something is wrong, go ahead and find that thing out, and nobody should side on you. So I will stop there to but take it in and thank you.
Thank you, B. You within your 10 minutes. Thank you. Well, in 10 minutes, I can take the good 10 minutes. Who can achieve that bad? Okay. Yen kaka ba jol wel kikena. Wo ba ko pat. Yen den ke garam mo bi chola loy. Aloy gran tluwa. Ko na ko ri ko pa na jinu Sudan aya loy. A ko ti lwe gam. Yen a lwe gam pandin pan chintor. Pan chi lu contribute pan chi parent ku chi ke lu contribute. Ngadagam lwe. Ye chan to ko bien. Ye chan to ko bien. What citizen? Ye chan kun guru loy chino ya. Ye chan kun guru loy chukako. Chupyo ya. Pani jinu Sudan. Ye ya dunu ki kene bo confronted. Ye wuna tarbai. Geto. Wuna tarbai denga. Jalur kira tarbai wan taran bai. Eter ke inga. Ina dunu ki chakabo. Na you wuna chitor yes, wuna chitor in the front. But eter bai denga. Inga kaila mai. Ke karbalewe. Boy dui ke aben a sycophants. Ke ka bootlickers. Ke ka koi win. Aye ka chamra. A chamra bogo. Do nim nak ke. Wade. Abu ba runi. Abu kul to pir. O woje. O ko yang ke pan jinu Sudan. Ko citizen woje dare. Pan jinu Sudan a chu tar kir ma yare ta. Atar ko biya kada. Awa wolan. Na ya para gegal wel ja koko ben gran ge kelwa ko ben ko ke ka ko de lo ade we ke ge ki lo ade le ba o ko de lo ade bu ka lo o ti jai lo o ko ti jai lo ko na ti le ba lo because dan ni lo wa ko ni lo kwa a ti ni lo to ti o ka ko loy ti aga de har ko kulo ko mi ko bu ga cham abe ko ma dona ele be joben bu ben ali mo ko le mo ko mal bu ga la cham ye ma te ke man ta mo ga te
mo ka te ajina wale ba de ni kin to dam ben
okay iya aku ma dona jinu Sudan kana ya we ko jola da para ke ku ja community aku majin Sudan bri urun gadi how many years do we respect we apara bakabe kulal ka ku majin Sudan run ka tera wali bakat be kulal ka run ka tera kikir ga ku kana nyande ali balu alake run ka tera wali abu ko pinga na we run ka di karake ku bang mulo si we ko je jama ku majin Sudan aku majin Sudan ka waje na choke ko cho ko na ke ko cho ba jari ya ko tin ni lungam qur'ane mai he yaran tin rande aku mai mit ko wona kir ke ka kwalu ko Sudan mit ko wona kir ma yadi ake ka kwalu ko
Sudan ben yenga ke chilo jewan chilo blue house sorry yenga ke chilo blue house adu da kilo blue house me yene wona kilo blue house akudu wala rai akilo blue house duni kega gudu gorgoro di tur kwal kilo blue house kega ka pana kiro bena kilo blue house okay e wo ge ka jolo tie ko bane e wuci ka ti pande you got a good job. Who would you Sudan for last 20 years? Can I check a one? I check the theater. Can I fax? Who can I get a pay? A pay into him. My young children and pay. You pay them. You won't go to work on fire. Then I work in a Kudula, I think 100 million. Kilo blue house. Then I cannot do pink in the room. Kilo blue house. Then I cannot work pink in the room. Kilo blue house. Ki bado the room. Kilo blue house. Ki president the room. Kilo blue house. Then corruption and we fight. One thing, I check a call, but we don't need to beat the bush. We lost patience and we lost respect. What Kapara Karache took a jammer. I do the kitchen over here. I do the psychophone, bootlickers. I do the kitchen acquire. I do the cocoa with them. They didn't cook. That I see them more corrected well. The general well about talk. The well, the democratic chicken and well one cool movement to any and Manaku Akumatano. The Pumakin Sudantano. A very useless government, one of the very useless government in Africa, not even in the world, in Africa. In the day, Dogacha Tetkat, Tagari Hamo, good in Sudan. Who were they? What you did, what you pay, Grandmother show one. Pangana Corbu Walamonia, a Corbu Willie in Yalteriitis. But I'm going to take Manjo. You want to go to check? You're not checking. Don't jam up para check. They do the kitchen man good deal. The check America didn't think you can't in America. Laka in Europe, they think you can't come. Yeti Arego come. Then get a good yard. Then get a good okay. The color nothing answer man like a dalbas who gam call. Then think you can't come and we get the other come. The other Julia Yalia, Ekelana Louis Miro, the Miro, the Ara Miro. I can't call. Now you go to Margaret, I couldn't get a chili completely. Maybe I have a part of which you come in America. Juliana Pineta. Tapi ni penis je tik, peneta.
Bukan on political point, brother.
What can I talk about? Complete, tapi.
Saya baca loh apa?
Ya, dulu di Araban dia jangan ngai. Jika kau pan, kalau mereka pan, cincin lah saja biar jadi harga pun. Dulu kita tiba ayah jauh kami berapa? Because you're a Maracat. I have done in the position. They are young penny, then think the company. We work for good one. Africa, I better do. Okay, which video thing recently? One of the men, I just talk, I just learn my cyber. When they bang, well, look why Rurko. Can I take a one? And I take one, I can't have ping. Wait to have you are cooking. You imitate Chatal. Okay. Yen Bruma Prakanacha group completely.
Kuyen, na ye tamo buku chapping, okay. Katanga very clear. Ya para ya inga tuki, ye ko cho inga. Kadit ke no, ye mi inga. War ke ne ke cho inga. Pana jino Sudan. Bi ke ko tia. Ye na tia ke. Ye ko lele di. Oh, kachin mun korku, aku ma jino Sudan. Ko korku a fair system. Systematic system ne ko korku. Ye ne ko korku ba. Tapi yo ko kirma ya di karbangi, gudi nyanda na du karbangi. Yo ko karbangi. Whether I'm poor or I'm rich or whatever, I don't care about it. My dream chimane. When I care na, you ma beauty, grand ma beauty, I care ma beauty. Who is my beauty? I don't care grand ma beauty because grand ma beauty. Yene rana jaman ko le biga ka ko riat ko pyo. Riat ka pyo ka na pandu. Wada chlo yi je wat ka. Ka pandu wa ku du lo cham. Riat ka pyo mi ka ko. Ka na pandu ku du lo cham. Grand ma beauty ba ni jinu Sudan cham. Yima biur de ka ci kay ci ben moy tan lo ko ja tan ko ma ñanga pe le dum do ko ta bo ko ba ta ko to ke yo mo to no ke mas de ko wa ko te ko de ko wa ke
ida ba joyen na ba
ah to ko ye kan ko kan kala fare
okay thank you ida le de ma du de mieux to Manuel, first of all, I would like to greet our audience and people who will go and listen to this video. Well, as you moderators, myself included, and you on the platform, I want to contribute to the topic, the U.S. position on South Sudan. It is welcome. Because U.S. government play a key role in helping South Sudanese to get an independent state called South Sudan. And it has been our wish for the U.S. government to continue to support us so that we have a good system in the country. Now, my brother B has talked about we being the burden to the international community and to the region. We, the country, also Sudan, we are a burden. And that brings international community to have a say in what we are doing. Now, if you go to the neighboring countries, the majority of the refugees there are South Sudanese, who are displaced by war that was created by the political class in the country. And this huge population of South Sudanese is being supported by the international community. International community has also contributed in helping our leaders, the political class, to negotiate peace. Even they let hope, bow down and kiss the feet of our leaders, hoping that they will listen. But they didn't. They continue with the violence. They are continuing to displace our people. So that position is very much welcome, although it is too little. We want international community to continue to push our leaders so that they can bring peace to our country. The region of East Africa, my brother has highlighted before, you cannot join an organization that you know is obligation, for which you are not going to meet. East Africa community, to join it, you have to have a membership fee. And our government has been failing to pay just a fee to be part of that organization. Why? Because of systematic corruption. So without that South Sudanese, we are the laughing stock of the region because of the misgovernance in our country. We, having said that, we in diaspora, we have a role to play. Particularly our brothers our sisters, brothers and sisters in the United States, they must resume their diplomatic engagement with American citizens and all the American institutions so that our people can support it. The same wherever we are, whether we are in Europe, these people are helping us a lot for us to realize peace in the country. That position is clear, and we must continue to push in that direction so that peace is realized in our country. The other point I want to say, my brother Yakani was here. He mentioned a very important thing, which you'll also highlight. The international community is aware of what is going on now in the country, particularly our contribution in social media, particularly Clubhouse. They are listening to what we are saying, and they are also witnessing what is happening on the ground in terms of the tribal targeting across the country. And the government is sitting. Our communities are killing themselves based on tribe or region. The international community is aware. We are teetering on the Rwanda path. During 1994 Rwanda genocide, communities were engaging in insult, accusation, fear. But those who were in government, they were fearful of the minority, that they were coming to take over the government. They were in panic because they know the diplomatic tide was turned against them, and the rebel group were getting a momentum. So they turn against themselves in government, and they start killing themselves, and then they target other populations. Now the region is aware. The ground has been prepared for mass killing. In South Sudan is already there. Based on our language, what we are saying here in social media, our civil population can turn against itself in a minute, and many people will be killed. That is why we say any entity on social media here campaigning to contribute to that violence must be condemned and must be put on record. And there are many of them here. We have the so-called apparat who are pretending to be representing the GM community, which is not true. They represent themselves. They are entities that has a political objective, and their political objective is very clear. That's why we say no. GM as a society has nothing to do with any political move in the country. If you want to be part of the government, which is your legitimate right, I have no issue with the apparat if they don't go and hide under the umbrella of GM. Because GM cannot be implicated in the violence that is ongoing in the country. If there are people who want to mobilize GM to carry out the violence, we will say no. Like the same way we will say to other communities who might be thinking or who are organizing that they are fighting the GM. This is wrong. And to say it is wrong does not mean you hate your community. So now, we know the one in charge to protect people is the government. The government we have in Juba has the sole responsibility to protect all our communities regardless of region or tribe. That is their role. And if they fall short not to deliver this, that's why we are calling the government in Juba as failed to deliver service to our people, particularly in the security area. And in fact, it is engaging in instigating communal violence, even among the Dinka themselves. That position is clear, and those in apparat must not hide that they are not genocidal in their intention, like other group of the White Army. They are in the same category, and they are calling for violence in our country. We in diaspora, in America and Europe and Australia, we are privileged to live in peace where we are. We cannot be the one encouraging violence in our country. And even this cannot be appreciated by the government. Somebody who is campaigning for peace, campaigning for political settlement in the country, should not be held by any government with reasonable program. They will say these are the right people. My message to Aparat, don't pretend we know what you are doing. You are not different from the White Army. You are part and parcel of the killing system in our country that is encouraging violence. And this one will never go out in your record. The international community is there. The UN agencies are in South Sudan and they are monitoring. What are you saying? And some of you are here in America and you and Australia. You are there. There is no place you are going to hide. If that genocide is going to happen in our country, you are not going to hide, my friend, because you will be known as somebody supporting violence. My last point. We are all entitled to our right. So long you know what you are saying. If somebody is supporting the government, there is no reason whatsoever to be angry about against that person. It is his or her legitimate right. Can I call a book clearly? Can I tell the Garamadinga good? I can't get your catching a little one. Actually, with it. You will never inquire again, cargo, Biliana right. Call me a coy, Quite a cargo right? How much of you got there? I am in cargo of oil, Belagat in the world market with millions of dollars. And that is like private health, like a gift. When they give. They give cargo to their supporters, then they take care like an vessel. I go. The Kenny, actually, very wrong. It must be stopped. It is the government that should decide about our oil. That can really individual. The guy taxes I ever could. I work airport I ever could. I work border I ever could. The other taxes I ever could. Because you pay a Kuma. Why a Kuma in the book of pay alone? He and Loyan got Chinese point with that is good. Our people are dying of hunger, lack of health facilities, lack of education, amenities. Nothing is there because some elements have been given privilege. They can work with taxes, do their output, and they just decide what to do to the government. Can I check on them? Why you condemn too? Because the coin, they can get down the job with the world. So, okay, there is a way. I will go one to my. Why one get on with young people are in a game where young people will buy. You don't know what you're going to call because I need the call. One of the person is hiding. He's going to use you by involving corruption. I'm not really telling you yet. There is a sign proving that our people are going to speak up. I can see you are wrong. Our people are waking up and they will stop. I can't quite hear to buy. You can go to I just got that will move. Why Jamison? Who and get a president? New York. See what happened to the children government. We're going to run to Blue later. You can watch over again. Why on the table? You get up. You can be your bear in the room. We would do I ran a job and down to that. Long as I take what will be a guy our government, you live at Chimbulu, but unfortunately, 150,000. Quality of Farage. They can't quite condemn yet to Lila Wukai Musuli here. They didn't find in a Binamsuli. The Kina Ying and Yukum. You want you need get or water to buy thought, okay, you need service about it. You should be hiding, Bakatala Black Mail, Ulaka, but wait, you call she legitimacy, Pagi, the man, who put on here. I can benefit you, you are mobilized. You get on low, Kunanga, Kumadano, 2000. You will do that. You don't go to Malaysia. The Kina India, the Kina Point, I keep you. You got a job with the law. Quite a unique, you really. So, what government and kill away. Where the judge that when that Kapara kill it, you cannot take our people for granted. Our government, a government, this government must deliver service to our people. We are paid, you come and lie. I know many of you are quick. And then element within you, I don't know. It's very clear. But majority of you are innocent. Because when you get your mobilized, you get a kid open. I can't call you what. If I can't be there, you will go to Kimberley. We'll let 150,000. You are going to welcome the benefit. Killing the Yadu. You might have a seat. While you have a chicken Yadu. We're walking again here. King Romating in social media. Who are you to come and lie to us? Okay, you're right. I can be upright. Don't take our Jian community for granted. Jian is not part of SPLM. Jian is a society. Our members will join SPLM at their own choosing. We can't change Jian who live in SPLM. While SPLM as a party, we are calling for reform. Like those of our elders in Juba are calling. We have to unite with South Sudanese and hold SPLM accountable in Juba. That is my message. Wait until I thank you.
Ayan, operation, thank you very much. Yan ba yung chatting?
Ayan, thank you, operation. Yung but take up here. Where operation to? The way team go, where I'm coach. Operation, then enjoy finding the University of Sudan, the entire nation. Actually, because I be at the Kulu and Kitchen, one joke, Chona Dow, Chona Kira Dow, Kulu and Chona Kira Dow, Buna. Where are now your Chona Kira Dow, but no moino, Kana, Upan moino. Kujamoino, Javali, no here. Yene message, Yena, Paralunian message, Yena message, Bika Pan, Sudan job. Message the coil button.
Judge Sudan and Mutton Levin, Jim Tolaga.
Jim John Matin and undercut. Not only that way, remember you want to kill it out, really, you call a woman. You just want to kill it out, you jump to buy a book, we buy a bitch open. But I haven't been meet with the you call me book upon it, because I meet the pan in the to director. Because I can't got which I thought mother gave quite a government. Yanakabulo, Yanaka really and below you because be. Utokacha Marbachi, because the Aka found the Sudan, Cham Jaravan, your die. Bukajo, using the resources of the whole nation. The people bigger use. They need to be shared equally. Come and go over and we are going to kill a person. But this is the problem with the Paraguay group. Who told them this? Who can I actually mean the bind you? I don't know where to come to Koran, what you young young bell. Because I went to your quite a your Kagalan Louis Bucking who come and is moving forward. The Kajan moving forward, yet your little kid came with you, what kind of manner I can buy down. There are came with you, what can I can't work under the third one, Sudan, it's not a country. It's a country of all of us. All the people of South Sudan. I check it in Gapara. You have like a Gapara, my country in South Sudan. Because I have bigger Johnny Kira, you could be at the Winchi Jamna Jamaka in Buno. You have that privilege. You democratic were Winjalu in me. Lana Choire, Ibo. Actually, upon behind you moving around across South Sudan. Young Rajan, I think no man which and Minyai could be behind you. Light, light, darkness cannot be allowed to overcome light.
ken woni ngulwen ke bu ko ban jam ye ko wajo jam ku to manjo jam tare di to jam ne mo bi ro wala to bolo to yo ko le ni Sudan ye na ka ku ni Sudan ye na ka da ne do woni ngai ku panda junu Sudan they are the best country so aga kira ambe ko to ko kira ala ko biya to ko aku ju kai wo go ga ke ayi mi joro in democratic in be da joro ba jote
and thank you in by and thank you operation kilo road where kapara I don't want to kill you kulele be careful young nation at all they said it what's an yara with what's an yara could have a job a bad thing a really bad driver come on and bad driver can what you better die you and I'm kid and no minute there kiran jakona plan young nation can a carbatin panjo quill and kubati jacket in a cool but oh my 1 year pankalo sele me cool but oh my baja kibinyo pide na chalo no ko bana achi tien mangani but abaja en kapte dapet ene kubu woto goye man we ko jol bang akan kon gam rindi on to do anane anchi met kon confronted man why gonna man follow then agree ka America la life kan then le ta bet dia we akin anane ya number 2 pana nyaru ko yang wo mi ti ko kan ke ran ko no pidi ba jo dia wa chito yang nation man to ne kwilen ki mo bara da le be careful yang nation ta gan du cha jadi wala da pe dare so pe ba no ka dai ke kar ba le we pa na jinu Sudan ka man ci garam mo bi ro tore ye nu ka to ai la ko kun kir ma yadi ye mo ci ke loy wo ka ru ma ne ke garan la garan ci bay tuwe ko bay tor ku ken loy ko ku ken loy ko garan la li ma dan ko la li ma ka ko la li ma talagat ko la li ma cham kir ma yadi de ka ko ben ay loy bay to ko bay tuwe de ko ken bay ku ke tuwe wo wa te ne ke chai ba ke da to para ke je ami wan ke war kan ke yu ka wada na war kan yu ka wada but da to ya te na wo ta pen de ke ya pyo ami dinya ngara ami dum ko le ndu loitering in life ke ko den ke to na war kan ke yu ka wada bu ke yu go ku yu ko tayin da ne ko pur ke ko kan ku be ko mit ken ju ma including my dad ke la hitam ke je government 1987 when mama ga ya mama jo lu ke lo hitam already ke je government jadi je wore nyaro ke la chwa ye na bu jo lo do ba ko hitam on ole be ke ka ye je ke be ben mo ni 1991 good no logo bogarin ke ko ke de mister mike ko to para de ben ke ko den pain war ke na kin pain mar ke na kin pain ni da ka ke na kin pain kin ke ko on receive bin pide ne ke ga lo ben ka far de a ko len ko ro bu ke cham o ko de ko ki cham pol ko ke justice in the country
yang nation do na parka kana na jam rab jam karab ben jam karab to Yemen anto in Queensland here democratic anto na taring bagala area ayu ala tiria ula anto na ina democratic in ngwana mo ka kal ina ko bo lo to jino klon fare ko ko ri ni mo ba yang tahu ban jam rab cara jam dona repe karbang yen wo ada ko ci do koy do ko ci do koy kan ci no sudan yo ko koy di ko nga tarba yi nga ka tarba buru koy ko tarba o ya para jago do koy nan kirma yadi da bit to woni ni jago do buru ngati we na pin mo ru ngata tam be na ala de ka wajade ga mat ba ce ka wajade ma zo bi ta zo tarma da ya bu to woni ni maka dogo no wapara ta abe ga jinu suda do ko yitia wace kana wakina e we tiran lebe ga mana we ba ko ben fiye lo e pa na jinu sudan ada den first class ko second class yego no wede ye ga jo kwai wi to ngone nyane kirma yadi wi to ngone atam kolma nya na chagalam du kujar ya ta punya pet magi le baban kiban ye waja ma lu ko ti guru ko ma nyang ki nyok ko ma nyang ka kan wan rogo yi ki ci je ko pol mu be ni mu pol ton ada pel chaga man waya no yen da pel la ko ken do ko kat mo democratic mo jitan mo aki be boy terun kadi khotir raja chambu pindang leadership ye leadership ben bi ko yiru yit ye na ki da pan man kun for generation centuries decades ye na ki da pan man kun ko pan ko ye na bu ko ta ka pra ta ka pe le ka mi se jo ku ke warke ne ka yu awada daga kimperia to warke kon yu tax a basket groups ko ta tet ko ban jam mu ngi what do they know about South Sudan na de ngi ga about South Sudan kle ban jam ku mor mi da ka kun le bi ngi kwa pa ni jiru Sudan ye ku de ban e bo be di ye na we ku je do ko ta tit ko kene e punya ko chalu ko pe la mo this is very clear do ko ta jam bra to ta to ben ko gwe ni kan cha ta ke ta gwe ni ko to ga ku mai wala to no dia ta ko ma walen ko ngaben gwe akuma nga ye ga je to akuma kan ben lu nyala akuma wala tulpe akuma lu nyal wala tulpe ke wo ka tara ko yi citizen what so mo je ko radio clade mo ko respected ti ko respected di kirma ya di ka ben ka ba kontawan malaka ne ya ban Baron Teddy or the way you're waking up. She got away in Drubin. The Drubin in our Okoja. I check a jam kalam fare. Panatin Sudan Academy recorded about the country which are way. But a country can otherwise I can do it in Koraba. 40% or 30%. Cultivate Kadam away. Bring a lot pan man. Yang ada silakan, akiran dia. Yang orang dal, orang jamin ya kalam farik nonsense. Wah gapara, wah kun naja kalau orang dulu. You don't even hear kilo junubin ko kudun ye ka be chambes ko mai ko ne chageti ma che ko to in ye feel ma kilo bu ba ko ne ye tini ne ya damana ko ye pini ye korban dedi ye ma ku ki be cham renga ran man ki chamalu man nyane kiri me jorin kemudian special program ye special program of daf ko jawo yol bas ko to waje tin ko to pana jiru zara kilo bitin wuju yo ngoro tia pan kene waju ni wi do ko jamu lo akwa do ko jamu lo ka bajale dan to kiri me ya dire ya pana kene ko kan tambai na ci pandar ya kamu ci ne rane mai pande ye ko bo le family de akelu ko raf ye ka ci den a ci garang de na gore ci le ko to to jele jimane ako yo be ko wu fa ko ci ci be ko wu o ke ka ko ke non ke ku ke ka ci ko lo ko ci la no ye kirma ya de lo bo le ko to pande akentu what did you know? What is can you choose? A good man one can choose. Then we'll fight till a blue house. I put the one like can choose, kill a blue house. I do not kill my idea, can choose, kill a blue house. Wouldn't keep that with the big fit. Till a blue house. Now you will go for cake. Tell me the cocoa cake and a tap in the house. Now, Miss King. You will cork and hanga. Kunake. Taking the top seat in the country. Can I take a look? Whether I'm is. I want to tell you. Get that and King Kijawan. Kijamare Dictorala Mapor. We'll take a look. I want to tell you. I tell you war. Even the family, the first family in war. One community will be abducted for life. Or later on. She even said that Koga didn't be a legend to do time, I will prevent, I literally will prevent, Naben Kukega when I had a job no. Go over there. Do what I pray, do get a ticket. After I got quite you walk, what you get. This club for nonsense. They cannot blindfold whoever. I call them sycophants, I put liquors, I elway, could you Sudan? I got you a gun, I call it pure. I call Begalim. Limpia. Yeah, they let him ban a Kormanyang, won't Kormanyang in China. Kormanyang, Richa Baba. Okay. Manyang, where China Union. Anyway, Jabba. Baba, who let the other bed, who call Manyang the other. No hotel still cut. Could be quite generation, I call good this for 18. No hotel still cut. Do Burga. Now you quite in my room because I'm money. Call Manyang, come on in, Tabera, money, but Chakate. Germany will or why, Quentin, take a fire. Chakate, mobile brand, the window. Taler and Parano Mono. Don't you book war a culture? No one got a cat. Oh, book a guru ready. You got to the two boom cut. You want toake? Actually, book one go lock, big over lock, or you feel. Never. Kill a low one. Who are king? When you come in, all a down. Look at your kid, Nabula region day. Kichidumana Nabula region day. Tongue is not all about being tribe. No, tribe is not important. It's a very important ally. You have to be aligned with somebody that you have the same interests. I take a call Jenko door Kumakunwa. Can I know? Goike Bukum Taroki. Ubegumen Kumtar by. Watch you call them. Markena Chil Marco. Kokena Chil Coco. Quarkena Chil Quarco. A pinding, 12. Jacket Maya di Jelamo, cooling power. I ban one, the grand rotten person. In a Kubuaping, Tegumiadu. Manata Bankijan, to Muyaka Wajado Chuk. Kawajada Lunijan, into one, two hot. Now go back the other Lolo, but I'll be bent to Trump. Makawada Kawata. Oh, what Jim, my Jimmy Jim, for San Sudanese and San Sudanese. What do you mean? We call your jam Bagatadi Aquiri. You know, what you pay? What you pay? Let's go head and head. One by one. They get on away. We do not believe. Here my idea, Jagabe thing, get them go away. You call your nyol, while I know Kenya. Junubin. Got I know Uganda, Junubin. Got I know Ethiopia, Junubin. Jagabe thing around all the rate, the bono. Done. The bono. Even the war. I don't get the reality of the movie. What Rocky got the okay, you don't wait no kidding. Here a job we could be deal panic. I don't go. I don't have my rat. I don't have. I don't. Ran Kaya Corbo Wicca. Give Sudan. Ya Corbo Pirin. Ujari Banal Bideke Kechurba. Iribanal Corbo Kechurba. Take a year. Coil Junubin. No doing them to me. Take a pilgrim, take a name. Here on a by Raymond. You don't get one, while let a gay rampant. Here on Pitano. Well, I Simon D. That little person. Here on, here man. Of a car, too. Over little quinapit. You are a net kawa role model. Children of your man, Pirogin of Sudan. Chicken and law, I love Battle of Murley. As a PDF soldier. Who let them tap it, local can be with Jim the below. Hat Kitchen, hat what? Hat Johnny. Desperate Johnny. Well, desperate Johnny. I will love of the Europe. Man can a legend. A banyasel. A ban Kaban lay in a balloon beat it to Gurunka the temp. Kuriadin Musocolipas. Pane. Simon D. and a bell liberated. I been liberated for booting winning. Then a pure in Sudan. Kaila, I learned to before and a talk as a PDF soldier. Well, already had been. Bole a will could jill, but a desperate gen. A brother hero. One more than a pure in Sudan. Dr. Jamapat Simon D. in a grammar.
She became good. She became good.
No. But court to go advice. Nakin master holder who can baby, pan hero could do both in Sudan. When I let baby, Chaman be Bukaredi. Gurian could like Law, by juice, and but damn who ate you. Hey, don't buy to Louis marriage job. Quite in the town, okay. Quite your more. But I'm thinking of no ranch in Gay Daddy. Key the Gay Daddy. And let Africa, while let European, while let all the entire world. Quran, it's in one to white. Than a bleak. Because then one ran very useless. Very idiot person. Chakalaka. Makay pride of the nation. Be a good mouth, Kulu, Juku Paul Panda. But little Panda didn't need leadership. Kiramayadi, Timbo, and Jok Kalafar, dancing it away. There are no Gatian. Jan a citizen. Apara, Gatikan, Nadia to Rumi, Jojola Prakati, Peka Rape Junusudas. Young bitch, I could money come wherever they are. But Rantel young nation could have jammed a bracken. Pantel Baruka, I wait but our Brisbane. Let's just suppose what our step. Tell the booth of it. Tell the Rantel do a check a young nation. And then be good. A young nation. Some of which I could in a cool banana. Young what you could go, wait the more what you could go. Or justice. In terms of the with the carbon, they be meet with Apple a pet, but they are with Apple a pet, the entire community, bear education could go, we love ourselves. For South Sudanese. I look at Paula and allow when they will all in him, we call the union. It's not violent. Wait, look at the way. Children of Sudan, Talia. Dietary in between the Sudan thing, then between the Sudan of Talia, we jump in that tower how many years? You want to work here, check it back around and run away. You want to wait. And Antilia. Then get on them. Which in a bed, Jamaka, like what got grammar, you would let me longer than a PhD holder. Yeah, from class to PhD holder. Democratic. And the call it yeah, the word is I don't know. Hey, you know, the Kanaka, but not above. Yeah, Panta, no. One nation.
Okay, I got that thing, Yaman, and I told the king and Ben Chill.
No, one night you catch all one in a very calm, in a very silent.
Okay, I was a bit busy, and you can't bend Jabba Jam. Yeah, okay, Jammer. Yeah, all good, and thanks for your opinion. Koji Jam. The bank is jam and weather, which I jam wedding aid. Now you will have Tunka, will have Tunga, wet both peeling aid, along the weather, peeling aid, could live in him. Was you a judge, the judge, jam a query, chatting age, could a girl reaching a little bit jam thing we are in wedding. Never need, never named tongue and duck. Nanga wo Maritana? What ya? One go park. Kawan che ngala to tik na pionda wala bu mat kok ko wa different kok ya tangi ngata abul ke koy ga gidan ci garom koy cholam gul koy ga chom parak na bu walwel ki cha kai we kullu ga mat would la mat le grom pin ni kan la ga yi le nga ku yi le nga le ram ku le yi to ku la ga for differences ke opinion ai ya taban ni do jam gadam ani do jam my opinion then ba ni dana wa we jam kare je ga mutuk nding we jam re wel pet ta ga ni ara yi ku ka ni ara ne wa ga no ra ping to ping je jing jam tin ji ga ni mat ke ching la ke ni wel ke vi no de la ping jing kang ngal wel di ki chi jing am mat ye mo wel ko mat la twenga jing la twenga community South Sudan ne generation South Sudan ye mo jang ni chen ma de wel di ani aru wel ke ni ping gi na ne no re jam to jing ku be ping de bas e ko wi chi ma de ngai chol anti manden taban ni majority of them ai yi chol ku yi ga ta ga ni ari kapit when we are kapit en ga mat ku ga kana bu lo le kapit de ngo pa ga no ku ngo pa ra na ben ku bekini me kare ji lo ke ra an ngi ji lo ye ku ga la chen ke lu wotin ka bu lo ki kan ana ko be ro na wa na chi ga dang kyu chi ban jam ku ko ja chi ni chi ne ba yon ya be lo am ba jam ban chok ka chi le dam ban ni ji to ku jam whether one again. Whether color Tabana Corbuban solution within Kimoya himself. A court solution that is not even convincing. It's also that is convinced that there is a solution. Long bind a Kimoya Kadian. Chima teaching it is long and solution be a law. You complete a chilio. The Kina Kennedy yen when I then engage weird with that. The solution to the problem by can be unfortunately too late for the people of South Sudan to believe in the president, that our president within young people bye-bye. People are fed up, people are tired of it. And I don't see whether there is a hope that even 3 days more hope a big key by within 3 days be patient. But you know, South Sudan will never say no. Ninka right of the people talk. And in right of the people talk, the majority of the South Sudanese, they will say no. The only people that will say yeah, they're quite beneficiaries. Koyin Tanaki and Piden, Tanaki and Chamden, Tanaki and Kamukoik and Mitken. These are the only people who go what one, Banya, Banya and Koy supported. A Koy Banya supported when a Karwa Kumati, Manya Kumaramai. The Patu Banami. Palga Banami, Palga King of Koili, but Akuma Kanara date. Chan Banya Koi Tongi and Koi Koi Takia, Koi Lucia. I think solution in Bara. Because Koi to Banki or Koi Tongi or Koi Chicken Medica Koika. And that's where the problem lies. Because we chola Kuma, I ran a fine in Gary Labai, in Gary Labai, and a will cause my Malabai in a total head on each other. But they keep you pin me, and I pit the review of that on one around Jonia. And then she went back up. I see going back. And then she went back by, I didn't say back by, that you knew already 10 years ago. I don't want to run in a real will Malda Toichin. This time we will never run a minister who defend Ramon by Gil. Ran a jetcherin. Una walk a bee cutting a dip, Kalibide. Can we chat many times? Yalabajo whatever and go where she go down. Ukagataco. We look with Kuchol who were enemy number 2 of Israel. The Kegel and go Yalama. Who will go by Sharat. Cool girl will go mark a cool gun, but one and cockabby. Lakin banda kia chin kokak, he never put it. We want to see him internal struggle on Jiba within in Chenkaga, because somebody was in, Targa was in, Okatago, Kotam, Ne, Koch, Rumubai. He didn't put his kaki. A Kanabiti, Eliati, Ban, the I want to die, Stavan, Pony, and I die, and pit for Murad. Young Modern. So that day for me, Nachomer Kamita for that time, Kirla Mukavata. I see how you went out one. A tongue was in Chingurum Randa. Shan Kivu Jarwan, give Sudan. I see Benny, I Chintam Loiran and Kin, Benny Baby Chiram, but get a Junubi, I told you. And the Junubi Chivan, Junubi to 30 gear. What are when be in the chart? Nayara Bonoka would have been very clear that we were putting the cargo on because Panarum. The kingdom of Rumayana. I don't support the idea of war, Chimantawala record, until Namin day one, Tomacha Kordim. Kanti. Now, I went and got a route. Karabana Group came and Kachi by China did young pyramid not by the lot in the region. A lady from the region, Tiokan, Manuan, good example around Rwanda. Lunching my at all Peru, the cover in Iran, Valati. Can I just say? Ban Chilibana around Rwanda. A very foreign nation, Chitover. We are now on the platform with your bandage of lot, is your union. Is your new king working to be your other opinion? Tirane, Takwirane, near Pandu. I good it to the nation. A very embarrassing things. Blue nation don't tear on near Pandu. And right, Egypt. Binding with that nation. Another region, we legitimate. The Kaniko Yaka supported the Jaku near Dunubai, Rani Argo, Panonia, the Naiba in the Arca. Kikray by any more the Lukanaria by Panda, Budadella. When I would support it because we would Narcan. Kawil Kaijot, come like Jot the other cause, but I will ban you will look to Ben. Bind the economy of a useful idiot. Internationally. Economy of a useful idiot. I know I'm going to ping Kachalwil, Manachilwil, Chanwil, but I will internationally. Leranier. South Sudan president a useful idiot. Contain meaning them. Hello, Piat. Useful to us for South Sudanese, but idiot internationally. Useful for us in Yaru, because useful for us, useful. Mana level international idiot. And then you sit back with your bad knowledge, with your bad tongue. Kiladaban, a chill data. Channel Langarbai, and head of the state. Now, not go bara. A can shameful thing here by to the nation. The nation in at the Tinayin Kuran the tea. When our tongue is you can chip it. And the Kachika observe Bagin Hira and Jama and Kerana government actor. Nature and government. Government can with the water cable couldn't. Koja Yetor will go to Tum and Gojing my one going to die keep peeling open your jam, the king and go to Tum because of this pillar. I see him not. A good to Nangawana. I think I will go anywhere. Tono Anto Gran Koyala Modara, Koyaka because Tunda the Galtum. So that means Junubi, unless Junubicha corpus, Junubito NIF. Could Junubito NCP. Fighting the car of Basque Junubin, then question. Again, you know to Buzzer. Arangi garandi ukarana waran lugo punching a problem when a good you do ran NIF which it on in the system. Now I'm not for the Muslim because the past areas are past areas. I should not at this time when you kitchen you go get a NIF is still now when we're bending now good to know. We don't want to bend by Jamger and SPLA or later and SPLM to bend by new thing come go where I want. We don't see this you thing change. No man to no running from Pyogan. This is not true. Watching. So, finally, I think that Kodal Kajiran, Quenco, Iran, Muglum, because things now Iran by Iran could buy highway with a buy highway 2027. Only 1 year on a quick will it's all not if you are around one, a gab or something also. A minister for finance. Quite like the money at all on my Facebook, quite uncle. I let you job until 2017, then away. What I can will. We're only 1 year on. About 2017 booting. A more kitchen will be renewed until 2030 or 2035. Or 2027. 2027 in a you're only 1 year to go. But after 2027, without 2027, you cannot sit down and walk. You call me Channel, call your town, Peer, a bite, big mess, the corner. Run a go in bank peer, call them in a orders. And then you degree, then a lawyer, in degree and Jamgal, big degree, or look at I'm going to come degree by year. We shall get degree. Can they? Pichage decree, the Bulega decree Namakana, who can decree Namakana, Upana be then in this time, at that time, I can't in a question. Charby Juba of the wow, highways, named 4 lanes each side. Kugalego, if possible. Sheriff did get from wow to Malakal, 4 lanes each side. We shall be judged from Malakal Juba. 4 lanes each side. It can when I possible because winning resources to do it. And then it can get down this major town court. One you connect the Charga battle, then you write Charga, who can join job, Charity, Javasam, couldn't Javasan and Javasan state. In state, the connection between your town and your village is up to you. But I would keep kicking you out. 10 years is too long. I mean, 21 years is too long. Because I failed, the nation. Because I didn't come to my own come. Manuani, Echol Rani, the one Angolakan, Echol Garanga, Garanga. You look at Untui by Yengram. Untui in Cargo, Louis Yantu in Cargo. I don't want to get Untui and Jorma. Kunyantui and Jorma. The common name, the Yanuk, Manyanuk, Manuk, Chagin and Dawson. Either Yanuk, Yanukin and Uncle, Manulum. Does it? A connection there, or it's a job there, or it's not a deal. Which a dame there, or it's a grand there. Then Yin and Tree, 1 tree, and Manukunyanus. Does it? And it. Unachi, women, Chingaja, Kokan, Chim, Nachi, will go with Jamkali. Quickly, a book. Here you are this yin. Nobody advice. This is a question in the form of my topic. And so solution to the problem in Bandutan. Well, I agree with you on some form of solution to the problem. But anything is different in a way that key or fail, effect, a two. Okay, even whichever in 20 years and another one lane near 2005. Whichever in another 20 years now, we are 40 years. Even more fail kid, it cannot do anything. It's true, kid cannot ever manage anything. We are just a failed person and it's a for good. That is a fair leader. The only thing different, you're not different. A replacement a key, replacement as PLM. The solution can catch a lonum. Can I would amend that way? Solution IO in alternative, but what it is now. Yeah, much in alternative, but what it is not channel we've been with it, or that opinion, or would you like your opinion again? But to me, creating much alternative up here, a chatting quite do the same problem. Problem do think and we won't do work in 1 year or two. Because quite I keep quite good on my code, tribal. Majority genuine Halian, a good another go to a time. Because this is the policy of the nation now. It cannot be denied. Anytime it can come. So majority Monjang, for example, Iran or Kimuyari go Guyana can be affected. And it can further be any time, and it's 0 hour, and it's 0 minute. So quite okay, I'm more Monjang, leaning Monjang reductor. Can we support it? Quite very much around one where can we support it? Put the support we call it been a chin and jam building of the nation. I can't think of jam by education. Chiki gon ben jam by education of the nation. The Bible tragedy, me do the tragedy. So agenda clear me again the groom there and one young ben cool, no this is agenda of the nation. Agenda very much a jam. Jena Bagafonic, Jena Buloikan, continue at Tony, may book Pinarun, Jena Buloka. Lagu Jim Luka, Lagina nation. Call you quite correct. Nation, you don't want the nation Yakarna. Will be responsible of this nation. Can I be responsible of this nation? How could care? Two things I have problem. I solution the problem. One thing, wedding a jam, wedding on your national dialogue, move with the Nichola Bramolic. And one thing will be you bring Kulu, be supported. Peaceful uprising in blood. Naja Kuma Yakoy, a bit in the community of Benton, you have a team now. Koyga jam rida chukor kukia chukor ewara na jilwere kichwa national dialogue tiniar ginikan panden ka jet panden abraises ngir ngir macha achiboga jen ko duoro na abuga jinope kor panden back in the jobs of macha and the jobs of kirwaya one thing. Second solution is army. The shell travel army. Army that which tribal you're on chief captain Ibrahim Tora. The Kadam, Redom, Donkey, can support and can build and then Madin Benkulu. Came Benkulu, Benkulu, Kului by Lidam. That was in 3 years or within 1 year, I should say, within 1 year and 6 months, let's say. 18 months. Within 18 months, after 18 months, election Lanya and calling Kulu by the boom. So quite free, quite big banana, Yamamia by a bankana. Then 18 months long in, do orders by Brand or Chok to be Winkulu. Puran will a court, we are called Pan Core, the region, then which are region in it is very clean. Watch around government, watch around Tanga Chari. The orders get on near Pandin, Ibrahim Tour and Pinyar and Jiga. Dombe Koiga Domke, make it. I think nothing culture never buy chicken. So when by the chicken, Naga Ban chicken. I saw what you do. Very Joe Tonin. These are any two solutions. You have a thing of big European by what. Lakini I could only agree much by the real who came here a target a couple back and forth. a back and forth because you know about Yamakul, now making at Yamakul, you know at Yamakul, you know about Yamakul. Now, Dom Jubal Kito, Kito, Kito can call you, but I think they'll kill it. They'll kill Chico and That is true.